their earnings as well this morning. Fourth quarter adjusted EPS missing the average estimate, and the firm also reporting higher than expected costs is probably related to their acquisition of fintech company Brex for about $5.15 billion. That's the biggest deal that they've made since they acquired Discover Financial Services last year, which is roughly around $35 billion. And so Bloomberg Intelligence weighing in, saying that those extra costs probably won't affect the 2026 estimates because they do have solid revenue that most exceeded expectations, and credit metrics are also in line with forecasts.
All right, Christina Aquino, thank you so much. Christina Aquino is our Bloomberg Managing Editor for Markets Live. And of course, for more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners, the biggest losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Big tech moves ahead, plows ahead, and China is now saying to its tech firms, its homegrown tech firms, get ready, you can buy some NVIDIA H200 chips.
Nice. Okay, so that's good for NVIDIA, maybe.
It's good for NVIDIA, it's good for NVIDIA sales, and I mean, does NVIDIA then pay a portion of that to the U.S. government?
Ah, that's right,
Isn't that part of the deal? Let's ask Ed Ludlow. He is BTech's co-anchor, and he joins us now from San Francisco. Ed, is this the chip that the company NVIDIA would need to share some of the proceeds with the U.S. government on?
That's the agreement on the U.S. government side, and you guys summarized it really well, because the biggest consideration and hold up on this hasn't even really been the U.S. government. It's been, well, do the Chinese government even want to allow NVIDIA to put the H200 into China? Two things. When I speak to sources on the White House side, they always caution, wait until we actually see some chips up and running in China. Right now, this is just negotiation in the public forum and on paper. But when it comes to this sort of revenue sharing agreement with the US government, NVIDIA's position has always been that they abide by US laws. And when last I spoke to the CFO at NVIDIA, her point was, we're a publicly traded company in the US. And until there is a codified mechanism that allows NVIDIA to share revenues with the US government, she is bound by the rules of Sarbanes-Oxley and the SEC. And so that part is still kind of missing as well. But our reporting on this overnight did move NVIDIA shares and also TSMC's ADRs, because this is apparently a $50 billion addressable market that for NVIDIA is currently zero. But also there's the reporting that they have been ramping up production capacity with TSMC in anticipation of getting the green light.
Ed, I know investors have effectively removed all Chinese-related revenue from the forecast for NVIDIA. What's the point where they start putting that back in there?
I'd wager that they've remodeled already a little bit. I mean, when we were in Vegas at the beginning of the month, Bloomberg's Ian King was sat next to me, 10 feet from Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, and said, you told us about this $500 billion figure over the next 5 fiscal quarters that assumes zero revenue from China. Could that number get bigger? And Jensen Huang's answer was, yes, it could get bigger, in particular because we think we might get some revenues from the H200 in China. So from that point in early January, you'd expect the sell side at least to start trying to calculate something, but very difficult because, again, this is a sort of tit for tat behind closed doors at the moment, and no H200 has moved into China yet.
Right. It's all very theoretical right now. No H200 has actually moved. Everyone's still negotiating everything. What about the H20 processor? It's less powerful. Yeah, well, you know, I had to look these up. But the H20 processor is less powerful, but is it still useful to Chinese tech companies to do what they need to do?
So exactly the right point. And Scarlett, I really appreciate you bringing it back to H20. H20 even more deprecated than H200. And when the White House and the president sat down to decide if they wanted to allow NVIDIA to do this, the calculus that they considered, and I know I've seen the briefing document that was shared with the president, is we either export zero technology, no matter how deprecated it is, or we let them have the absolute latest, or we land somewhere in the middle. Better technology, but not the absolute best. And they landed on that part in the middle on the basis that H20 isn't that useful, but you want American companies to have access and be the main player, lead the technology stack in an important market, China. So H200 is better than H20. It's not the absolute latest and greatest, but it prevents China from having the impetus to allow its domestic champions to try and catch up. And that was the calculation that they've made.
Ed, thanks so much. Appreciate that. Ed Ludlow, BTech co-host. He's out there in San Francisco, right in the middle of Silicon Valley. So He knows what's going on out there. NVIDIA stock's up about 1.4% today on some of that news. Year to date, our trailing 12 months up 27%. It's got a market capitalization. Just can't get used to this. $4.56 trillion. Just extraordinary. But that's why not? They are. And they have been for 2+ years now, the AI play for, I think, a lot of investors.
And maybe they've already run their course, because you look at the performance so far this year. I know it's early in the year, but the performance is kind of middling, up only 0.5% versus, say, Alphabet, which is up 5.5% this year.
Well, more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom, with this Bloomberg Business Flash, brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver information guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k, tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Right now, the major average is mixed. S&P 500 up only 2 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 278 points lower. And the NASDAQ 100 up 82 points. That's a rise of 0.3%. The worst performing stock in the S&P 500 right now, that belongs to Intel, down close to 16% after their lackluster results. Ahead of the deep freeze, nat gas futures up another 3% right now, 521 per million BTUs. Now the cash market, this is early delivery at the benchmark Henry Hub in Louisiana. That surged to $18.80. That's a whopper. So energy, best performing major industry group right now, the S&P 500. And the biggest drag is coming from financials. That is home to property and casualty insurance. And I'm guessing here that they're anticipating they may suffer some losses as a result of the storm. I mean, that's my take anyway. Crocs teaming up with Lego. Yeah. Hey, how many Legos have I stepped on in the middle of the night?
You need your Crocs to not injure your foot.
Crocs and Lego are creating $150 clogs. They're shaped like colorful bricks. They're trying to recapture sales growth and connect with new consumers.
Is this for kids or adults?
It's for everybody, I guess. It's going to be available globally February 16th. You can go out and buy these things. We check the market. You think I'm making this up? We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Lego-inspired Crocs. Definitely not going to be wearing that for this weekend storm, because that would be a disaster. Let's check in with Rob Carolan. He's the Bloomberg meteorologist on this impending winter storm. I know it's going to hit the country overall, a large swath of the country, but we're in New York City, so we're kind of obsessed with what it means for us here in the Big Apple. And Rob, the forecasts right now are somewhere of up to 16 to 18 inches in New York on Sunday?
There could be some spots north and west of town, Scarlett, that do get 16 to 18 inches. I think generally we're looking at an 8 to 14-inch snowfall for the area. The big question mark that has come up in the last 24 hours since we last spoke is there's going to be some sleet. It looks like John Tucker's estate there could have some problems with sleet during the afternoon on Monday. There's going to be some warm air coming in since the storm is starting to track so far north. So that may cut into the accumulations, especially across coastal New Jersey, maybe into the city, and then across parts of Long Island, coastal Connecticut. But it still looks like a sizable snowfall, with many areas seeing a foot or more from this storm. And it's, as you mentioned, going to be bitterly cold. You want to leave the sandals or the Crocs behind.
Are the power lines going to come down from sleet, or what are you saying? Freezing?
No, I
ice
think we're okay. Power. I don't think we're going to have problems with power here in the Northeast, John, until you get down into the mid-Atlantic states. There's going to be some problems in central Virginia down into the Carolinas because they're going to have an extended period of freezing rain there, and there may be some tree limbs that come down, take down the power lines. That's also going to be a potential problem in northern Mississippi, northeastern Mississippi, southwestern Tennessee, a few parts of Arkansas and Louisiana. They're going to have an extended period of freezing rain, and it could be enough to bring down power lines and tree limbs.
Talk to us about this cold weather. I mean, I'm looking at on my app like 10 days out, and I'm still only getting single-digit lows here in the metro New York area. This is serious stuff.
It is. What we've had set up, Paul, is what we call cross-polar flow. So air in Siberia has been able to come across the North Pole through Canada, and it's now coming down into the continental United States. Normally, it would move through and offshore, but because of things going on over Greenland, the big high-pressure system, it's not going to move out very quickly. And because so many areas are going to now have extensive snow cover, that's going to help keep the cold air cold and keep it in place right into the beginning couple of days of February.
Okay, before I let you go, Rob, my friend canceled her ski trip for this weekend because of the snowfall.
That's okay. She's fine probably for the next 5 weekends.
Oh, really? Why do you say that? Because are the southern Vermont resorts going to get dumped on?
Yes, they're going to have at least 10 inches of snow, Scarlett. They've had a great base this winter. They've had tons of fresh snow already this week. But because it stays cold, there's no melting that takes place anywhere. So all they're going to keep doing is grooming the slopes and have a great season that's going to continue into probably March.
Good stuff. All right, Rob Carolan, Bloomberg meteorologist, with this impending snowstorm. Anywhere from 8 to 14 inches is what the meteorologists
Yeah, and you
are
look
saying.
at the maps, I mean, just the whole southern mid part of the country, from almost coast to coast, is getting something.
Right. There's all these technical terms, which I can't recount right now, but it's really big.
It's big. It's a big storm, so we'll keep an eye on that. Rob Carolyn there with us here. Let's get back to these markets here. Red and green on the screen here. We're right smack in the middle of earnings season. About 300 of the S&P 500 companies report next week, so we'll get a lot of news there. Shana Sissel joins us here. She's the founder and CEO of Ben Rion Capital Management out there in Chicago. I saw like Chicago wind chills like -30, -40. Shana, are you there?
Yeah, it was -11 when I was dropping my Rottweiler off at daycare this morning.
Oh boy.
But I also have a Samoyed, and my Samoyed is sitting by the sliding glass door to the backyard and just whining because I won't let him out. And he's like made for this, and he's very old. But when the temperature drops below 0, that dog has the energy of a puppy and just wants to be outside as much as possible. And I just keep trying to explain to him that mom is not going out there and I'm not going to keep opening the door. So
I don't know. I think somebody's got
to or stay out because I can't keep doing this. But yeah, he's just whining. So it is freezing, absolutely freezing here.
Everybody has to deal with, I guess. Shannon, what do you make of kind of the volatility that we saw come back into this market this week? It kind of felt a little bit like, early last year with all the tariff talk, and this year it was Greenland and so on and so forth. What do you make of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it's definitely deja vu for sure. I've always said that I expected volatility to rise in the last half of last year and the first half of this year for these reasons. I think generally speaking, we tend to see these types of initiatives, the administrations, whether it be the Trump administration or previous administrations, tend to, with the new Congress coming in and people coming back from the holidays, all of a sudden people want to be productive and they want to set the tone for the year. And so I feel like a lot of years kind of start off this way, but particularly during the Trump administration. And there's just a lot going on around the edges with Powell obviously not coming back and some of the things that have happened in January that I think have made him sort of want to be the evil genius in the plot at this point. So I think that this will continue through probably April or May. And then as we get a new Fed chair and things start to settle down and people start worrying about the November elections and start actively campaigning, you'll see like a shift in sentiment in terms of fiscal and monetary policy.
Well, in terms of shifts in sentiment, whether you call it Sell America or the end of U.S. outperformance, the events of this week look like they're going to result in reduced demand for treasuries. TCW's CEO, Katie Koch, calls it a quiet quitting where global investors look for opportunities to diversify away from the U.S. And we've seen how India's holdings of treasuries have fallen to a 5-year low. Shana, how big a risk is the rest of the world selling off U.S. treasuries?
It's actually a fairly big risk. I was reading a piece by Strategas yesterday that was talking about this and was comparing it to sort of the Berlin Wall falling and some of the tension between the U.S. and European counterparts back then with Reagan, but noted that at that time there was maybe some tension, but there was trust, and there's no trust now. And for those reasons, a lot of the other developed nations are looking for alternatives to treasuries because we've had, 20 years ago from 99 to 2000, if you think about where we were then, we had this shift to rapid globalization of the economies across the world. And now we have deglobalization going on. It's a completely different environment. And a lot of that is stemming from the lack of trust and leadership from the U.S. In terms of economic development, economic initiatives.
And another reason why the 10-year yield broke out of its recent range, too, is because of the sell-off in Japanese bonds. In terms of spillover from those higher yields in Japan, do Japanese investors take their money out of treasuries in favor of fatter yields at home? Is that something that you see percolating?
I absolutely could see that percolating. If you think about it, again, the Japanese economy is quite different than we were 20, 25 years ago. And it's finally safer to invest at home for them. For 20 plus years, the Japanese stock market, Japanese bond markets were the furthest place you wanted to be. They had a deflationary environment, and it took decades for them to revisit or even get close to the record highs of the late 80s. But now we're there, and for good reason. I think the Japanese people, just like Americans, like you want to invest where you live. There's a domestic bias to investing, and that's not specific to the U.S., and Japan's no different.
Bitcoin, 89,000 roughly. What are you hearing in the marketplace about crypto these days?
Well, it's interesting because you haven't seen it being driven by a lack of risk appetite. The Russell 2000's outperformance recently and a shift to riskier assets has continued. It just hasn't been in crypto. I think it's interesting what we're seeing. I don't think it's something that's long-term concerning. But I do think that as an investor, especially one that focuses on alternative assets, it's an interesting time to be looking at crypto. It's become largely institutionalized, which I think has taken some of the sexiness out of it for some investors. But ultimately, I think that long-term trends of the blockchain are supportive, and the institutionalization is broadly supportive as more and more of the large institutions make the Bitcoin ETFs and the crypto-related ETFs and other investment strategies available to investors more broadly, which hasn't always been the case. And then there's more and more products. I think I mentioned this in the notes I sent over, but the amount of new buffer products related to crypto that have come out in the last 12 months is kind of mind-blowing. And not just Bitcoin and ETH either. You're seeing Solana-related ETFs, buffers and otherwise, leverage stuff. All of those things are kind of coming out. So this broad institutionalization of crypto and going beyond Bitcoin, I think, is a longer-term trend. So, as far as I'm concerned, I would probably be a buyer at these levels. Crypto has always been volatile, and this is no different.
Shana, thank you so much. Appreciate it. As always, Shana Sissel, founder and CEO of Banrion Capital Management. Stay warm out there in Chicago and let the beast out every once in a while to go outside, even though it's minus gajillion degrees wind chill. S&P up 5 points. The Dow minus 275. That's about a 0.5%. The Nasdaq's up 96 points. That's 0.4%. So no real direction out there. The Tom Keene VIX safely below 16. 10-year Treasury yields 4.24%. WTI crude oil, it's up almost 3% here. $61 per barrel. Maybe a little tension there around the Iran news out there. We'll keep an eye on that. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Consumer sentiment, let's start there, increasing to a 5-month high in January. Americans apparently growing more optimistic about the economy and their finances. This is from the University of Michigan Sentiment Survey, which I gotta say it can be a more reliable guide than some of the other surveys. Fortinet is the best performing stock right now in the S&P 500, up about 5%. This is the security software company enjoying an analyst upgrade. And then the worst performer, that belongs to Intel, down close to 16%, lackluster forecast there. But as Paul, you pointed out earlier, still up 25%, the stock, at least year to date. Meantime, at the intersection of politics and investing, Monica Guerra at Morgan Stanley says investors really can't ignore the midterm elections.
So midterm election years, markets tend to underperform, and it's the year after that you get the outperformance, and that's because folks are waiting to see, right, that outcome.
Right now, the S&P 500 up just 769.21 on the index. The Dow down 243 points. The NASDAQ 100 right now up 122. That's up just about 0.5%. I love this story. When Emmanuel Macron walked out onto Davos wearing those reflective blue aviator sunglasses.
Very cool.
Stefano Fulcier, the CEO of iVision Tech, he did a double take. They're based in a small town in Italy, little-known eyeglass producer. They've seen their market share kind of dwindle before Macron's appearance put their eyewear at the center of global attention. The stock has surged after Macron's speech in Davos. The website crashed because of the increased volume of orders. And I'm told he was wearing sunglasses because he had a burst blood vessel in one of the eyes. So it's just like,
and apparently it's an Italian company, but the glasses themselves are manufactured in France.
Right.
And that's why he likes them. So there you go.
I think they cost $700. Did we say that?
It was euros. I don't know. I'm not going to do the translation. They're expensive. Yeah. I can't afford them.
They're made in France. They're designed in Italy.
How cool is that?
Like, how could it not be expensive?
There you go. Okay. We check the markets all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Scarlett and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett, Phil, and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City, streaming live on YouTube as well. President Donald Trump is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, for $5 billion. That's accusing them of illegally, quote, debanking, unquote, his businesses due to his politics. Let's see what there's any meat to the bone here. Elliot Stein, Bloomberg Intelligence litigation analyst, joins us here. We have to be quick because Elliot, he bills us by the hour here. Elliot, talk to us about this case. Does this have merit, do you think?
I don't think it does, and the bank came out and said yesterday, too, that they don't think it does either. You know, the challenge for President Trump and the affiliated Trump entities that are suing is that the customer agreements with J.P. Morgan allowed the bank to close accounts for any reason at any time. And Trump's complaint concedes that, they acknowledge that, so they can't really sue for breach of contract. So they're stuck with what's called a breach of the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing, which is sort of saying that J.P. Morgan violated the spirit of the contract by, you know, allegedly debanking Trump for political reasons, which is unlawful. But they don't cite what law was violated. So I think the Trump entities are going to have a hard time winning this case, and I think J.P. Morgan has a good shot of winning on its anticipated motion to dismiss.
Let me ask a dumb question, Elliot. Is this Donald Trump, the private citizen, suing J.P. Morgan and Jamie Dimon, or the White House suing J.P. Morgan and Jamie Dimon? Who pays for the lawyers?
It's Trump in his individual capacity, and then many Trump organization entities. And, you know, they're saying that after the January 6th riots, J.P. Morgan closed their account. So at that point, he wasn't president anymore in any event.
Is there a scenario where maybe just J.P. Morgan, I guess if they don't win summary judgment, maybe they just settle out of court or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's certainly within the realm of possibilities. I think the bank's definitely going to take a shot on a motion to dismiss. You know, we'll probably see that in the coming weeks. And then, and I think they have a good shot at winning that. But, it's a pretty low bar generally for a plaintiff to get over a motion to dismiss. They just have to allege, plausible allegations. But so let's say JP Morgan loses on its motion to dismiss and the case proceeds into discovery. JP Morgan will have another shot on summary judgment to try to avoid trial and say that there's not enough, facts developed to warrant going to trial. I think if they lose that, then you're talking about a settlement rather than going to trial. And we've seen Trump sort of win settlements from other, business entities that he's sued, especially in the media space, like ABC and Paramount and YouTube, Google, and others, sort of in this like $15 to $25 million range. So that's potentially an outcome that we're not ruling out down the road.
So the other angle to this is that JP Morgan has asked, or says it has asked, multiple administrations under different presidents to change rules that oversee it and other banks that, quote, put us in this position to perhaps restrict some clients' access to banking services because of various requirements or overviews. What kind of rules are in place that JP Morgan might be put in this position?
Right. So during the Biden administration, the banking regulators sort of made it easier for banks to close accounts for legal or reputational risk. They got a lot of criticism from that from industries like the crypto industry and certainly from other conservative causes who said that banks were closing accounts for related to industries that maybe were considered not woke enough or not popular on the left, like gun industries and things like that. So we've sort of seen a shift away from that now in the Trump administration, where the banking regulators are sort of stopping what they call Operation Choke Point 2.0, and saying that banks should not be closing accounts so easily for reputational reasons. And actually, we've seen several states implement laws too, saying that banks can't close accounts for political reasons, like Florida, for instance, where this lawsuit was brought. But those laws were not in place back in 2021. The Florida law, for instance, didn't come into effect until 2024. So that sort of goes to the point I was making earlier that there's no law here that Trump can point to that JP Morgan violated.
I guess what got my attention here on this story, Elliot, was naming CEO Jamie Dimon personally in the suit. What's the strategy there, do you think?
It's hard to say exactly what the strategy there is. Dimon and Trump have sort of been going back and forth, on various issues related to, for instance, Trump sort of attacking the Federal Reserve and also his proposal to cap credit card interest rates at 10%. It goes back even farther for several years. Jamie Dimon has said things over the years that were critical of Trump and then walked them back. So I think there is a little bit of tension between the two. So, it may be as simple as that, just trying to sort of poke him in the eye a little and then maybe bring them to the table for some sort of settlement.
We also know that the Trump, his company, or his companies have also sued other companies like Capital One, BBC, the New York Times. Have any of those come to anything?
So, the one that is most analogous is the one against Capital One. The claims are almost identical, but we don't have a definitive ruling in that case. Like the JP Morgan case, the Capital One case was filed in Florida state court. That actually got removed to federal court for sort of arcane reasons that only lawyers appreciate. So I won't bore you with it. But I don't think JP Morgan is going to have the same reasons for removing it to federal court. So I think the JP Morgan case may stay in state court. But in the Capital One case, we're waiting for a decision from the court on Capital One's motion to dismiss, which I think will be informative with respect to the JP Morgan case.
All right, Elliot, thanks so much. We appreciate it. You can send a bill directly to John Tucker. Elliot Stein, Bloomberg Intelligence litigation analyst there. Red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal gets your attention. Spot silver tops $100 an ounce for the first time ever as metals surge. It is up 40% year to date so far. Talk about gold, but silver. Wow, this is Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
It's Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. The business of sports. For that, we turn to Randall Williams. He's U.S. sports business reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. You got a story out recently, Randall. Commissioners from the top U.S. men's pro sports leagues are expected to visit the White House to discuss President Donald Trump's plan for celebrating America's 250th anniversary. I remember the 200th anniversary. I was a kid. That was big. And living near Philadelphia, it was really big. So what's going on there with the sports and the president?
Well, there's a lot that is to be determined, but he's basically gathering all of the sports heads, or a good portion of them, and there's going to be some sort of conversation of what celebration looks like. And so why would Trump want to do this? Well, if you look at the most watched broadcasts, mostly all of them are NFL or college football or sports things. And so when you combine that with people wanting to go to these games, people watching these games, Trump's going to want patriotism all over that. And so we'll see what comes of it. I think he has good relationships with them all, but we'll see.
And it's not just the MLB, the NBA, the NFL, or the NHL. There are also going to be efforts to involve things like the Ultimate Fighting Championship as well. So it's, beyond the regular professional sports leagues.
Absolutely. I mean, we all know Trump's tight relationship with Dana White. We had Dana in a couple weeks ago, and that fight is still on. It is still going to be on the White House lawn. There's going to be a limited capacity of fans that will be there, but it's absolutely happening. I'm just very, cautiously optimistic and excited to see how it all works out, because there's never been a sporting event quite like that.
And that kind of sporting event, no less.
Exactly.
Awesome. That's going to be great. All right, we're getting darn close to the Super Bowl. Going to be out there in San Francisco, actually
Absolutely.
Santa Clara. Let's be honest.
Yeah, let's be clear.
Particularly for the people who live in Marin County in the north of San Francisco, they hate it. It's such a long drive. Talk to us how big this thing is getting. You're going to be out there for a long time, right?
Long
The business of sports, it doesn't get any more ground zero for the business of sports.
It's all business, but absolutely, the Super Bowl is still huge. It's arguably bigger than it's ever been before. You look at last year. Last year was a rematch of the Chiefs-Eagles game in Super Bowl 59 from Super Bowl 57. And look, at one point that game was, I believe, 34-0, and yet the NFL still pulled in over 127 million people. It was a viewership record. And so when you look at it from that perspective, that people will watch a game that is a blowout, that was never remotely close, what in the world does a down year look like for the Super Bowl? And I say that because of the fact that we have teams that don't have the brightest stars. And Los Angeles is a huge market, but when you think of the Rams, you literally just think of Los Angeles, as opposed to when you think of the Chiefs, you think of Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. You combine that with Bo Nix, who just broke his ankle, and the Patriots will be there as well. But I think for the NFL, the best case scenario for them is a Rams-Patriots Super Bowl, because you get Boston versus LA in a different format than Lakers and Celtics.
That's a good way to think about it.
Well, Seattle really killed the 49ers' dream of being able to play the Super Bowl at home when they killed them, basically. You've noted that the Seattle Seahawks are ready to be sold, or a stake will be sold. It's interesting that for an asset that's very illiquid, there's been a lot of transactions in sports teams lately.
Absolutely. In reference to the Seahawks, what the late Paul Allen's will says is that the team has to be sold. And so Paul Allen died years ago. He's I believe he's former Microsoft co-founder. And so they've been holding on to this team. The team has kind of been sitting in limbo. This is their best shot at winning the Super Bowl in years. Like, they've been going to the playoffs and getting bounced. So with that in mind, there is a conversation in the sports business community about, is this their time to ride out on top? You give the city a Super Bowl, and then you sell it for however much, $8 billion, $9 billion, and you go from there. Now, these minority stakes are huge too, of course. I think we had a story on the Warriors selling a stake in their parent company that's valued at $11 billion. That's huge, but an NFL stake, it's going to be an arms race to see who can win it.
Because now you've got institutional capital in there, private capital, and
that's true.
That's true. However, whenever someone buys an NFL team, you have to have 30% in cash up front. So let's say it goes for $8 billion, that's 2.5 in cash. If it goes for 9, that's roughly $3 billion in cash. There's still not a lot of people, and private equity is absolutely going to help. But the check that they could potentially write is going to be in the range of, let's say, $750 to $900 million. All
right, let me just rip up the script, as Tom Keene would say. Duke and their quarterback. NIL.
It always comes back to this.
Oh, Lord.
Crazy situation. I mean, he has a 2-year contract with
Yes.
Duke. He's bailing going to Miami for more money. And Duke's saying, no. Temporary restraining order. This has never happened before in college.
It hasn't, but it's becoming increasingly frequent because college players are looking at the money and saying, like, look, I don't know if I'm going to go to the NFL. So while I'm here, I want to make as much money as I possibly can. And the reality is for a 4-year span, sometimes 5, sometimes 6, and in some cases 7-year span, college athletes have the potential to earn anywhere from $1 million to $10 million. And that can change the trajectory of their family's future. And so that's what is happening right here. Miami has a boatload of NIL money, and he's trying to get in on the pie.
I mean, it's almost like you can make more money as a college football quarterback than as a second string in the NFL.
There is an argument for it because of the fact that if you're a starting quarterback, Open Doors does a lot of these things where they value how much a quarterback, a running back, a receiver is valued at. And Miami, fresh off a national championship, you have to imagine that is going to be a multi-million-dollar job.
Could stretch out 4 years into 5 years, maybe 6 years.
I mean, I think I have some eligibility around. I broke my ankle in college, so.
And who's a quarterback that said, I haven't been to college in 2 years, dude? Somebody asked him, like, do you have to go to class tomorrow? And I forget who it is. Some guy who's been in college for
Carson Beck.
Carson Beck. He hasn't been to class in 2 years. So anyway, Randall Williams, thank you so much to the Business of Sports. We appreciate that. Enjoy going out there to the Super Bowl. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence begins in right now. How about that?
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
TGIF from the Bloomberg Intelligence team here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in Midtown Manhattan. Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu here with you along with John Tucker. We're streaming live on YouTube. Coming up in this second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence, we're going to check in with Rob Carolyn, our Bloomberg meteorologist, on this massive snowstorm that's sweeping across the nation. And then we're going to check in with Tyler Kendall. She is our Bloomberg Washington correspondent on the latest in geopolitics. Russia seeing no breakthrough at Ukraine talks with U.S. envoys. I guess that's something that we kind of anticipated already. And munis are in focus on this Friday morning. Nisha Patel, she's the SMA fixed income portfolio manager at Parametric, will be joining us to talk about munis, Paul's favorite asset class. And then we have Angelo Zeno. He's a senior vice president and equity analyst at CFRA Research to recap Intel's earnings and give us a look ahead to big tech results due out next week. Not great so far if you look at how Intel is doing. But let's check in with John Tucker, as promised, for our Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Scarlett, 5 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 are higher, 6 are lower. Energy is among those in the lead as the icy grip of winter descends on a large swath of the nation, pushing up energy prices. Then you have the headline, President Trump news, Iran threats. It says Navy Armada heading to the Mideast, so that also impacting energy prices. Financials, they were the worst performing sector. That's home to property and casualty insurers. Maybe they're going to suffer losses from the big storm. Meantime, Mark Howard at BNP Paribas responding to higher economic growth with a forecast of fewer Fed rate cuts.
One way we respond is by, not assuming that the Fed's going to cut as many times as the consensus or is priced in. We only see one, maybe not even one this year in terms of reaction function because the growth is anticipated to be so robust.
The S&P 500, 18 points higher right now, 69.31 on the index. The Dow down 192 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index, that's up 163 points right now. Just seeing this one, DoorDash and Uber have now lost a bid. They were trying to block this New York City law that requires a tipping option be presented to customers at checkout.
And where is this?
So this is New York City.
Yeah.
So it's a tipping option for DoorDash deliveries and Uber Eats deliveries.
Yeah.
So
On top of the delivery fees?
Now you sound like you're opposing it.
I'm just curious.
Goes into effect next week. So the federal judge today denied the company's bid for an injunction. They wanted the injunction because they argue that if you're presented with the option of tipping the person who makes the delivery, then that's going to lead to sticker shock, and you're not going to want to use their services anymore. If I see
I'm
Uber,
Gen X, and I don't want to use the service anyway.
No.
yeah, no, it's just
No.
It's too much.
oh, I
there's a
freak
block
out when
on-
my
yep.
kids use it.
No.
No way.
Yep.
Anyway, but you should still tip them. We check the markets for you all day long, right here.
All right, here's my new tipping, because now everything is tipped because everything's like electronic. If I sit,
Oh wait, hardware store tip jar.
Yeah.
That ain't happening.
no. If I'm sitting for my food, I tip. If I'm standing for my food, like I'm going to go to Pret a Manger today.
Right,
Yeah.
you're doing the
not
carrying of the
tipping.
trays, right?
Yeah, and that's just how I roll. That's my strategy, and I feel very comfortable with it.
And you're okay
Standing,
when
no
they're
tip?
when they're looking at you expectantly?
Yes, no problem whatsoever, because I'm very at peace now with this new strategy. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We can do that with Bloomberg's Alexandra Semenova. Alexandra, what are you looking at?
Hey guys, so Intel is obviously the headliner today. It is taking a nosedive. I'm seeing it down about 16% right now. This is after its CEO gave a lackluster forecast. He also warned that the chip maker was struggling with manufacturing problems. Investors really not liking that. Projections for the first quarter for revenue and earnings both fell short of Wall Street estimates, making that even worse. During the earnings call with analysts, the CEO said that it would take time and resolve to turn around the company. That sent shares down even lower. Intel's comeback bid has been marked by production snags, which has been disappointing for investors who are really looking for new products. The CEO said, "We are on a multi-year journey." Worth noting, too, that the bar was really high for them, given the stock had run up something like 30% leading into the results and is up about 120% over the last 12 months.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I feel like that's the most important context here.
matters.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. What's your next one?
So I'm taking a look at some of these solar stocks getting a nice boost thanks to Elon Musk. He made some comments over at Davos. He said that SpaceX within the next few years will be launching solar-powered AI satellites. Among some of the gainers, I'm seeing Canadian Solar. That is up about 8% right now. Array Technologies, Emphasize Energy for solar. Those are some of the stocks that are moving on this.
Capital One Financial Corp.
Yeah.
CRF.
So they have a lot of news today. They reported earnings, and they also agreed to acquire Brex, which is a fintech company that focuses on corporate expense management. This is a $5 billion deal. They're going to buy Brex for roughly 50% cash and 50% stock. The deal would be actually the biggest since they acquired Discover Financial Services last year. And of course, they also reported earnings. Fourth quarter net income almost doubled from a year earlier. Adjusted earnings per share did miss analyst estimates, and then provisions for credit losses surged 57% from a year ago. Important to note here also that their CEO, Richard Fairbank, made a comment about the 10% interest rate cap proposal. He said that less available credit could tip the economy into recession.
Okay, so joining the course of other bank CEOs who have made that point. Alexandra Semenova, thank you so much for our market movers. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. All right, we are going to get hit by a big snowstorm. And when I say we, I'm saying much of the nation, not just those of us in New York City. But in terms of the snowfall versus the cold weather that's going to come in as well, let's check in with Rob Carolyn. He's a Bloomberg meteorologist. What is the sequence of everything here? Because it's colder today in New York than it was yesterday, but we're going to get a massive snowstorm. We're going to get some freezing rain. We're going to get Arctic conditions for days to come as well, right?
Exactly, Scarlett. It just depends on where you are in the country as to what you're going to get. Much of the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic states, Ohio River Valley, that's all, and the Mid-Mississippi River Valley is going to be mainly snow from this event because they're into the real cold air. That cold air is going to arrive across the Northeast, Ohio River Valley, and Great Lakes later this evening and tonight, and then just hang around into next week. Storms in the process of now blossoming across Texas, rain breaking out across the state of Texas. Temperatures much of Texas, central, northern part of the state in Oklahoma fall later today. That's going to switch them over to sleet and freezing rain. And then as the storm moves into the colder air tonight, we'll start to see snow breaking out over parts of the Tennessee River Valley, Ohio River Valley. By late in the day tomorrow, that snow is breaking out across the mid-Atlantic states. It gets into the New York and New England area early Sunday morning in New York and then Sunday afternoon in New England. Areas north of the track of the low, all snow. It's along the track of the storm that we're going to see the problems with sleet and freezing rain from Texas and Louisiana, parts of southern Oklahoma, through Tennessee and into the mid-Atlantic states and the Carolinas over the weekend.
Rob, our prior guest, Alex Semenova, was saying, hey, we think we're going to get this much snow. Do you think the storm's going to be as bad as everybody says, or is this going to be kind of, a letdown like it often happens? How confident do you think folks are on these forecasts that you and others are making?
Well, the good news is the computer models have been pretty consistent now for about 3 or 4 days, Paul. They're saying that this storm is going to come up through the country, off the Delmarva Peninsula and pass south of Long Island late on Sunday and then south of New England for Monday. So confidence is pretty high on us getting, a decent snowfall. As I mentioned earlier, the really big question is some warm air moving in aloft. Where it sleets during this storm from D.C. up on I-95 into New York, over Long Island, coastal Connecticut, coastal New England, that may cut into some of the amounts. That's why we're a little more conservative than some of our competitors. We're thinking the district of Baltimore, 8 to 12, New York City, 8 to 14, Boston, 10 to 16, but southeastern Massachusetts, 8 to 14. That's the big if still with this storm. Now, somebody in New England is going to do really well. They'll end up with 18 inches somewhere around the Boston area. And also north of New York City, lower Hudson, mid-Hudson River Valley, they could be between 12 and 18 inches from the storm. That's 2 of the areas that may jackpot based upon this track.
I think meteorologists have a different definition of doing well.
Exactly.
Than residents in some of those places. Okay, up to 18 inches in some of the parts.
Ski resorts up there,
here.
I feel really happy for them because they don't always get the snow that
it's been a very good season so far, and it's only late January.
Yeah, so
they've got February to come, and that's when they make their money.
Fired up here in the Northeast. Rob Carolan, thanks so much. Appreciate that. Rob Carolan, he's a Bloomberg meteorologist, giving us the latest on this storm coming through the country. And again, if you look at it on a map, and it just takes almost over at least half the country, it looks like, going across west to east. So we'll keep an eye on that. Davos has been front and center in terms of the geopolitical front and kind of put some other issues like Ukraine, Russia, maybe a little bit on the back burner here over the last week or so. But let's try to get the latest reporting from there. We're joined by Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg's Washington correspondent. Tyler, we had Mr. Zelensky come yesterday to Davos, made his case, harsh terms for the European leaders. But again, this week is kind of got overshadowed by all the Greenland discussion. What is the latest on Ukraine, Russia, maybe getting some type of peace process moving?
Yeah, hey, Paul. Well, it is our understanding Russian state media confirmed within the last hour that trilateral talks between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia have begun. They're taking place in Abu Dhabi. Now, these are at the technical level, not the leader level. It's on our understanding that military officials from Ukraine and Russia are involved. But these are the first known talks where all 3 sides have been in the room. So that is considered to be progress, though we know that they are far apart on some of those big main sticking points, most notably what is going to happen when it comes to the potential for land concessions in Ukraine. Just yesterday, we had Special Envoy Steve Witkoff make his 7th face-to-face visit with Russian President Vladimir Putin at the Kremlin. And afterwards, we heard from Russian spokespeople who said that ultimately it is the territory issue, as they called it, that remains unresolved. And that is going to be a really key part of these discussions. The Ukrainian President Zelensky came out, spoke to reporters earlier today. He called the eastern part of Ukraine, the Donbas region, as key in his words. So that's where these discussions are focused on now, because Paul and Scarlett, in recent weeks, we actually have seen some pretty steady progress when it comes to another main sticking point. Those are those U.S.-backed security guarantees. After after really what had been months of this administration saying that there were going to be implicit guarantees, is what we often heard, that the U.S. was going to have this vested economic interest in Ukraine because of that critical minerals deal that was signed. But ultimately, it does seem like they have made significant progress when it comes to U.S.-backed security guarantees. And if you ask U.S. officials, they keep telling us that we're getting closer to putting pen to paper, signing documents. They say we're 90% of the way there, but if you listen to both sides, it does still sound like we're pretty far apart.
By the way, this was Steve Witkoff's 7th visit to Vladimir Putin in the past year. So a lot of miles.
Talk is better than no talk, I guess.
Absolutely. So, Tyler, we've heard about how Ukraine has, given some way. The U.S. has also given some way when it comes to security guarantees. What about Russia? Has it made any concessions?
No, at this point, Russia has been taking this hard line stance, more maximalist demands, Scarlett. And importantly, earlier this week, we heard from Russian President Vladimir Putin saying that he would be willing to use the frozen Russian assets to help rebuild Ukraine. And at first, that seemed to have been touted like he was putting something on the table. But as we heard from the Ukrainian President Zelensky, he really slammed that announcement from the Russian president, saying that it's not up to him to decide how those funds are going to be used, considering that they are currently frozen. So it's been interesting to sort of track the back and forth rhetoric, if you will, as this continues to evolve. But to Paul's point earlier about how we really saw Zelensky in this speech that our Bloomberg redhead characterized as him tearing into European allies, a lot of that had to do with Zelensky alleging that Europe hasn't done enough to go after Russia and to get them to come to the negotiating table in a more meaningful way. He cited the European sanctions regime, for example, going after Russia's shadow fleet when it comes to oil tankers. And there was this emergency meeting yesterday in Brussels of European leaders where it will be interesting to see what sort of perhaps more enforcement mechanisms they may put on the table to your point, perhaps get Russia to negotiate a little bit more when it comes to these potential agreements.
How important is it to President Trump and to this administration to achieve peace in the Ukraine? At one point, it seemed really important, but as often happens with this president, his attention goes to another topic. Where is it right now, do you think?
Well, it appears there's going to be this renewed focus, Paul. I mean, Zelensky made the point in his speech that there has been this distraction when it comes to Greenland. And then we saw this emergency leaders meeting convened of European leaders yesterday, originally to address Greenland. But since it appears that that has been resolved, we heard leaders come out afterwards saying they want to renew this focus. Now, there has been mounting frustration from the White House that there hasn't been as speedy a resolution when it comes to the war in Ukraine. But you saw President Trump yesterday meeting with the Ukrainian President Zelensky on the sidelines of Davos in what appeared to be a last-minute addition, since Zelensky had previously said that he was unlikely to attend the World Economic Forum. And afterwards, speaking to reporters, President Trump characterized their meeting as good, but he said they didn't really talk about anything new when it came to potential conditions that could be on the table. He says they're talking a lot about the same sort of issues over and over again, but it was important to him to hear from Ukrainian President Zelensky how badly he wants this deal to come together, which of course we know both sides have really been clamoring for. So I think you're going to start to hear a lot more about Ukraine as some of these other issues that had been dominating the headlines seem to be receding, at least for now.
Seem to be receding, at least for now. You're referring, of course, to Greenland, this framework deal that the president and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte had talked about. Do we know anything more about this framework deal? Because Denmark says it's not an agreement yet.
Right, and our own reporting indicates, Scarlett, that a lot of the things that are on the table for this deal actually weren't really struck in Davos. They were struck last week, where we saw this delegation come here to Washington, meet with Trump administration officials, including Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and officials from Denmark and Greenland. And it's likely going to include some sort of agreement that's going to allow the U.S. to have a little bit more of a military presence in the Arctic, perhaps stationing some missiles there. And then another critical part of this is going to be U.S. involvement when it comes to Ukraine's critical mineral development, which we know is going to take a lot of investment in infrastructure. But you hear President Trump talk about this agreement in terms of it's going to be very long-lasting, which has led our analysts to say that he's likely referring to many years-long lease when it comes to rights to the natural resources in Greenland. But as we heard yesterday from the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, they did not discuss the issue of sovereignty when it comes to Greenland. Of course, that had been perhaps what we thought this was all going to be about. So there's still a lot of blanks we have to fill in.
All right, Tyler Kendall, I think we covered it all. Tyler Kendall is Bloomberg's Washington correspondent on Russia, Ukraine, and on Greenland, joining us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. We are looking at markets that are mixed right now, at least when it comes to equities. Small caps are lower for a change. They have been outperforming big caps for the past past 6 months, in fact. The S&P just slightly higher.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. We are brought to you by Golden Pressed Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver information guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Major stock coverage is mixed right now, and you have Intel as the worst performing stock of the S&P 500, down over 15%. The CEO there, Lip-Bu Tan, delivering a lackluster forecast, also warning the chipmaker is struggling with manufacturing problems. After releasing its 2026 forecast, the freight company CSX among the stocks keeping the S&P 500 higher for now. That stock up close to 5%, one of the best performers in the index. And the oil field services company, formerly known as Schlumberger, SLB, up close to 2% after the fourth quarter earnings beat. S&P 500 up 13, up 0.2%, 69.26 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 245 points, and the NASDAQ 100, 156 points higher. That's a rise of 0.6%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
Today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Insured Municipal Bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Let's get right to it. It's Friday. That means we talk municipal bonds, and why not? If you live in a high-tax jurisdiction like I do and John Tucker does and Scarlet Fu does, these are important. Nisha Patel, SMA, fixed income portfolio manager at Parametric, joins us here. Nisha, give us just a sense of how munis performed last year and kind of what's the outlook for 2026?
Yes. Hi, Paul. Great to be here. So 2025, I think this is a great reminder of this being really a technical story in the municipal bond market. So if you think about what issuance did, we had a record amount of issuance in 2025. And earlier on in the year, in 25 first half, with a lot of that rate volatility, that created a lot of dislocation. So think about that in a market like munis, you saw demand fall off pretty significantly. And so that higher supply, lower demand imbalance, obviously coupled with rate volatility, really created a landscape for a weak first half. But as we ended the year, supported by kind of subdued rate volatility, obviously a rate rally, I would say, given what treasuries did. And at the end of the day, higher yields means higher tax equivalent yields. And that is when you start to see demand come in. So we really kind of eked out the year with a pretty decent return of about 4. We've seen some of that performance already in January. So the supply side isn't anticipated to change. We should still see higher supply. However, if we have subdued rate volatility, certainly nowhere near last year, I think today's yields are really going to start drawing in demand, especially in fixed income in general. If clients are feeling, especially high tax bracket clients are feeling they're underweight fixed income and they're looking to take more exposure.
There's a lot going on in the fixed income market right now with a lot of international buyers maybe diversifying away from U.S. assets. India, for instance, reducing its holdings of U.S. treasuries. What kind of ripple effect does that have on how U.S. domestic investors position themselves in treasuries and then therefore in munis?
Yes. So I think, look, long end treasury yields are going to be driven by, similar dynamics that have taken place over the past 12 to 18 months. So overall demand, foreign demand for long end treasuries is certainly one big component of that. Another component is obviously inflation expectations, growth expectations, and then you bring in the element of debt and deficit concerns, which is tied to some form with foreign buyer demand. So in short, treasury volatility, no doubt, is going to have an impact on overall, I would say, financial markets. And what we saw last year, particularly with munis, a dislocation in treasury yields, especially in the long end, really created a framework where you did not have the support in long end munis, right? So if you take a look at the curve today, the muni curve, 2 to 20s, is almost double the amount of steepness, if not even a little bit more, than where the treasury curve is. So my short answer to you, Scarlett, is if we see more dislocation in the long end on treasuries, I think that will create possibly more volatility in the muni space where, again, you have high net worth individuals, more retail type demand, and you may see a hesitancy to add on more duration. But I would end with, at some point, and we saw this last year, if all of a sudden tax-free yields for very high quality bonds start hitting that 5% magical number, Paul, this goes back to your beginning intro, you start looking at tax equivalent yields that are at the cheapest levels that we have seen in quite some time. So I think there's a ceiling to where yields can reach before you really start reigniting demand.
Nisha, how's credit quality out there in the world of municipal bonds? I can't recall reading any big blowups or anything.
Yes, so I think that's a great thing. And I think this is why it's a good reminder that 2025, that dislocation that we had, this is really technical driven, right? This was not a credit story. So overall, municipal credit fundamentals, I would say generally remain solid, at the state level, city level. Think about the US economy, the growth that we've experienced, tax collections, and the tax collections have been extremely strong, right? Income taxes, sales taxes, property taxes. So that has allowed, certainly post-COVID, all of these municipalities to rebuild what we call their rainy day funds or reserves, kind of their savings accounts, if you will, to some of the highest levels that we've seen. And you're still seeing them operating in a fairly prudent fiscal approach. So I would say that a lot of this is going to be on an issuer by issuer basis. And so obviously not all of them are created equal. And then there's going to be certain, I think, sectors that will see a little bit more pressure. So think about the recent tax cuts bill, One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and the federal funding cuts to Medicaid, right? That's going to impact states, and that's going to have a trickle-down impact to other sectors such as healthcare and healthcare, particularly in hospitals.
Got it.
So those are the type of sectors that are going to see more pressure, and that's certainly something that we're being very vigilant about. But the credit story, at the end of the day, we think is on very solid footing.
Nisha Patel, SMA Fixed Income Portfolio Manager at Parametric, joining us for today's Munis in Focus. All right, let's broaden out and look at the Federal Reserve and the overall U.S. economy right now, with the FOMC set to meet next week. Michael McKee is our Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. And Mike, lots of people talk this week, lots of CEOs, lots of world leaders. The people who didn't talk are Fed officials because they're in a blackout period right now.
And aren't you glad?
Thank goodness.
I'm not sure that they would have anything new to say, given that the picture of the economy is kind of pretty much firmly painted now.
Yeah, there's really nothing more for them to add. They wanted to leave the impression that they're going to do nothing next week, and I think they've successfully done that. And we haven't had any data that would contradict that now. So you can be pretty certain that nothing happens on Wednesday. We don't get a rate move. We don't get a dot plot. We don't get any kind of new economic forecasts.
But we will get a lot of questions to Jay Powell about Fed independence, especially given.
Well, you're assuming Washington's going to be open by Wednesday.
Oh, that's a good point.
I mean, it may take them a week to dig out.
Right. Does the Fed get a snow day?
They never have. I think I asked that question once, and because what they'll end up doing is they'll come in early if they know that there's going to be an issue. But I mean, it's a 2-day meeting, Tuesday, Wednesday. So as long as they can get there. Okay. I mean, they can now. They do have the technology now.
Yes.
Sort of this YouTube kind of thing that we're doing here. they can do that.
Yep.
All right. So we had the some inflation data yesterday. I mean, the data seems to suggest that the Fed can certainly wait. Do you think the markets would be concerned if they wait up maybe till June or even later?
No, I think that's sort of become much less of a concern. Okay. We're seeing some strength in the economy. You look at what happened with the Michigan numbers today.
Yep.
And we saw reasonably strong retail spending. So at this point, there's no crisis anymore. And they feel like they're pretty close to neutral, and you can argue about another 25 or 50 basis points, which the markets will do sooner or later.
I'm glad you brought up the UMich stuff, because the inflation stuff, that kind of got my attention.
Helps.
Yeah, I mean, the lower inflation expectations, both on a 1-year and a 5 and 10 year, that's got to play into their hand.
Well, they always look at it as this is one data point. We'll have to see this maintained. But if it continues, then that takes some of the pressure off of keeping rates higher if they want to maybe start lowering rates a little bit more. And that's the thing. They're going to lower rates a little bit more, not a lot more. So they don't have to do it immediately. But if we still see good news on inflation now until March, then March could be a live meeting.
So the headline economic indicators point to pretty solid growth, resilient consumer spending, nothing to see here, move along. Yet the anecdotal, and here I'm talking about earnings season, from airlines to 3M to P&G this season, kind of focuses on uncertainty, caution, low consumer confidence. How much do you read into what appears to be downbeat commentary from companies?
Well, I think there's two aspects to it. One is, and I've seen some of these commentaries where companies are saying, well, we're kind of focused on cost control now. And that could be bad news if they decide they need to cut staff to control costs or if they decide they need to raise prices. And we know a lot of companies have held off on raising tariff prices. But unfortunately for them, the uncertainty just continues. The Supreme Court has not ruled on tariffs, and even if the court strikes it down, then you've got a whole issue about what kind of tariffs is the president going to put on using other mechanisms. And so nobody really knows what's going to happen, which just keeps businesses frozen in place. So I don't think we see a big jump in the economy, or at least in business spending. Consumers will spend when they get their tax returns, but their tax refunds. But businesses are kind of still...
Unless they owe.
Well, you saw saw Paul raising his hand there.
Just getting ready for it. One big beautiful bill. Is there a meaningful economic impact to that in 2026, Mike?
Yes, the tax cuts that were put in place will increase the refunds, particularly for people at the lower end of the income scale. However, it won't be a lot of money because they don't make much money and they don't pay as much taxes. So it will have an impact, but not a huge impact. And also, the things like no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security. I mean, there is tax on Social Security. You just get a little bit higher exemption, and and people who make a certain amount of money don't get the no tax on tips benefit either. So it's not 100%, and it will add some spending to the economy because those at the lower end tend to spend whatever they would get, but it's not like going to be a huge rocket boost.
Right. We'll take what we can get. Michael McKee, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Mike McKee, he's the international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Again, the UMich data came out today, and noticeably better than expected, particularly on the inflation.
That's been the story for all the data, really.
Yeah, I think so. So, I mean, the economy seems really solid out there. So we'll keep an eye on it, as will the Fed. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom, with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Let me, instead of the financial news, I'm going to do like other news. Yeah. Amtrak, Paul, canceling the New York to Albany train today.
Wow.
They're also canceling the train between Atlanta and New Orleans. So those are the only ones I can see right here ahead of this winter storm. So take that for what it's worth. Some improving investor sentiment after the University of Michigan Final Sentiment Index for January. That hit a 5-month high. Americans' views on the economy and their finances improving at this point. So that's giving some fuel to the S&P 500. Still, the index overall headed for its first back-to-back weekly drop since the month of June. You have NVIDIA up 1.5%. This is as China telling the tech firms there they can prepare for orders for the H200 chips from NVIDIA. NVIDIA shares, again, up 1.7% right now. And then you have Intel, worst performing stock in the S&P 500, down 16% on a pretty tepid outlook. You know, despite all the political turmoil, Afin Devitt at Moneta Group says it's an economy that's defying expectations, that is in the driver's seat for investors.
So that economy is being translated into a solid stock market, and investors are wary of getting too far away from that, because that is ultimately the pulse, the driver of all of our portfolios.
And right now the S&P 500 up 14, up 0.2%, 69.27 on the index. The Dow down 219 points. And right now the NASDAQ 100 up 162 points at 25,680. So the big star at the Super Bowl next month, it's going to be Zero Sugar.
Really?
That's going to be starring in the Pepsi commercial at, I think it's halftime. I don't know what it's going to be, but not the original formula. Across the soda aisle, Diet is out, Zero Sugar is in.
I'll tell you, the Zero Coke is pretty good.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I had got it by mistake and it was okay.
Maybe if you mix it with, you know, something else, a little rum. Dr. Pepper didn't have a Zero Sugar offering until 2020. Now it has more than 40. So this is a thing. Both Diet and Zero Sugar, calorie-free, artificially sweetened. But Zero Sugar is resonating more and more with younger, wellness-minded consumers.
Protein?
So, you know.
Dr. Pepper with protein?
Yeah, I'm not getting that in my soda. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Scarlett and Paul.
That would be innovative.
That would be innovative. See if they can do that. I'm sure they will. They'll put it in there. John Tucker, thanks so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. Streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's get back to some stocks. Intel shares plunged about 15% after Chief Executive Officer Lip-Bu Tan gave a lackluster forecast and warned that the chip maker was struggling with manufacturing problems. Let's get some more analysis on that. Angelo Zeno joins us. He's the Senior Vice President and Equity Analyst for CFRA Research, joining us via Zoom here. Angelo, talk to us about Intel. The stock had such a 12-month ride here. Now it's pulling back on some guidance that was a little less than where the street wanted.
Yeah, so thanks for having me. And you're absolutely right. I mean, I'd say that the biggest takeaway here is absolutely the guidance. And listen, the biggest issue is actually not a demand issue. They're finally actually seeing improving demand for their products. The bigger issue is that they are supply constrained in many respects. And that's problematic. A lot of this is being self-inflicted in the sense that they were, in many respects, caught flat-footed, didn't have the inventory to really meet that the expected higher demand here going into the first half of the year. So, there are going to have to be some adjustments being made here. The key really is going to be the recent ramp or unveiling of their 18A technology node. We're going to have to see some yield improvements there, and the hope is that results in better supply as we go into the second half of the year, and also potentially announce to new external customers later in the year.
And of course, we're setting up for what's going to be a gigantic week of earnings. It's typically gets super busy around that now. And of course, we've got big tech reporting too. Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, Apple. How high is the bar right now? Because I think about what happened with the banks, and by and large, they came in with decent results, but because some areas were not as good as had been anticipated, they didn't get the reception that they normally would have.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good question. And listen, I think it depends on the name we're talking about in this instance. Like if you were to ask me about a name like Alphabet, which is, more than doubled off its April lows and, is coming on here really, really hot. I'd say there's very little margin for error. They better throw out some Gemini 3 numbers that are just really eye-popping in many respects. But when we start thinking about a lot of the other mega cap tech names, I think a good one would be, a name like a Microsoft. Valuations there, I think, are really enticing at this point in time. It's been a relative underperformer since they reported Q3 results. Expectations have actually gone up, so that we're looking at fairly enticing valuations across certain names. Meta's, I think, another good example where it seems like there's a lot of bad news baked into the name. So it all depends on the name we're looking at this point in time. I would say, when we look across the board of big tech, I'd say that the most important thing, or I'd say the one item that everybody has to look out for is the CapEx targets here for this upcoming quarter and for the upcoming year. The biggest reason I say that is we've got so many bottlenecks going on, component price increases. It'll be interesting to see how much of an increase we get, from these hyperscalers.
Angela, as it relates to Intel, where is the problem in getting enough supply, the supply chain issue? We hear from others other than Intel as well. What's going on out there?
I mean, I think it depends in many instances, but the biggest bottleneck across the supply chain right now is absolutely the memory bottlenecks, right? I mean, we've seen it in the stock prices for many of these storage related names. But you kind of look at the shift towards high bandwidth memory, the greater memory that's needed as we shift, especially from high bandwidth memory 3 to high bandwidth memory 4, as Rubin launches in the middle of this year. There is a ton of demand out there for memory, and there's just not enough supply out there. So it's going to result in we think a number of issues in areas specifically across more cyclical areas of the markets, like PCs and smartphones, where they may not even be able to get the actual chips in certain instances. As far as this AI server demand is concerned, though, you're going to see pricing hikes. And again, that's going to have an impact on these hyperscalers and likely need for them to increase spend if they want to sustain some of these cloud-type growth numbers.
Angela, you said you're going to watch for CapEx announcements, and that's kind of been the theme for the last couple of earnings cycles. How much more increases are we going to see in these CapEx budgets, or have the companies pretty much telegraphed what they need to?
Again, I think it depends on the name. So, I think Microsoft did a really good job in kind of ripping off the Band-Aid last quarter in terms of saying, hey, listen, we're going to go from moderating our CapEx spend to actually accelerating the investments that are needed. Didn't throw out exact numbers, but the street is pretty much they understand that Microsoft is probably going to have to continue to increase their spend because of the elevated demand on the cloud side. I will say this from my understanding, I would say there's probably at least 5 to 10% at the very least upside or need to when you look at the CapEx numbers for a Meta and an Alphabet, where you need to at least boost the street numbers out there by at least 5 to 10%, and hopefully that's something that's well understood in the markets.
Angela, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Angela, as you know, he's a senior vice president and equity analyst at CFRA Research. I'm looking at Intel. The stock is down 16% today, so a big decline in the stock. The good news is it's still up 23% year to date, and on a trailing 12-month basis, up 111%. So it's had quite the run. It had the big AI wind at its sail here, but definitely hitting a stumbling block here. Total market cap for Intel, $230 billion. So big name.
They've had to play catch up after a number of years of falling behind the innovation curve, not doing anything with AI, kind of not really getting into mobile. It's a lot to make up for in a small amount of time.
Yeah, and getting the investments from the U.S. government, that helps. Getting the investment from NVIDIA, that helps. So we'll see if they can work their way through some of the supply chain issues going forward. S&P up 15, the Dow minus 200, and the NASDAQ's up 145 points. Red and green on the screen here. The VIX for Tom Keene, 15.3. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City before the snow. We're also streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. Well, TikTok recently and its Chinese parent ByteDance, they have closed the deal to transfer parts of their U.S. operations to American investors, securing the app's future in the U.S. and avoiding a shutdown, which I know is big for the gajillions of folks that are on TikTok. Matthew Schultenhelm joins us here. He's a media litigation analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down there in Washington, D.C. Matt, talk to us about this deal for TikTok. This seems to be, I guess, probably the best outcome for certainly TikTok users. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think this is, getting to be the end of this long, lingering drama, this big open question of how is this effective ban on this app going to play out. This looks like a resolution that should keep TikTok continuing to operate in the United States and under a new structure that is majority owned in the U.S. itself. I think there are real questions about whether this really adheres to all the limits in the law that Congress adopted. But at the same time, I'm not sure there's going to be much will to push back on that at this point. It's looking like this might be the end of this saga, and it might let TikTok continue under this new structure.
So one of the concerns I think a lot of folks kind of carried was didn't want the Chinese government to have access to U.S. Residents' data, their personal information. Do we have safeguards up for that now? Does this deal assure that?
Well, so, at the time that this all played out in the courts, TikTok was pushing for an arrangement called Project Texas, which had Oracle overseeing a lot of this data and protecting it from going, in theory, back to China where it would be at risk. What we see here is sort of a similar arrangement that they ultimately settled on, where Oracle and other U.S. investors run this new entity, and that new entity would be in charge of overseeing U.S. data under Oracle's leadership. So it's a very similar arrangement in that sense. The thing that's sort of not clear here, though, is that the law also says there can't be any sort of operational relationship between the U.S. entity and ByteDance. And when you read through the materials, we don't have the actual contracts here, but when you read through the press release, it doesn't say much at all about limiting any sort of operational relationship between the U.S. entity and ByteDance. That was really an animating concern. So I'm not sure that they've checked all the boxes in that sense, but there are protections here. This is a U.S. entity under Oracle's leadership checking on this data.
Does this arrangement have any precedent for some of the other Chinese companies that operate in the U.S.? I'm thinking like an Alibaba or a Tencent or Baidu. Does that have any application?
It's really difficult to say that this is anything more than a one-off. The TikTok situation sort of drove a unique pushback. It was a strange situation where Congress was aligned on this. And we had Democrats and Republicans joining together saying, absolutely, we need to ban this app unless we fix this. And you haven't really seen anything like that for other apps come together. And especially with President Trump pushing back on this, that really discouraged lawmakers from stepping up on this issue. So I don't really see a lot of read-through to other companies right away.
So this new entity, it's got some private, I guess, equity, American investors, private equity investors. Where does the value accrue here? How does that work? Is there going to be an IPO of this U.S. business at some point, or will it just stay privately held, do you think?
It's really tough to say. We've had some reporting that suggests there's a revenue share arrangement that goes for all of the TikTok data going forward. But it really unclear, we don't have the terms of this arrangement and how it plays out going forward. So a lot of missing details on questions like that, and we're kind of reading between the lines on the press releases. What we know here is this follows the law in the sense that ByteDance ownership falls below 20%, as that was a key term in the law. It's not clear that it goes beyond that. Obviously ByteDance would still own the algorithm here, which was a big driver. And so this new entity doesn't own, the most valuable piece of this business. So that, that definitely limits, future returns for this new entity.
All right, Matt, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate it. Matt Schettenhelm, he is the media litigation analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down there in Washington, D.C. We turn to all things, media space, which is a highly regulated business, the TMT space with the Federal Communications Commissions, among others, and it is highly regulated. So Matt kind of helps us dig through all that stuff, and he has certainly been busy with this TikTok and the ownership of TikTok and ByteDance. Right now, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. Take a quick look of the tape here to close out this morning trading session. S&P up 7 points. The Dow is minus 255 points. That's a 0.5%. The NASDAQ, it's up 110 points. That's a 0.5%. So red and green, no real direction there. Looking at this interest rate space, 10-year Treasury yields pretty steady here. Let's call it 4.25% there. They had been rising over the last 4 or 5 trading days. I'll tell you, there's some action in the oil space. WTI crude oil, it's up about 3% today, $61 and change. That gets your attention. Gold, yet again, it's higher, up $40, right at just $49.80. We are on that 5,000 watch. We'll have more coming up from Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Steve Kathan. Snow, ice, plunging temperatures, all factors in a storm system that figures to make life difficult in much of the country through the weekend. There's concern and anticipation in Arkansas.
It's been a madhouse. Snow pants all weekend.
Got a sled to get pulled around by my roommate. We're making sure it's going to be a good time in the snow.
CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
9 to 12 inches of snowfall from Oklahoma City to Springfield to St. Louis. There's your ice situation, especially east down I-20 towards Shreveport and lower parts of Arkansas. And that's today and through Saturday.
The East Coast gets hit Sunday with more than a foot of snow forecast in many places. One of the FBI's 10 most wanted, former Olympic snowboarder Ryan Wedding, Michael Wallace.
Wedding accused of running a drug trafficking operation and orchestrating the killings of in Mexico.
Escobar. He's a modern-day iteration of El Chapo Guzman.
Investigators say the drug ring used semi-trucks to move cocaine between Colombia, Mexico, Southern California, and Canada. Wedding was a snowboarder for Canada at the 2002 Olympics in Salt Lake City.
Federal officials are defending the move to detain a 5-year-old boy in Minneapolis whose father was targeted by ICE. Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino.
I challenge any other law enforcement agency anywhere nationwide to show me the fantastic care that ICE and U.S. Border Patrol provide children. Don't come across the border illegally, especially don't commit crimes, or there will be consequences.
An official agreement reached now for a mostly American investment group to control TikTok, the popular video app. A U.S. ban had been threatened because it's owned by a Chinese company. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
The takeaway for U.S. consumers is you're still going to have the app. It might look a little bit different in terms of the content, but globally you will still be able to interact with global creators.
On the Health Watch, CBS's Michael George tells us
people with obesity face a higher risk of dementia, including Alzheimer's disease. That's according to a new study in Denmark. Researchers say it's likely high blood pressure, which often comes with obesity, is one factor driving the risk. But they also stress that means that medications that address obesity could potentially help lower cases of dementia.
Renee Fleming is the latest big-name celebrity withdrawing from appearances at the Kennedy Center. It all follows President Trump's move to change management and add his name to the place. Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 250 points. The S&P and NASDAQ are higher. This is CBS News.
spending.
There's a recall of a popular baby toy.
The Consumer Product Safety Commission has issued a recall of Montessori's Yetonamer pull-string teething toys sold on Amazon after 32 reported choking incidents. The CPSC says the brightly colored silicone strings, soft push buttons, and free-spinning rings designed to improve motor skills are all smaller than permitted. The strings can reach the back of a baby's throat and become lodged. That poses a risk of respiratory distress, choking, even death. The toy also comes with a red or blue ball set with discs, buttons, and rings. About 6,800 units are affected. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
A massive purple star sapphire weighing more than 3,500 carats has been unveiled in Sri Lanka. The owners, who are staying anonymous, are ready to sell that gem. It's estimated to be worth at least $300 million. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
China opens the gates for NVIDIA. Welcome to the Friday edition. As Bloomberg News reports exclusively, officials in Beijing have cleared China's top tech companies to start processing orders for NVIDIA's H200 AI chips. We're going to get the latest on this from Bloomberg's Mike Shepard as we get it rolling on a Friday here. And we'll bring you my conversation with the former Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, at the end of a wild week in geopolitics. As the massive winter storm blankets half the country here today, we're watching energy prices with Mike McGlone at Bloomberg Intelligence, and we'll talk the politics of snow with our political panel. Rick and Jeannie are here, so let's get started. As always, first Wall Street and Charlie Pellet with the Friday Trade. He's live at World Headquarters in New York. How's it look?
All right,
today,
now
Charlie?
we are looking higher for the S&P and for NASDAQ, a retreat, Joe Matthew, for the Dow Jones Industrial Averages. Wall Street wraps up a jittery week on a relatively positive note amid renewed enthusiasm about AI and signs of strength in the main engine of the U.S. economy. Mega caps leading gains in stocks, which are higher amidst solid consumer sentiment. So the S&P right now at 69.20, up by just about 0.1%, higher by 7 right now. The Dow does remain lower, down 248, drop there of 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 110, up by about 0.5%. But the Russell 2000 Index is slumping 1.3%. Small caps trailing the U.S. equity benchmark after beating it for 14 days. 10-year, 4.25%. The 2-year, 3.60%. Spot gold now up $47 the ounce, $49.83. The precious metal up by 1%. Silver, the big story today, trading above $100 the ounce. Spot silver now at $100.80 the ounce, up by 4.75%. And Bitcoin up 0.8%, 89,911 on Bitcoin. Wall Street's focus is about to shift to the Fed next week, as well as Chair Jay Powell's news conference on Wednesday afternoon. The latest Bloomberg monthly survey finds economists now expect the Fed will not be cutting interest rates until June. Fiona Tincata is senior analyst at Forex.com.
So the Fed's still also trying to sort of get through that haze of US government shutdown and clear data. So I think the Fed is going to want to see either disinflation continue at a further pace or the jobs market collapse or weaken further in order to be able to comfortably cut interest rates again. And I don't think either of those are coming through at the moment. We're potentially not going to be seeing that until around the June period of the year.
Fiona Tincata, senior analyst at Forex.com, keeping an eye on shares of Intel. After last night's earnings report, Intel now plunging by 16.6%. Other chip names higher. Advanced Micro Devices up 2.1%. NVIDIA, which we will have more on coming up on Balance of Power. NVIDIA up now by 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. Charlie's going to keep tabs on the markets for us today. As always, on Balance of Power, it's great to have you with us on the Friday edition. Our snowstorm edition, we'll have a lot more on the politics of snow as the day progresses here. And Rick and Jeannie certainly have some thoughts when it comes to the impact of this storm on business and politics, whether it's New York City or Dallas. Some interesting challenges coming up here. Thanks for joining us on Bloomberg Radio. We're streaming live on YouTube right now. Meet us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. We'll always save a seat for you here in the studio. Watching shares of NVIDIA, as Charlie just mentioned, not too bad, up $3 today, almost 2%. On a very important story that's coming out of our newsroom that you're not going to hear about anywhere else. China telling Alibaba and the biggest tech firms in China that they can start processing orders for the H200 chips. This is a story that's gone back and forth for months and months, whether we're talking about export controls on the U.S. side or some of the stalling that's been reported on the China side. It'll say, hey, you know, keep your chips, we're making our own. So it looks like this trade is actually about to take place. It's where we start our conversation with Bloomberg's Mike Shepard, who owns this story as our senior editor for technology and strategic industries. Mike, it's great to see you. I recall a conversation that John Micklethwaite had with the CEO at Anthropic. You know this gentleman. He's a very influential guy when it comes to the culture around AI as well as the technology. Yes. He's been warning people about things. Dario Amodei, listen to what he said about the idea of selling these high-end AI chips to China. Listen.
I think it would be a big mistake to ship these chips. You know, the analogy I thought of, if you think about the incredible national security implications of building models that are essentially cognition, that are essentially intelligence, right? I've called where we're going with this a country of geniuses in a data center, right? So imagine 100 million people smarter than any Nobel Prize winner, and it's going to be under the control of one country or another. So I think this is crazy. I think it's, you know, it's a bit like, you know, I don't know, like selling you know, nuclear weapons to North Korea.
That's quite an analogy. He says it's crazy. Mike, this administration does not agree.
No, the administration disagrees. But the point that Dario Amodei is making there is that if you give China access to these advanced semiconductors from NVIDIA and from AMD to help power AI development on the training and inference side, well, you are allowing some of the model makers in the country, which are competing with companies like Anthropic, like OpenAI, and like others here in the U.S., for that global share of the market. So whose version of AI, in essence, is what he is saying, will the world be adopting? Will it be one from a more open society or one from a more closed society? So that is sort of the question he is raising there. But the administration has argued in turn that, look, China is a juggernaut in this area, and the only way to compete with China globally is to do so in its own market, in the hardware space. But they also view it as not just a hardware equation. We've heard Jensen Huang talk about artificial intelligence as this 5-layer cake. It starts with the hardware, but then it goes all the way up to the software that companies like Anthropic and OpenAI and others develop and use for AI.
So was China just playing coy before? At one point, it was disincentivizing Chinese companies. They said they wouldn't even accept the chips at one point. China wants NVIDIA chips or AMD, right? This is a commodity.
This is a great question, Joe, because we don't really have as clear a picture into what their desires and wishes are on this. And there is some sort of an internal conflict there, just as there is here. You mentioned it at the top that they are promoting their own domestic champions, and that includes Huawei Technologies, which of course is subject to U.S. blacklisting for several years, and Cambricon Technologies too, which is making inroads in chip making as well. They would like to see some of these domestic champions really emerge as leaders in chip making for China internally, but then also for export externally to other markets in Latin America, in Africa, to the Middle East, you name it. And what they see is like, wait, the dilemma, if we allow the American tech stack to come in, we end up competing and perhaps cannibalizing some of our own chip makers. And yet the demand from some of the hyperscalers in China, Tencent, Alibaba, ByteDance are all among the potential customers cited in our scoop from early this morning. They really need those chips to be able to make the kinds of advances that they want.
What do you make of the stock reaction or lack thereof? You tell me, because Jensen Wong had said, we've got a zero on right on the China line item here in our forecast. So any business in China would be gravy on top of what NVIDIA is already doing. It's up a couple of bucks. Were investors expecting this?
Well, investors have been expecting it, but there is also a little bit of caution because China is still only engaging with the potential buyers, and we don't really have a sense of what the quantities and amounts will be based on, and what sort of baseline the U.S. government will actually be using, Joe, to determine exactly how many licenses for how many chips will be ultimately issued. So there is sort of an X factor lingering out there about just how much of a sale will this be to what is the world's largest semiconductor market for NVIDIA.
You know, Intel is having a rough ride today, kind of the opposite side of the coin here. It's down 16% right now. It's had a massive run-up. Forecast didn't make anybody happy last night. Does this say more about the run-up into earnings or the fact that we are actually going to see a slowdown?
Well, it is a little bit of both. And the new CEO, Lip-Bu Tan, who has forged a chummy relationship with President Donald Trump since he took over from Beck Gelsinger. He's met with the president at the White House at least twice, and one of the earlier meetings actually led to the U.S. government committing to taking as much as a 10% stake in the chip maker, and the idea was to try to give it a bit of a boost. And Donald Trump always wants a little bit of a piece of the action when he can find it, and especially for the U.S. government in this case. But what Lip-Bu Tan is warning about is something that a lot of analysts and observers have recognized fundamentally, is the chicken and egg problem. And this is one that if Intel is going to secure customers, it has to be able to show that it can produce efficiently, and it has to get its yield of usable chips much higher than it currently has right now. And that was a problem that the CEO identified during the call yesterday. And overall, the forecast was a big letdown for investors who've come to expect more from the chip maker than they've been getting.
That's great context, Mike. I've got to ask you about TikTok since you're here. You and I spent many hours talking about this deal when people were laughing at the idea. It closed. TikTok seals the deal to operate in the U.S. after years of drama. Our headline: what will be the test here for Oracle and the others to prove that this is working?
They will have to, it will be a test on a couple of different levels. One will be to show users here in the U.S. that there won't be any disruption or disturbance in the force when it comes to the way that they have been using the app. There are a lot of people who use it for, of course, entertainment purposes. That, you know, it's just fun to look at your feed and see what's coming in, whatever videos you might like to take in. But there are a lot of other people who use it for business purposes. There are small businesses that actually operate and have little storefronts on TikTok and try to sell their wares. And TikTok is also trying to get into more of the e-commerce space itself to try to compete on a certain level with Amazon and with other platforms. So the measure will be, you know, the user experience and whether people really notice something, and if they feel that there is any change in their experience and engagement with it under the new U.S. owned and led operation.
Are you on TikTok now that this is, do we all go on TikTok now, James? Now they can't get our data, right?
Yeah, and that is one of the other benchmarks, and especially for lawmakers here in Washington, Joe, and that is
they're already on TikTok,
well,
aren't they?
many of them are, but there are just as many with misgivings about the platform because of the national security concerns that led to the call for the ban. So the question is the company able to demonstrate that the data on U.S. users truly is hived off from ByteDance, the former Chinese parent, which still has a pretty big investment stake and something of a say in the company?
Boy, I'm going to have to ask my kid, right? How do I get on TikTok now?
We can open an account together. What do you think?
I'll do that with you if you want. We can test this out live on the air. NVIDIA going into China, cats and dogs living together.
It's a whole show.
It's a whole show. Let it snow. We'll talk about that later. Up next, our conversation with Mike Pence on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow lower. The S&P, NASDAQ, they are both advancing. Small caps underperforming today with the Russell 2000 index down 1.3%. S&P does remain higher, up 8, 69.21, gain of 0.1%. NASDAQ up 117, up 0.5. The Dow lower by 233, drop there of 0.5%. The VIX just above 15, 10-year 4.24% with the 2-year currently yielding 3.60%. Gold is surging $50 the ounce, up another 1% to $49.86. Silver, though, the big metal story. We've got silver at $100.92 now, advancing 4.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.5%, closing in on 61 again, 60.87 a barrel on WTI, while Bitcoin up 1.2% and back above 90,260 now on Bitcoin. Apple is accusing the European Commission of using, quote, political delay tactics to postpone new app policies as a pretense to investigate and fine the iPhone maker. Right now, we do have Apple shares. They are trading today little changed. Apple shares, as we check on the Bloomberg AAPL on the ticker, Apple right now is trading higher by 25 cents. Recapping, S&P up 9, gain there of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Joe Matthew is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. And watching shares of iVision Tech. You check this story? Did you guys see Emmanuel Macron with the shades the other day? We were having a serious conversation about geopolitics, so I didn't point it out when it happened. But he showed up with like mirror shades, like cop shades, Cartman glasses. And when people got a look at this, everybody wanted to get a pair, apparently. The stock, iVision Tech, SPA, jumping more than 60% across 3 sessions. Its biggest 3-day run ever. Stock debuted in 2023. The man who runs the company, the CEO, Stefano Fulcier, hope I'm pronouncing it right, says after Macron's speech in Davos, the website crashed due to the volume of orders. The double or laminate aviators are apparently the toast of Davos. A lot of takeaways from the big trip. The president back in town, of course, and we talked a lot about geopolitics over the course of this week, trying to put it all together here with many questions about what happens with the future of Greenland, with a concept of a framework of a plan. And it's where I started my conversation last evening with the former Vice President Mike Pence. We talked about a lot of things, including the president's approach to geopolitics, and specifically when it comes to Greenland, knowing he didn't like the approach that the president was taking, but he agrees with Donald Trump when it comes to the national security interest on behalf of the United States. I asked him if it was worth all the trouble and the angst among our NATO allies. Here he is.
It was actually back in 2018 when I was vice president that President Trump first expressed an interest in adding Greenland to the United States, either as a territory or beyond, much in the way we purchased Alaska, much in the way Thomas Jefferson purchased the Louisiana Purchase. And, you know, I really do believe, Joe, that there is a national security case to be made. The Arctic has become much more active with regard to military incursions by China and Russia, and having that platform permanently for the United States, as well as all the mineral rights, is key. I had concerns, of course, about any suggestion that we would use military force against the territory of a NATO ally. That would be unacceptable. I also had concerns about the president threatening more unilateral tariffs against countries that wouldn't agree with turning Greenland over to the United States. So I like a lot of people over there in Davos, I welcome the announcement of a framework. Sounds like there'll be additional opportunities for a permanent military base as well as mining. And I think that sets into motion a process that could well someday in the future give way to Greenland being a part of the United States as a territory. Sure. I mean, you look at it, the U.S. Virgin Islands were a part of Denmark back in the day. Those were purchased. But to me, this should always have been a process of evolution and not, anything more abrupt than that. And so I want to commend the president for finding a way forward and a framework that at least leaves open the opportunity for a future with Greenland and the United States, but also in the immediate term deals with real national security concerns and the ability to do resource development.
To the point that we cannot now, is there, again, I know we're still learning what's in the deal because we actually don't have a completed deal, but we have great access to Greenland now, correct? What was it in that first term that you wanted you couldn't get?
Well, quite honestly, since 1951, we've had a treaty with Denmark that's allowed us to have a virtually unlimited military placement. We only have about 200 soldiers there today, but we've had up to 10,000 in the past. But in terms of the development of permanent bases, I think the president yesterday used the term, when he was asked about the duration of the agreement, I think he said forever.
That's right.
I'm not sure the previous treaty fell in that category. Okay. So, if there is a new long-term arrangement that addresses our very real and ongoing security concerns in the region, as well as expands our ability to develop the resources that are there, I welcome that. But I welcome it through negotiation and not the kind of tactics that were being talked about before.
I think a lot of our NATO allies were surprised to hear the president suggest that he did not believe they would be there to defend the United States if called upon in an Article 5 violation. You, of course, were in Washington when the only one triggered ever took place on behalf of the United States, and I think we've all heard to the extent to which that the Danes were involved in responding on our behalf. To hear the Secretary General of NATO say it pains him to hear that, you don't believe that our NATO allies would not be there for us in a time of need, do you?
Well, history's a teacher.
Yeah.
I was here in Washington. I was a freshman member of Congress, Joe, on 9/11, and I watched our European allies initiate Article 5 and go to war to defend our country, and they did that. And so I thought it was regrettable the president speculated about Europe's willingness to stand with the NATO alliance and stand with the United States. I have every confidence. This is the greatest alliance in the history of the free world, and my hope is that the progress that they made in reaching an agreement over Greenland suggests that better days are ahead for the United States and our important allies in Europe.
Sure, and a lot of American blood and treasure was spent to build that alliance, as we know. Enter the Board of Peace. We just saw some images of President Trump at the signing ceremony earlier today. This is an interesting assembly of world leaders, 20 nations, many of them not considered allies, including Lukashenko, Vladimir Putin. Are these men of peace?
Joe, well, let's take a half step back and say, I've walked through the communities in Israel that were struck on October the 7th. And I want to give President Trump great credit for standing with Israel as they did what needed to be done to take down Hamas and to secure a ceasefire that continues to hold to this day, even taking action against Iran's nuclear program that was historic and important. The Board of Peace as a concept for the future of Gaza, I think, is a welcome one. I was disappointed to see the addition of Russia and the presence of other representatives of authoritarian regimes and the absence of European allies on the Board of Peace. Look, we all hope for a future with Gaza that is peaceful and prosperous, and that Hamas is utterly disarmed. No longer a threat to the people of Israel and to the region. But I think the Board of Peace itself ought to first be comprised of nations that have a demonstrated commitment to freedom and to peace, and Russia doesn't make that list.
Well, it's important that you went back to Gaza in your answer, because that was supposed to be the charge of this board. It seems that it will be potentially used on a global level, and that the president's chairmanship will outlive his presidency. We're not going to be in a world in which a Board of Peace with Vladimir Putin is helping to set the way forward in Ukraine, for instance, are we?
More than 3 years ago, Vladimir Putin launched a brutal and unprovoked invasion against Ukraine that rages to this day. I thought President Zelensky's remarks today in Davos were important and on point. And I for my part, think that whatever these structures are, I've always been someone dubious of all these different committees at the United Nations, and now we've got a board of peace. What we need is the free world to be locking arms together against authoritarian regimes that would seek to redraw international lines by force. And my hope is that nations in Europe will heed Zelensky's call to take even more decisive action. And I think the time has come for the United States Senate to pass those strong secondary sanctions against nations that are fueling the Russian war machine through the purchase of oil. President Trump, I am told, informed Senator Graham that he would support the bill now more than 2 weeks ago. I don't know what the holdup is. I think it's time that we put even more pressure on. The way to peace is not through boards. The way to peace is through strength and showing Vladimir Putin that the free world will not stand idly by while he wages this unprovoked invasion against Ukraine.
Well, as you and I speak, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are having a late-night meeting with Vladimir Putin. And after what you just mentioned, the comments from President Zelensky earlier today in Davos, how you rationalize these parallel negotiations that are underway, and if, Mr. Vice President, is there any reason why we should expect anything different from Putin this time?
Vladimir Putin doesn't want peace.
So is this a waste of time?
He wants Ukraine.
Yeah.
And I have met Vladimir Putin. I've stood closer than I am to you. I've told him things he didn't want to hear. And I have never had any illusions about the man. Vladimir Putin has made it clear for now more than a quarter century that his ambition in life is to reassert that old Soviet sphere of influence. And Ukraine is a part of that. Crimea in Ukraine was a part of that. But his ambitions don't stop there. And I hold the view that now is not the time for more talk, more summits, more conversation. It's time for action. And having nations free up those frozen Russian assets, as European powers are discussing, make them available to Ukraine, but also, again, passing those strong secondary sanctions that President Trump has said he would sign out of the United States Senate, sending them to the president's desk, putting real constraints on the energy industry in a Russia that fuels their war machine is the way to go. Peace through strength has always been the American path in my adult life, and it's still the answer today.
With us live here in our Washington bureau, the former Vice President Mike Pence. You can check out the whole interview online or on the terminal. He told us as well that he is hopeful the Supreme Court will strike down President Trump's tariff regime when it finally rules on that. The former Vice President in town today for the March for Life, where the current Vice President J.D. Vance will be delivering the headline speech. We'll assemble our political panel next to check out the storm for you. Stay with us on Balance of Power, only here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Silver takes out $101. Stocks trading mix. The Dow lower, S&P, NASDAQ, they are both advancing. S&P right now up 769.21. Gain there of just about 0.1%. Wall Street wrapping up a jittery week with a relatively positive performance amid renewed enthusiasm about AI and signs of strength in the main engine of the world's largest economy. The Dow trading lower, down 263 right now, down 0.5%. Goldman, Caterpillar, American Express, J.P. Morgan Chase weighing on the Dow. S&P higher by 5 points, little changed, up under 0.1%. And NASDAQ up now by 0.5%. The Russell 2000 index underperforming today. That index down by 1.5%. 10-year 4.25%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.60%. Gold now surging 1%, 49.85. How soon till we hit 5K? Silver, major story there, up 5%, another 5% today. Silver now at $101.06. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%, 61.03 a barrel. And natural gas pushing higher, up by just about 1%. We'll have a whole lot more on commodities, specifically going to focus on natural gas, also silver, with our Mike McGlone coming up in just a moment. Bank of America and Citigroup are exploring options they could offer up as an olive branch to satisfy President Trump's demand to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for a year. Herman Chan is a senior bank analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence.
We view any potential rollout with a 10% rate cap as a PR win for the administration, and it really would reduce some of the overhang for the card issuing banks that we cover. Since that tweet that came out, let's say 10, 14 days ago, the bank stocks are down for our coverage about 5 to 8%. So it has weighed on some of the sentiment.
Herman Chan of Bloomberg Intelligence, and yes, banks lower again today. Bank of America down 1.5%. Citigroup shares down by 1.1%. Again, bears repeating, the surge in silver continues, now at $101. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Unbelievable. Charlie, thank you so much. We'll have to check on the situation on Wall Street in about 20 minutes when Charlie comes back to join us here live from World Headquarters in New York. Good luck finding a shovel. I'm guessing it's the deal in New York, just like here in D.C. Just had a little birdie telling me they're all sold out at Lowe's. I was watching the tip sheets this morning. You can't get groceries either, depending on where you are. The Capitol Hill Trader Joe's and the one over on 14th Street, empty shelves. It reminded me of the old Soviet Safeway on 17th Street. They still call it that? And probably not. We're in an age of abundance, after all. But look, this is for real, and we're watching the social media account here. The Washington, D.C. Snowball Fight Association. If you're not following them, you're missing out a lot. The D.C. SFA's War Council, I'm reading right from the post on X, is getting closer to a call on a season kickoff battle this Sunday. If you want to be there for the fight, likely in the late morning before the sleep begins, keep you posted. Where do you want a big snowball fight to be in D.C., they're asking? Let us know here. Capitol Weather Gang is apparently involved in this as well. I'm going to dispatch producer James to head on down to that snowball fight to get some scoop for us on Monday. All the while, natural gas prices are up more than 60% this week. Or if you're cool, like they say in the financial news, it's nat gas. You have to call it nat because it takes too long to say natural gas. And I'll note as well, as we all wait for this storm to come crashing through Dallas to D.C., ice, snow, frigid cold temps, it is currently 80 degrees in Miami. Feels like 90, reminding us that Mike McGlone is smarter than most of us. The commodities analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence is with us right now, and it's great to see you, Mike. Happy Friday. Nat gas, I'm going to say it like the cool guys, is surging right now, and I'm just curious why exactly, because we're supposed to be swimming in natural gas. We're exporting it around the world. Is this because we need more pipe or we need more supply? What's happening?
Well, the main issue right now is the weather, and the real cool guys just say natty. But I'm not real cool, so we'll say natural gas. The key thing is we've had There you go, natty. That's natural gas. And for crude, they say WTI, which is, or they just say TI, which is really cool. So what's a major cold spell? So obviously you're talking about major cold spell. The markets front run that, but here's the key thing about natural gas. That was a bit of a surprise. So much for global warming with these winters getting very much colder. But the bottom line is natural gas on the screen right now is right around $5 per MMBTU. This time next week, it'll be $3.60 because we're going to switch to that March contract. March starts thinking about tulips popping up pretty soon. And you know what happens, that demand cools down. The key thing to think about natural gas is we have to ask ourselves the question, is that elasticity of supply, every time it gets to near $5 per MMBTU for almost 20 years, going to go away? I think it's going to be stronger than ever and push it back lower later in the year. So as we get to this point next year, we'll be worried about a colder than normal winter. The market will price for it, inventories will build up for it, and supply should come on to plan for it. And then the problem will be, we better get that colder than normal winter, or prices will go back down to 2.
Fascinating. Producer James thinks you're drinking natty ice down there, Mike, so we want to be careful. The president sounds like you. He just put on social media, record cold wave expected to hit 40 states. Rarely seen anything like it before. Could the environmental insurrectionists please explain whatever happened to global warming? I do not have an answer on that. But what could this look like post-storm? Will we see a little relaxation here, or are the shorts going to take over?
Well, that's a key thing. The front contract, that February contract, got overcome with some short covering. We squeezed them all out. It expires next week, and it's gone. The rest of the futures, yeah, there's so much short, but they're still hanging in those lower levels. The bottom line is the weather has to stay. That demand pull of colder normal weathers, heating degree days has to stay there, and the supply has not come on. You have to mention President Trump because his bias is lower energy prices. We've seen what he did in Venezuela, and we've seen his methods. And by the way, we can bring on more natural gas rather quickly. We do every time it goes up. So I'm not worried about it. The key thing to remember, though, is if I'm wrong and it stays above 5, that has implications for bond yields. One thing that also happened this year, that bond yield bumped up to around 5%, 4.94. If natural gas stays higher, remember, it's the #1 measure of heat, electricity, and fertilizer in this country. That's going to be inflationary. And what I think Mr. Trump's not going to like that. So I think there'll be ways for it to do what it normally does, revert lower.
Okay, great. It's great to see you. Mike, 80 degrees, huh? You going to take a little walk after this and feel bad for us?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm lucky. Bloomberg Intelligence allowed me to come here. So,
you know, the smartest guys in the room, Bloomberg Intelligence. Miami, Mike McGlone, we do appreciate it. Drinking the Natty Light with producer James. Bloomberg Intelligence senior commodities strategist. And so, you know, we get now to the big test, the snow test for politicians. This is real. Whether you're Governor Greg Abbott in Texas or you're Mayor Zohran Mamdani in New York, you might have seen the headline this morning in the New York Post, kind of says it all. Mamdani says New York kids can forget snow days. I'm not sure this is a good start. He did have a briefing earlier on preparations in the city. Here's Mayor Mamdani.
This weekend is going to be cold. It is going to be windy. And above all else, it is going to be a weekend where your city is prepared. Across every single level of government, we are working together to ensure that our streets are being kept clear, that New Yorkers are safeguarded, and that the most vulnerable among us are being connected with shelter. While we are still waiting to make a final decision on whether school will be in person or virtual, we will communicate that decision to families by noon on Sunday. That is going to be a decision between in-person learning and remote learning. I have to apologize to the students that were hoping for a different answer. For a traditional snow day, that will not be the case.
Whoa, what's going on around here? There's no more snow days? Is this just New York? Remember, they said this would happen during COVID, since we can all clearly get on Zoom and do remote learning or whatever, but I feel for the kids in New York. We assembled our political panel for their thoughts on all of this. Rick and Jeannie are both here. They're bracing for the storm, too. Bloomberg Politics contributors, Jeannie Shanzano, Democracy, visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick Davis, partner Stone Court Capital, a Republican strategist. It's great to see both of you. Jeannie, you're an educator. I mean, we'll remind everybody, you're a professor at Iona College. What is the mayor thinking?
he's disappointing those young people. But I'll tell you, Joe, he learned the first lesson about governing New York City, which is do not go on vacation when there is a pending storm. So he's starting off right. Yeah, the kids may be disappointed with this new technology that allows remote learning, but the most important thing is that he cleans up those streets. And we've seen politicians of all stripes go down, you know, Mayor Lindsay famously in New York City. But we've also seen it benefit. People don't remember, like Mike Dukakis. You're from Massachusetts, Mike Dukakis. He made his national name on the 78 storm. So there's good and bad here, Joe. A lot of politics and your future when you're a politician depends on your ability to manage the response to the weather.
Well, that's absolutely right, Rick. Weigh in. By the way, I don't know what you think of the mayor with the sharp emergency management jacket, but he seems like he's in action here. How carefully, how brutally might he be graded on the response?
Well, he certainly looks like an establishment figure, so I don't know if that's what he was working for. But I think it's great. He is teaching every young child in New York City to hate socialists. I think it's a good start. So, you know, from my perspective, ideologically, he's right there where you want him. Look, it is going to determine his administration's first year as to how they respond to this snow. Certainly, he's hoping for the lightest weather he can get. But it happens to everybody. There's not a New York mayor who can escape it. There's always going to be, in your term of office, some kind of winter storm where people who don't get their garbage picked up, people who don't get their streets plowed, people who have no shops to shop in are going to blame the mayor. Most important job in America. We'll see how he does.
Well, that's right. We got the storm footage out now. Cece's got the salt trucks getting loaded up here. It's getting pretty exciting. Jeannie, it's not just the mayor of New York, as I mentioned. This storm could have a very different impact for the governor of Texas, remembering what happened to the grid in Texas last time there was a major ice storm. They're not really built for this, of course, in the Lone Star State, although big enhancements have reportedly been made. Well, not reportedly, they have been made and invested in the grid. The question is, what will it be able to withstand? Texas is about to find out, Jeannie. How big of a deal is this for Greg Abbott?
It's enormously important. And of course, to my vacation point, Joe, that was one of the times when Ted Cruz got hit for not being in Texas. So politicians, storm coming, you're away. Don't be Marion Barry or Chris Christie. Go home or stay home. That's the rule. And then, of course, the infrastructure. You got to keep that grid up and running. That's going to be a challenge. They have made improvements in Texas, but it is enormously important for Governor Abbott. But also, let's not forget, for Donald Trump, for Kristi Noem, whose department is now heading FEMA. And we understand that amongst the many people they fired this year, the notices that went out were halted in the last few days because they saw this storm coming and they realized, heck, we need these people on the ground. Rick is, sort of messing with our mayor here, Mamdani, saying the kids aren't going to like the socialists. But I'll tell you, the parents will like it because the kids will be occupied. But you know what people really aren't going to like is if Donald Trump and Kristi Noem don't have people in FEMA on the ground to address the situation. Government matters. You can't just fire public workers willy-nilly.
Yeah, that's right. I did, by the way, we were just looking at the plows and that footage there. We had this on the late edition there because they're going to get hit in Tennessee as well. A lot of southern states are trying to sort of figure out how to manage this. The Dolly Plowton plow, they all have cute names on them stuck out. There it is if you're with us on YouTube. Rick, Texas is one thing. Then there's the White House, of course. President Trump not in Palm Beach this weekend. Do you think it's because of the storm? Would he get some blowback for playing golf this weekend?
Well, just a note on Texas. I think I read this morning that Ted Cruz is taking a trip. So, I mean, like, some people just don't learn. There's got to be something keeping the president in the White House. I mean, he's normally down in the winter White House in Mar-a-Lago on the weekends. I can't imagine that he can't monitor the storms in 40 states from there. Maybe it's because Florida's going to be cold too. And, if the greens are frozen, you can't tee off. So why not stay at home? Or, I mean, maybe he's doing something related to the new ballroom. I mean, maybe he's got to get in there and make sure that the basement's dug right. I don't know. I mean, he's a developer in his heart.
Laguna Beach. That's where Ted Cruz is going, Rick. You know it's Southern California pretty well. Does that matter, Jeannie? We're just about out of time. If you stay in the U.S., is it still a problem?
It's a problem because he's out of his own state, Joe. Ted, message, get back to Texas. He's got to go.
Okay. We'll meet you. We'll meet you at Laguna Beach for the weekend. It sounds pretty nice to me, as a matter of fact. I guess that's better than the Dominican Republic. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
From Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
America braces for the storm. Welcome to the Friday edition as Winter Storm Fern gathers momentum, threatening power outages from Dallas to D.C. difficult conditions from New York to Norfolk. We're going to talk about the challenge facing the power grid in states like Texas with Bloomberg's Josh Saul. And we're going to spend some time with Deanne Criswell, the former FEMA administrator, about preparations already underway. Republican Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis of New York will join us as well. Weigh in on the storm, and as we told you yesterday, a judge in New York ruling that her district must be redrawn. We'll have reaction, and we'll spend time with our political panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the hour. We start, as always, on Wall Street, where it's not been a very great session so far. Charlie Pellet has the latest on the Friday trade from New York. Charlie?
Hi, thank you very much. And right now we are looking at a down day on the S&P. Last update, we told you stocks higher. Right now, we got the S&P trading lower, down 10, drop there of just about 0.1%, holding at 69.03 on the S&P. The Dow lower all day, now lower by 389 points. That is a drop of just about 0.8%. NASDAQ, though, big tech holding on to gains. NASDAQ up 50, up 0.2%. NASDAQ 100 index also up 0.2%. Interestingly, though, the Russell 2000 index breaking a trend, trading lower right now. That index of small cap shares down 1.8%. 10-year 4.25%, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.60%. Spot gold surging $35 the ounce to $49.71. That is a gain of 0.7%. History for silver today, now trading at $101.05 on silver. That is a gain of 5%. Again, a record on silver. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3%, 61.16 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now up 1.4%, 90,450 on Bitcoin. Equity news, look at Intel. It is now plunging by 17.1%. This after CEO Lip Bhutan gave a lackluster forecast and warned that the chipmaker was struggling with manufacturing problems. So again, Intel down 17%. Other chip names, though, higher. AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, up 1.2%. NVIDIA up by 1.3%. Again, recapping here, S&P lower by 0.1%. Silver, major story today, trading above $101 the ounce. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, we do thank you. Watching shares of Home Depot rising, up about $2. Not so great for Lowe's. It's down a fraction as both have trouble keeping the shovels and the salt in stock. Everyone's making a big run on stores like these. I haven't even mentioned the grocery stores, at least here in Washington, D.C. We're seeing empty shelves in a lot of locations. So there's a big economic impact here when it comes to this storm. Companies are moving things around the country, and of course preparations are being made on the federal and state and local levels here to deal with whatever Mother Nature throws at us. A lot of this could include ice, and in a place like Texas, that's a big problem. This is a problem anywhere in the states that are most well-equipped for storms, but in Texas, it's a big challenge, and knowing that the state's history is a difficult one here with an independent grid that failed severely in the last ice storm. There are big concerns about whether the enhancements that have been made will be enough. This is why we wanted to spend some time with Bloomberg Energy reporter Josh Saul with the prospect, as you can see on the screen on TV or YouTube now, that we're looking at the potential for massive blackouts across the southern states. Josh Saul covers energy for us and is with us now from New York. It's great to see you, Josh. How difficult is this storm going to be, for instance, in the state of Texas?
A couple of things that are unusual about this storm, just how big it is. It stretches across the entire country, and Texas specifically going to see real challenges Monday morning. The amount of demand that the cold is going to place on the grid as people try to keep their houses warm makes it really difficult for the state's power system to keep up with that. We could see a record in energy demand, and that's going to be tough for the grid, just like we saw back in Winter Storm Uri.
Really interesting. It's 47 degrees right now in Dallas. It's going to be 27 degrees by the beginning of the day tomorrow, it looks like, if I'm reading this correctly. When we consider temps like these, the impact of ice and so forth, should we be concerned about more than Texas? This is going to be wreaking havoc across a lot of southern states.
Up to 170 million Americans affected by this storm. It's going to stretch all the way from Texas up to New York City, where we're expecting a huge amount of snow on Monday. And that cold weather, which is pushing down a polar vortex, kind of pushing down from the Arctic, pushing cold temperatures down to places like Texas and even New York that don't normally experience temperatures that cold, that has the potential to freeze power lines, damage trees that drop into power lines. It could shut off power in many places across the U.S. So utilities have thousands of workers standing by, ready to deal with those. I was happy to hear you mention shovels and salt flying out of stores as people prepare, because we really would urge people across the United States to take this seriously and prepare for both bad weather when the storm hits, and because of the continuing cold weather, snow that will stick around for days, snarling traffic and flights and all kinds of travel for days after the storm hits.
How much ice does it take to tear down power lines?
You know, it depends. You have different kinds of power lines, from local distribution lines to the big transmission lines. But when ice builds up, it's really heavy, and that can damage, take out, or even tear down, even drag to the ground power lines. And what we're seeing is we're getting a lot of moisture coming up from the Gulf, and that combined with the cold air coming down from above, moisture plus cold air, that's how you make snow, that's how you make freezing rain, that's how you make ice, and all of that together has the potential to snarl travel and make things really difficult and even potentially deadly for just a historically large amount of the U.S.
When a power grid goes down, like we saw in Texas during that last massive ice storm, what happens to the infrastructure, and how difficult is it to bring it back up?
Well, utilities do a lot of work to make sure that they're keeping lights on, keeping criticals, places like emergency response. But homes be left out a lot of those equations. If the power goes, people are going to be on dealing with anything from talking to people, operators, with their dogs, people do, especially in places like Texas, where now turning the energy doing that right, and it's not as simple as turning the lights back on in a room that's gone dark.
Boy, this is going to be something. Quite a weekend ahead, Josh. Thank you. I'm sure you're going to be working overtime. This is Winter Storm Fern, as I mentioned. I was looking at the storm. I don't know how we're already on F. Gianna comes next, followed by Hernando. You start looking down the line. Some of these are interesting. We could have, if we have a tough enough winter, be looking at Winter Storm Wolfgang as we make our way through the alphabet. It's not just Texas, as we mentioned. It's a big swath of the country, and it's going to go as far north as New York and even creep into New England here. And some of the forecasts that we've been seeing from New York are severe, up to 16 inches, one of the most read stories on the terminal in just the last 24 hours. And of course, this is a big test for New York City and for its new mayor, Zohran Mamdani, who held a news briefing earlier today to talk about preparations. Here he is.
This weekend is going to be cold, it is going to be windy, and above all else, it is going to be a weekend where your city is prepared. Across every single level of government, we are working together to ensure that our streets are being kept clear, that New Yorkers are safeguarded, and that the most vulnerable among us are being connected with shelter. While we are still waiting to make a final decision on whether school will be in person or virtual, we will communicate that decision to families by noon on Sunday. That is going to be a decision between in-person learning and remote learning. I have to apologize to the students that were hoping for a different answer. For a traditional snow day, that will not be the case.
Wow, snow days are canceled. That might be the biggest headline we have so far out of New York, as we add the voice of Deanne Criswell. The former administrator of FEMA, the U.S. Federal Emergency Management Agency, probably has a jacket like the one that the mayor was just wearing there. Deanne, it's great to have you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. Could you just give us a sense of the scale of this storm? Is incredible. When FEMA is facing something that's impacting this many states, how much of a challenge is it to get material and equipment in place before it arrives?
Joe, you're right. This is a gigantic storm. And when I look at the maps, it covers 7 of FEMA's 10 regions. right? That's 2/3 of all of the FEMA regions are going to be impacted by this, close to 200 million people. And that's where FEMA has the ability to have these centralized stockpiles of equipment ready to move out to states as they identify any needs. And so the goal here is to pre-position where you can, especially areas that are going to get a lot of snow, because once the snow comes in, it's going to be harder to move those in. But they only do that at the request of the state. And as the states are putting their plans in place, they can request these resources from FEMA. They can move those in. These are things like generators, because it is going to be a prolonged power outage. But things like blankets or food and water to help stock some of the shelters. All of that activity is happening right now, and they'll continue to work through the weekend with each of the states that are impacted to get them what they need.
Yeah. We're watching shares of Generac and CAT both head lower today, interestingly, knowing that there's going to be massive demand for generators. We've been having a specific conversation about Texas, of course, Deanne, for good reason. And you know a lot about what happened in Texas in 2001. As we remind everybody, that took place shortly before you were sworn in as FEMA administrator in April of 2021. So you essentially had to help clean all of this up. I'm wondering what recommendations you made to Texas and if they were received, knowing that Texas has an independent grid.
Yeah, one of the biggest things is first helping to educate the public, right? And I think you heard a lot of that already with your last speaker, right? How do you get people to understand what is going to happen to them, and that this is going to be a prolonged power outage, so they can take the steps right now to make sure that they can keep themselves and their families safe. But then the second part of that is, how do you harden that grid? How do you put mitigation measures in place to reduce the impact? You're not going to get rid of the impact completely. And I know that we worked with Texas and we worked with the power companies to, work through the different programs that the Department of Energy has or that FEMA has and which ones are eligible, to create systems that can protect those exposed power lines during a storm like this. But you're never going to stop it completely. And so they have to work hand in hand, those private utilities with the local emergency management, the state emergency management, so they can do everything they can to get the power restored to those critical infrastructure facilities first, and then get everything else back online. But it does take time, and that's why people need to act today, and they need to act now to make sure they have what they need.
I have to ask you about manpower at FEMA, and I don't want to get too political with you here, DM, but the fact of the matter is the Federal Emergency Management Agency had to halt planned terminations of some temporary disaster relief workers because of the storm. I don't know if these people will be let go after the storm, but following the changes that we've seen at FEMA since the Trump administration came back into Washington, and knowing that there's been a lot of push and pull over the role that FEMA should be playing versus the states, does the agency have the people it needs?
Well, they certainly are down staff, right? They've already lost several thousand people, and that creates a strain on the existing personnel that are still there. You have people that are stationed at headquarters that are working in the National Response Coordination Center right now, preparing for this storm, working with our federal partners like the Department of Energy, the Department of Defense, and others. But you also have personnel in the regions, and these folks in the regions are the ones that are connecting directly with the state directors. But with the loss of staff, it just makes it harder. It makes it harder to keep up with the demand, with the requests, and helping to support those communities. And I think as we continue to see potential changes in the emergency management enterprise and more financial responsibility going to state and locals, then I can see you could start scaling back some of the staff at FEMA. But I'm hopeful that what they saw with the onset of this storm is not going to be any different than maybe an onset during hurricane season, is that until all of those changes are made and more responsibility, financial responsibility is assumed at the state and local level, you still need those federal people to help implement those programs. And so it just takes time to make those kind of changes. And when you indiscriminately don't renew some of these contracts without understanding the role that they play, it just makes longer recoveries, longer support for the American people that need help when they need it most.
Well, it certainly makes sense. FEMA lost more than 3,700 employees, about 14% of the agency last year, thanks to the federal workforce cuts. The ones we're talking about here, on-call response recovery employees, core, the cadre of on-call response recovery employees. Some have multi-year contracts. Will we see more contractors as full-timers are shown the door?
Well, I think it's kind of a misnomer, and I just want to clarify there.
Yeah.
So this cadre of on-call response employees, they are on 2-year or 4-year appointments. These are federal employees just through a different hiring authority. They're not contractors in the sense where you see private sector firms coming in. And so typically they're on for 2 years or 4 years, and every 2 years or 4 years, then that appointment gets renewed. If you continue to not renew those appointments, you're losing critical staff. These are the people that make up the core, the heartbeat of the disaster response reporters directly in the field with a state or a local jurisdiction or in a regional office. When you lose those personnel, you lose not just numbers, but you lose knowledge, you lose institutional knowledge, you lose expertise, and all of that takes time to rebuild. And so as they continue to lose those, you can't replace them with just hiring new cadre of on-call core employees, right? Because it'll still take time to get them up to speed, and you certainly can't replace them with private sector contractors to come in. But there's a difference there, and I just want to make sure that was clear. And it's really going to impact FEMA's ability to support communities before, during, and after disasters if they continue to lose those disaster employees.
Yeah. I really appreciate you clearing that up, Deanne. It's great to see you. Deanne Criswell, former FEMA administrator, with us ahead of the big storm, Winter Storm Fern, live on Bloomberg. Take a quick swing with our political panel. We'll have more time with them later in the hour, but Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us right now. Rick, there's been a lot of question about the cuts that have taken place at agencies like FEMA. 14% of the workforce. We're talking about the test that Mayor Mamdani will face, that Governor Abbott will face. How about the test that the federal government is about to face?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. We tend to focus on local mayors and governors and what their reaction is, but a lot of the resources they have are federal. Big warehouses with equipment, generators, as you heard earlier, snow moving equipment, even aid packages, things that people may need, medical supplies, food, water. All that happens in the case of a big winter storm, just like it does in hurricanes. And so I think it will be a test. Maybe that's why Donald Trump is sticking around the White House this weekend to oversee the federal response. Wouldn't surprise me because FEMA is a shadow of its previous self. You could argue that it's had a lot of inefficiency in the past, but that has been fired out. And now we're going to see whether or not they can perform on really an epic storm that's occurring this weekend.
Only got 30 seconds, Jeannie. I apologize in advance. Will the feds regret these job cuts?
They could. I mean, I thought Ms. Criswell made a great point. Institutional knowledge of this kind matters. These federal employees matter, and we as citizens count on them during times of crisis and weather-related issues like this today.
We'll be tracking the brain drain along with the storm. Jeannie and Rick are back with us straight ahead here on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow and the S&P lower. S&P has been fluctuating, but right now remains down by half a point. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index both higher. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, though, underperforming today. That index down 1.7%. Keeping it all in context, S&P little change, down under 0.1%. The Dow down now by 0.7%. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index up by about 0.4%. 10-year 4.25%. Gold is up 1%, 49.82 the ounce. Silver, major story there, surging now above $101 the ounce. Yes, a record, up 5.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.9%, 61.09 a barrel. Again, recapping, stocks trading lower with the S&P little change now, down by 2 points. Balance of power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, we do appreciate it. $100 silver? This is quite a market. Charlie will have more on Wall Street and, of course, covering all of the financial markets for us every day on Balance of Power coming up in about 20 minutes' time. So how'd the meeting go? They were said to gather for a late-night dinner. Witkoff, Kushner, Putin. This, of course, just hours after President Trump met with Volodymyr Zelensky on the sidelines at Davos. There was hope, at least in some quarters yesterday. I don't think on this program, with everyone we spoke with, hope for a breakthrough when it comes to peace. Of course, Vladimir Putin has shown really no interest in peace over a series of meetings. And as we step back to look at the takeaways from Davos, the state of geopolitics in this country, you wonder exactly where we're going on this. Russia sees no breakthrough is the headline at Ukraine talks with U.S. envoys. The territorial issue, as it's being referred to in Moscow, remains unresolved. The Kremlin says the talks went on, but nothing was accomplished. No hope of achieving a long-term settlement, says Yuri Yushakov, Putin's foreign policy aide, as the war rages here in the throes of winter. It's always a great pleasure to spend some time with my colleague, David Weston, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week, who is, of course, very sensitive to not just financial markets, but the impact that geopolitics can have. And he's with us right now from World Headquarters in New York. David, it's great to see you. I hope the year is starting off well. And you've done your share of visits to Davos. There were a lot of references to New World Order as President Trump got on Air Force One to head back home. Is that what we should be calling it?
Well, certainly it's what Mark Carney thinks you can call it from Canada.
That's right.
I must say, from my point of view, if President Trump went there with the goal of being the center of attention, he accomplished it. Mission accomplished. He did that because it was all about Trump all week long. Even in Mark Carney's address, it was a response to him. So as you recall, we started out worried about Greenland and whether we'd be invading Greenland, which seemed to consume Davos for several days there. And then President Trump met with Mr. Rutte from NATO and proudly announced, actually we had a framework, even though Mr. Rutte doesn't have anything to say about the sovereignty of Greenland and the rights of Denmark. So it was pretty extraordinary. We spent a lot of time worrying about Greenland. And then we made a big pivot, didn't we?
Yeah, that's for sure. And the markets did too. As we pivot to Ukraine now, God, we'll always have Greenland. We'll always have Nook, David. I guess there are a lot of questions about whether this is a serious conversation. Following this meeting, following Zelensky, who had some very stern words for European leaders when he was in Davos. How should we be looking at this? Do we even call this a negotiation?
Well, it seems to me shocking. Isn't it shocking that President Putin says it's all about the land?
Yeah.
I mean, he's been pretty consistent on that from the beginning. He wants the land, in case we didn't hear, and he doesn't seem to be moving his position. But I have to give, again, President Trump some credit. He sort of pulled a surprise, and all of a sudden President Zelensky showed up because he wasn't supposed to go because he had problems in Ukraine, and he showed up for a meeting. We had a chance to talk with Chrystia Freeland. You remember her? We knew her from the USMCA negotiations. Remember that? When she was negotiating that for Canada? She went on to be Deputy Prime Minister of Canada. And among other things she's doing now is she is an unpaid economic advisor to President Zelensky. So she was there in Davos specifically to monitor that and to talk to President Zelensky about it. This is part of what she told me about that meeting. So, Chrystia, you spent the week in Davos, in part as an unpaid economic advisor to President Zelensky of Ukraine. He had a meeting on Thursday with President Trump. Did you get a readout on that meeting and how it was perceived?
So I'm not speaking for Ukraine, David, but let's say as a friendly observer, what I am hearing, and I think what everyone else is hearing, from the Ukrainians, from the Americans, and indeed from the Europeans, is that at this point, the Ukrainians, the Americans, and the Europeans are all pretty much on the same page when it comes to this negotiation. And that's actually a remarkable outcome when you think about how rocky the path has been to get here. So, you know, it feels like there is quite a lot of optimism from Ukrainians, from Americans, from Europeans. And I really think the bottom line is that the ball is in Putin's court.
So Krishna was very careful to say she's not speaking for Ukraine, although she had talked with President Zelensky just before I talked to her, after he'd met with President Trump. So I think that's probably a fair sense of where President Zelensky thinks things are right at the moment. This was before the Witkoff-Kirchner visit to Moscow, and you recounted how that worked out. It appears that they didn't make a whole lot of progress. But Krishna really does think that there are opportunities here to make a pivot at some point to start thinking about the economy of Ukraine. And she made a really interesting point I hadn't thought of, should have thought of probably, Joe, and that is if Europe is worried about Russia militarily, there's exactly one country that's been fighting Russia and being fairly successful about it, and they might turn to Ukraine and say, maybe you could give us a few pointers here on how you use those drones.
Fascinating. Yeah, that's been a really interesting part of this whole story. I just wonder what must be going through Volodymyr Zelensky's head when he sees the president's son-in-law jetting back to sit down with Vladimir Putin. Does he think that this war could end this year?
Yeah, well, that I don't have any idea about. I'm not sure Christian knows that either. This is my takeaway from part of it. President Zelensky has gotten so much more sophisticated in dealing with President Trump than that Oval Office meeting we all remember when he was in there with J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio and they dressed him down. He comes out of Davos. What does he do? He doesn't criticize President Trump or the Americans. He criticizes the Europeans, saying, you guys aren't doing enough. You got to step up. You can't count on the U.S., which I'm not sure President Trump will object to. It's sort of like a message President Trump might deliver.
Interesting. We're going to assemble our panel next with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, David Weston. What do you, just in our remaining moment, think of the rhetoric around NATO that we heard at Davos? Was the Danish Prime Minister correct? Was NATO on the line? And if that was the case, did it survive?
Well, it certainly was on the line in the sense that if we invaded Greenland, we'd be invading essentially Denmark, who's a member of NATO. So it'd be an interesting question about how Article 5 works when one member attacks another nation, what the obligations are. So was it on the line? Joe, I don't know. I suspect you don't know with President Trump. Does he really mean it? He's going to do it? Or is this just sort of a negotiating thing? He throws something out there. So I don't know. If he had followed through on what he said he was going to do, I think it's not an exaggeration at all to say that NATO would have been on the line and in severe jeopardy. And the question is now, is it stronger or weaker coming out of this than it was going in? I'm not sure.
Great to see you. David Weston, Wall Street Week, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Wall Street time, as we like to say. David, good luck with the storm in New York. They're talking 16 inches. Let's assemble our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie is Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick, partner Stone Court Capital, Republican strategist. So this is the new world order, Jeannie. Does it feel like the old world order?
You know, I think as far as Ukraine goes, the situation is incredibly dire. You know, it is always good to keep talking. These are the first trilateral talks that we've seen since the invasion. But on the other hand, the situation is, in one word, dire. There's reports in Ukraine newspapers in the last week or so that 2 million men in that country have hot water they need. The situation is very tough over there, and I don't see any movement on Russia's parts. You know, Lavrov keeps saying, you address the root cause and we will end this war, but the root cause is territory, and Ukraine has shown no interest in moving on that.
That's true, and it certainly doesn't look like that's about to change. I'm looking at an image on the terminal, Rick, of Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff shaking hands with a smiling Vladimir Putin. Does he deserve more of these meetings?
No, I think that we've so given him a megaphone for his ridiculous demands in Ukraine that the biggest thing that they could do to really bend Vladimir Putin to their will to end this war is going to be ignore him for a while. This president, more than any other previous president, and a lot of them made mistakes about Vladimir Putin, has given him voice, including this ridiculous board of peace that Vladimir Putin, who kills innocent Ukrainians on a daily basis, somehow gets a vaulted slot on. Look, I mean, Vladimir Putin is still asking, as of last night, for all of Donetsk, all of Luhansk, credibility for his previous attacks in the south of Ukraine. He expects all that to be given to him. He hasn't even earned it on the battlefield through this negotiation, and it's just not going to happen. So, at what point do we think anything is actually going to happen constructively? Sure, it's great to have tripartite talks, and I'm glad that the U.S., Europeans, and Ukraine are on the same side. That's not going to stop the rockets from flying tonight. And that should be what the United States focuses on. The president likes to saber rattle. He's got a big flotilla headed toward Iran tonight. I think it's time to start playing tough with Vladimir Putin and the Moscow war machine.
You wonder if that would ever happen, Jeannie. This is, by the way, capturing all the attention. As we understand, trilateral talks are actually beginning, not with the leadership, but on a technical level. Is that important, or is that a distraction?
It is important. I don't think we're even clear, at least I am not clear on if those, even the technical folks, are meeting face to face or if they're just in the same building. So I think we still have to hear that out. Again, talking is fine. It is good. But there is no real credible evidence that Russia's demands have moved at all from what they have always been. And that is number one, land, demilitarization, neutrality. Those things remained. And I would say what's so dangerous about what happened in Davos is Donald Trump poking his finger in the eye of NATO, in the eye of our European leaders. Even though he backed off of Greenland, he continued to lambaste them, has heightened Russia's insistence and its real feeling that it is moving in the right direction. It is on solid ground. They are cheering what is going on there. And that is bad news, as we heard from Zelensky in Davos, and as the Europeans will tell us. So none of this is good news for Ukraine. And I cannot underscore how difficult the situation is. Some people saying they might not survive the entire year if this keeps up.
Boy, not a lot is changing here, clearly. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, thank you for a great conversation and a great panel. We'll meet you on the late edition of Balance of Power. Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis joins us coming up next, only here on Bloomberg.
1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index back in the green, barely up by 1 point right now. Little changed at 69.14. The Dow now slumping 357, down 0.7. Both NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index up 0.4%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares underperforming, down now by 1.8%. Bottom line here, Wall Street wrapping up a jittery week on a relatively quiet note. The 10-year, 4.25%. The 2-year, 3.60%. Spot gold trading at a record $49.72 the ounce, up 0.7%. A surge to $101 now on silver. It is up by 5%. West Texas Intermediate crude ahead of this massive storm, up 2.8%, 61.01 a barrel. And also natural gas now surging by just about 6.6%. We've got nat gas trading at $5.37 per million BTUs. And Bitcoin up 1.8%, 90,747. Speaking of crypto, UBS Group plans to make cryptocurrency investing available for some private banking clients in what could be a significant move into digital assets for the world's largest wealth manager. UBS shares down 1.4% again. Bitcoin up 1.8%. Silver at $100.91. S&P now lower by 2 points. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie said it all right there. Massive storm. We're talking about an epic storm, Winter Storm Fern, that's bearing down on a good chunk of the country here. We've been spending a lot of time talking about the challenges facing Texas. New York is going to have its own. Never mind D.C. for a moment. The terminal's telling us we've got 16 inches potentially coming to Manhattan with a newly minted mayor and a big test when it comes to handling the storm in the biggest city in the world. Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis knows all about it. The Republican from New York joins us right now to talk about this, the future of her district, and politics here in Washington. Congresswoman, it's great to have you back. Is New York ready for this?
I hope so, and I believe we will be. New York's the type of city that in many ways can run on autopilot, but I do believe that you have enough individuals, particularly the rank and file men and women who go out there every day to keep our city safe and clean. They're going to be the ones really running the show on the ground, and I have full faith that they'll be able to do it.
Saw the briefing earlier from Mayor Mamdani. He says school days are canceled. This could be fraught politically, Congresswoman, but I'm just wondering if you buy into this media narrative that this is the big test, that this is do or die for New York's new mayor.
Look, I think nothing upsets people more than if they come out of their house and their streets are not plowed properly. We saw this before with definitely de Blasio. A lot of people were very upset about the way they mishandled snowstorms. So I think, there's no Republican or Democrat way to take out the garbage, they say. And I believe that the same thing when it comes to shoveling the snow and plowing the snow. So I think it is a test. It is. He'll definitely get the heat if it's not cleaned properly, and he certainly probably won't get the credit if it is done well. It'll go to the men and women on the ground. So it's like a no-win situation for politicians.
Wow. Well, that's even-handed analysis. I guess whether you're Zoran Mamdani or Greg Abbott, this is a very real test as a lot of people are hunkering down here. I've got to ask you, Congresswoman, what it's like to wake up in the morning and hear from a judge that your workplace should no longer exist. I'm referring to the ruling that we discussed on Bloomberg, and I know that you have some, I'm sure, pretty strong thoughts about this. This is your first national interview since a judge ruled that your district should be redrawn. You're no stranger to redistricting in New York, and I'm wondering what will be your recourse.
Look, we fought this battle in 2022 and 2024 successfully. Here we are again, third time running for re-election, and it's the third time we're having a fight over the district map. And this is because the Democrats simply can't beat me on merit, on policy, on debate. In 2020, the seat was represented by a Democrat, and the people of Staten Island, Southern Brooklyn fired that individual because he was doing a bad job. They hired me, a Republican. I am the only Republican who represents our city in Washington. But the bottom line here is that it was the people's choice. Now you have a Washington law firm who's basically saying, we don't care what the people of Staten Island say, how they vote. We want to be able to fix this map So they can never elect a Republican ever again. They're going to get stuck with the Democrat that we say is going to be the one to run there. And that is very unfortunate. That is certainly not what you expect from the people who call themselves the defenders of democracy. And we're going to fight it tooth and nail. And if we have to take it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, we will, because we need to fight to protect the voices of this group of constituents that I represent, who have spoken very loud and clearly in the last few elections.
Well, this, if I understand the case, the court ruled the boundaries of your district, the 11th year, unfairly dilutes Black and Latino voters. What would be your message to those voters?
Well, I'm the first Hispanic, half Cuban, to represent this district, the first minority. So that's kind of interesting that they would claim that. But what's even more ludicrous is their solution. The proposed solution of the plaintiffs is to put Staten Island with Lower Manhattan, which would add more white voters to the district. So it really absolutely makes no sense. It is completely meritless. The only reason it got anywhere, quite frankly, is because the judge was the chief of staff and counsel to Governor Kathy Hochul. You can't just go to your friends on the bench and expect like whatever political outcome you want because you can't win at the ballot box. That's not the way democracy works. And I think it's wrong when Republicans do it as well. I've been very critical, right? I've been very consistent on this issue. Political gerrymandering is wrong because it should be the people who elect their representatives, not the other way around.
Yeah, your consistency is noted, Congresswoman. You were the first, I think, Republican on our air to oppose the Texas redistricting that, of course, created a national movement on both sides of the aisle. But this idea of putting Lower Manhattan into your district, could a Republican win in Manhattan?
Look, I think the idea here, their idea, is to make it so difficult where a Republican can never win. And it's not just a Republican winning, my district. This would mean that New York City would no longer have any competitive districts, right? Not one competitive seat. And New York City will never have another Republican representing our city in Washington. I believe bipartisan representation of our city is incredibly important, particularly now where you have a Democrat mayor, you have a Republican president. I think I've done a good job of protecting our city. I went to President Trump when DHS was going to cut Homeland Security counterterrorism funding to our NYPD. We worked to get that money back when they were going to cut World Trade Center healthcare program employees that serve our first responders who are still battling illnesses from 9/11. I fought DOGE and I got those employees hired back with my colleagues. And so what I would say is it is incredibly important that we have bipartisan representation in Washington. And what the Democrats are trying to do here is ensure that there'll never be another Republican representing our city on the federal level.
I'm glad you mentioned DOGE. The story today on the Bloomberg terminal that FEMA has halted planned terminations of some temporary disaster relief workers in advance of the storm that we started our conversation on here, knowing that over the last year, some 3,700 FEMA employees have been cut, which is 14% of the agency. Do you worry about the impact on the federal level here that worker cuts have had when it comes to storm preparedness?
Well, look, I think that a lot of these agencies do have bloat. There is bureaucracy. There is some savings to be had. I also think that we need to be targeted and use precision when doing this. Like, we can't just fire employees that are needed. So I haven't been able to look at exactly what FEMA has announced here, but certainly I will be very vocal if it's going to be something that would impact my district, as I have when it came to the World Trade Center employees or other areas of our federal government. But certainly everybody knows there's a lot of bloat and bureaucracy in Washington, where we can find efficiencies to not only bring our debt down, but to also protect the taxpayers, which we have a fiscal fiduciary responsibility to do, then we need to take that action.
Well, I appreciate your joining us today, Congresswoman. We'd like to stay in touch as you bring your case to the courts, and we wish you luck with the big storm this weekend. We'll see you on the other side. Nicole Malliotakis, Republican, absolutely, from New York with us live on Bloomberg. So let's get down to business here. We've been looking forward to talking to Julie Fine because we've been mentioning Texas just about every time we have a conversation about the storm. And you know that there's a disaster declaration in Julie Fine's state. Of course, our Texas bureau chief. We heard from Governor Greg Abbott about this a short time ago. Listen.
Because of the severity of this storm, right now I am making a disaster declaration covering 134 counties across the state of Texas to make sure that every possible resource can be made available to them so they can respond quicker, faster, and better. Don't begin getting prepared late tomorrow or think you can get around doing it on Saturday. It's going to be too late.
It's going to be too late, he says. Taking a look at the weather right now in Dallas, 47 degrees. Looks like it started raining, and that rain is going to turn to ice soon. Julie Fine's right in the middle of it. Our Texas bureau chief is with us live on Bloomberg. Julie, we can let everybody know we were actually planning to do some shows together in Dallas next week. We had talked about that right here on the air last time you were with us on Balance of Power. That's clearly not going to happen. How ready, though, is Texas for Winter Storm Fern?
I think Texas has learned some lessons. As you heard the governor say, there are already disaster declarations, so that will mean that resources are available if people need them as soon as possible. The governor has said that the grid is ready and the grid can handle this. I mean, that is a big statement. You have to feel pretty comfortable saying that after what happened here in 2021. I lived here in 2021. Anyone that was here remembers what that was like. So right now, like you said, it's 47 degrees. I mean, you're just getting the rain. It's when it starts to be freezing rain. You know, what we count on here to clean things up is the sun. And it's not going to be over freezing probably until Monday. So, you know, we obviously, they can pre-treat the streets, but we don't have plows like you do. You know, we don't have the equipment that you do. So really, you have to wait. But when you talk about the power grid, Joe, there's also power lines. The grid can be prepared to handle everything, but if you've got ice on the lines, I mean, that's a whole different animal, and those could be local outages. So the bottom line here is you definitely have to be prepared.
Boy, there's a lot that you just said there, of course, and you're right. When it comes to making a statement like that, you will be judged if things don't work out so well. But are other states surging equipment into Texas? To your point, I know you don't have a fleet of plow trucks waiting around all year. So when something like this happens, are neighboring states able to help?
I think that our state has requested the resources that it believes that it needs. Neighboring states, I mean, we're right by Oklahoma, but Oklahoma could be in worse trouble than we are. Neighboring states have all their own problems to deal with. I would imagine what they have been doing, and the governor talked about this yesterday, is readying absolutely everything that we have to go. And then I think they will try to pull from neighboring states if need be, if neighboring states have anything to offer us.
Where's the governor going to be for the storm? How does he normally operate through times like these? I know it doesn't happen too often.
It doesn't happen often. Generally, he's right by the Emergency Operations Center, and he is in Austin. So generally, that's where you will see him. And I guess it will depend on where the major problems are, where he will go eventually. As you know, with these storms, things can change ever so slightly, and that can change the area where there are the most problems. I mean, Dallas is really supposed to get it bad. So if people are smart, you can't be on the roads. It's just because you have a big car does not mean it will do well on the ice. It's not like snow. So, you know, people have to also, you know, heed the warnings and get ready as well. But the governor will be in Austin, I would imagine, as he generally is, in the Emergency Operations Center.
Interesting. I'm sure you've been outside, and it probably doesn't feel great right now. By the way, it's 80 degrees in Miami. You still have time to get there. Julie, I guess Florida's going to start getting pretty cold as well. Is the biggest concern power outages at this point?
Yeah, I think the biggest concern is power outages, because if you have been there and you remember what it was like years ago when people didn't have as many generators as they have now, hotels were booked. And even if you were in a hotel, I was in a hotel because I was working at local news at the time, and they had us strategically placed around the city. My hotel lost power, so that doesn't even help either. So that is the major, I said, I'm going home. If I'm going to have to be cold, it's going to be in my own bed. But
that's a good idea.
That is the biggest concern here, is if people lose power. And again, the grid, even if the grid holds, the real concern is the localized power outages with ice.
Never snows on land, man, Julie. Maybe they'll have to work.
Never snows on land, man. I know.
Join us on the late edition so we can keep tabs on what's happening. Julie Fine, our Texas bureau chief, hunkering down for Fern. Stay with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Bloomberg Business Week Daily is up next, and we'll, as I mentioned, meet you back here 5 p.m. Eastern Time on the late edition of Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Yes, indeed, everybody. It's the week that felt like a decade. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, live here at Bloomberg headquarters.
It's a short week.
In New York
City. It still
City.
felt like that.
I know. I can't even. We were off Monday, were we not?
We were, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, a lot going on. We saw an interesting trade. I got to say, though, today we have tech stocks outperforming once again, and that's despite a plunge in shares of Intel. They've really taken a deep dive.
Yeah, after a jittery week, too, overall, for just U.S. stocks. The S&P 500 is actually set for its first 2-week loss since June. We're going to have much more on the trade in just a minute.
All right, looking forward to that. Our focus, though, over the next 60 minutes, the storm that may impact at least 170 million Americans. It seems like the only thing people can talk about. And also the quiet quitting of U.S. assets. I am intrigued by the reporting out that continues on this theme.
Plus, the Bloomberg exclusive. Hey, Siri.
Please work.
Yeah. Well, Mark Gurman's going to be joining us on some Apple scoops. Looking forward to that. Also, those blue aviator sunglasses seen around the globe. Yes, there is a connection to an equity story here because this is from a publicly traded company.
A stock moved as a result. All right, lots coming your way in the next 60 minutes. Do not go anywhere. Right now, though, I check on the trade with Charlie Pellet.
And good day to you both. We're looking at a down day for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Update barely right now. Has been swinging between gains and losses on the S&P 500 index. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index, both moving higher, up by about 0.4%. Interestingly, though, Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down 1.8%. This is the S&P 500 index, little changed higher by 1 point. The Dow down 333 points, down 0.7. Again, NASDAQ up by 0.3%. 10-year at 4.25%, with the 2-year 3.60%. Gold surging to a record $49.67 the ounce, up $32, up 0.6%. But the bigger story, perhaps, silver, spot silver, just below $101 an ounce. It did take out 101, up now by 4.8% on spot silver, again trading just below $101. Bitcoin up by 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3%. 61.11 on WTI. Cannot ignore the move in natural gas today. Natural gas has been on a tear with this massive storm approaching. Natural gas now up by 6.1%, 535 per million BTUs. You guys mentioned Intel. The stock absolutely plunging after earnings, down now by 17.9%. Other chip stocks, however, moving higher. Advanced Micro Devices up 1.1%. NVIDIA up by 1.8%. Recapping, S&P up by 1 point. Spot silver just below $101. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Got it, Charlie. We'll be back to Charlie throughout the hour. All right, folks, let's get to what is top of everyone's mind, and that is the winter storm stretching from the southern Rockies to New England. It is expected to impact at least 170 million Americans, including everybody around the table and certainly here at our New York bureau. Let's get the latest. Bloomberg News energy reporter Josh Saul back in the house with us. So where are we? Has it gotten any better?
Still going to snow, Josh?
It's still going to snow.
It's going to snow a lot. We're going to see up to a foot of snow here in New York City on Sunday. Might cancel my kids' basketball game. But snow is already falling in the Rockies. And what's amazing about this one is it's such a huge part of the United States. This will affect up to 170 million people, it's going to stretch 1,500 miles. And a big test will be Texas on Monday morning.
Why Texas is such a test? Is it because of what happened there a few years ago? Is it because of the concerns with the power lines freezing there? What is it?
It's partly because we saw so many deaths in such an intense power grid emergency almost 5 years ago. But Texas is not used to extreme cold. So when you have a polar vortex, pressing down from the Arctic like we have, that's going to just put a lot of stress on the state. The state's power grid is expecting a demand peak of 84 gigawatts. That's not just going to be a winter record, it's going to get close to a summer record. And that much demand is going to be tough for the grid to keep up with.
Wait, can you just explain? 84 gigawatts, we hear kilowatt hours is sort of like what our own home energy use is measured in. Gigawatts we hear in relation to AI.
So gigawatts are the big boys.
Okay.
1 gigawatt is roughly the output of one nuclear reactor. So if you think of, the nuclear power plant in The Simpsons, 84 of those, producing power across Texas.
You know what? You've made my day. You've made my week. You've made my year by that reference. Hey, listen, Texas, though, we go back to 2021, right? That was when it was just really rough. Texas, I have a lot of family in Texas. It's not an area that usually has to deal with this kind of weather. The president was out, and I want to bring this into it, Josh, because you follow the environment, and he put out on social, record cold wave expected to hit 40 states, rarely seen anything like it before. Could the environmental insurrectionists please explain whatever happened to global warming? What do you say to that? Because my understanding of global warming is, yes, the planet is getting warmer, but there's also extreme movements when it comes to weather overall, and that is certainly what we've seen.
That's right. So global warming is one term. Climate change is a more accurate, broader term, because what climate change does is it makes for more erratic swings in temperature and more types of extreme weather. So sometimes that can be global warming, a warming and a drying, making for more intense wildfires, for example. But it can also do things like make hurricanes more powerful by making more moisture in the air, so those swirling winds pick up more water out of the ocean.
And that's what we've seen in terms of intensity of storms, whether it's winter storms, whether it's hurricanes, and they're also happening in places that they didn't used to happen before.
Right, and actually with this storm, the fact that there's so much cold air pushing down out of the north, the reason it's able to come so far south and this storm is going to be striking Texas is because the jet stream is not keeping that polar vortex contained the way it normally would. You'd have to get a full-time weather reporter, not a power reporter, to explain whether that's a result of climate change.
Right.
But those kinds of weather patterns, it is what's making these storms so intense.
Well, I'm going to throw a power question your way and talk a little about energy use. We know it's expected to increase, of course, as people turn up their heat when it gets colder outside and more heat is needed. Here in New York City, Con Edison, much of the lines for power lines are buried underground in New York City. Is that an advantage in a storm like this?
Yeah, for sure. Buried lines in a storm are much more secure. That's going to be better in places like California, which is working to bury its lines. That's better for preventing wildfires. And in a place like New York City, having the lines underground means they're less likely to freeze, get overloaded, have a tree fall into them, get knocked out in that way.
All right, going to leave it there. Hey, Josh, thank you so much. And you've done this, keeping us up to date throughout the week. Appreciate it. Josh Saul, Bloomberg News energy reporter. All right, from a story that gained momentum over the past week, we're talking about this storm, to a story that dominated the news cycle this past week. Greenland and President Trump's pursuit of the world's largest island. The U.S. wants to rewrite its defense agreement with Denmark to remove any limits on its military presence in Greenland. This, Tim, according to people familiar with the matter.
With an update, Bloomberg Intelligence senior defense analyst Wayne Sanders joins us this afternoon. Wayne, are there actually talks or negotiations that you know of going on between the U.S. and Greenland or the U.S. and Denmark right now?
Yeah, what they're mainly looking at doing is, so in 1951 was the last time this agreement was actually put into place. And back then we had 17 bases across Greenland. The problem is that we're now down to one base with only like 150 personnel. It's key to a lot of Space Force assets that we have, looking really at like polar orbit satellites and over-the-horizon radar across Russia. But right now, a lot of that is key. There normally has been, even back in the Biden administration, anytime we wanted to talk about military presence in Greenland, both the Danes and Greenland were open to those conversations.
Do you believe, Wayne, that we need Greenland and have access or amped up military presence there in terms of national defense for the United States?
I do. I think if you're looking at it, especially under President Trump's Golden Dome initiative, I think that is one of the key areas where it really does help. When you look at the distances over the poles, I think is one of the biggest ones. Something I didn't do a whole lot of until researching some of this is if you look directly down from the North Pole and you're looking down at how much Greenland has access through the northern shipping lanes towards Russia. So if you compare some of those areas, Anchorage, Alaska to Moscow is like 7,000 kilometers if you're just trying to go across the Pacific. But if you go from an area in Greenland, it's only 5,000. So you're saving 2,000 kilometers. So if you're looking at early warning capability for air defense, this is a key area to make sure that we have assets available to intercept anything that Russia would be pushing that for.
But in order to have assets like that on the island, you don't need to actually take control of the island, Wayne. One could potentially use this agreement from 1951 and just expand on that.
Well, and I think that's one of the areas, right? President Trump came in strong originally talking about some of the control pieces. And I know that it was one of the areas that was kind of avoided discussion during the Davos World Economic Forum this week. But it is something where it looks like some of President Trump's framework that they're trying to look at right now, being able to push, is that they could gain the access without having to take control, as long as the Danes and Greenland are okay with that military expansion.
To be fair, in past administrations, and I feel like President Trump made reference to this, that he wasn't the first one to actually maybe want to have a bigger presence there. Give us some history, if you would.
Yeah, so we did. We started out, especially on the seaport expansion piece. We had quite a few bases after World War II. And what's happened, though, is over time, slowly, that military presence has started to come down. The key pieces now to trying to be able to place those back is, where are you trying to put it? Are you trying to, and what are you trying, what assets are you trying, right? If you're looking at seaports because you're trying to expand sea lanes opening, then you're going to want to make sure that you're looking at what Greenland has in its current seaport infrastructure, and whether or not that's an area that we can expand. So now that you've got Navy presence that's going to be there. If you're looking at trying to place some type of air defense capability and all that, that military expansion is something that has been looked at quite frequently across Trump 1 as well as the Biden administration as well.
Wayne, in your analysis, where do mineral rights come into this? The president has talked about that and saying that it does and would include mineral rights. Excuse me. What's your analysis say?
No, so you're absolutely right. So Greenland has 25 of 34 critical minerals that are used across the defense, specifically in permanent magnets used in missiles and radars. So when you look at a lot of the asymmetric advantage the United States has, it comes from a lot of these rare earth elements. But right now, China dominates that with over 70% of the global production and over 90% of processing capacity for that. So Greenland is an area where it's rich in a lot of these minerals to be able to do, but it also needs to be caveated that unless the mines already exist, you are still talking about a 5 to 7 year process to be able to bring those out and bring those into market. So a lot of people who think if we sign the deal tomorrow that, bam, we're going to have this, they need to make sure that they understand the process that's in place.
You know, Wayne, it was a shame it was such a quiet week, huh?
I know, right? You guys like talking to me on Friday.
We do. You sum it all up for us so well. Have a great week and be safe, certainly within the snow. Wayne Sanders, he's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defense Analyst. All right, so let's add it all up because we have had a jittery week when it comes to the market, moving sometimes off of those common social media posts from President Trump and kind of keeping uncertain geopolitics top of mind for investors. We've definitely seen that play out and raising kind of the question of whether that could undo some of the stock momentum that we've seen over the past 3 years. We've had 3 years of double-digit gains, and there is a question: is that it, or do we have more momentum to the upside?
Well, it kind of reminded you of this conversation between J.P. Morgan Chase Chair and CEO Jamie Dimon and Bloomberg host and Carlyle co-founder and co-chairman David Rubenstein. This was just last week.
Yeah.
And here's the part where Jamie Dimon addressed what could bring about a possible turn in the cycle.
There are chances to have a problem somewhere, somehow. You know, the biggest unknown is geopolitics, and it's not like, and you have to be dangerous, careful you talk about it. It's not like that's going to determine what the economy does in 2026, but it is a moving tectonic plate.
Well, there you have it. J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon earlier this month with Bloomberg host and Carlyle co-founder and co-chair David Rubenstein. That was at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. That full conversation will be featured in an upcoming episode of Peer-to-Peer Conversation with David Rubenstein on Bloomberg.
All right, curious to see what our next guest has to say about the geopolitical climate, what it means for investing in 2026. Andrew Cry is back with us, Chief Investment Officer at Crescent Grove Advisors. They've got over $5 billion of assets under management as of the end of June. He joins us from Milwaukee. A lot to talk about. Do you even think about what might bring the next turn, significant turn in U.S. markets, or the next crisis, financial crisis?
Of course. Yeah, we're always risk aware in terms of how we allocate portfolios and think about what's on the horizon.
Are you more so in this environment? I understand that we're always thinking about risk, and we have to do that with any kind of portfolio management. But is there something about this environment? I don't think 2026 got off or began like we all thought it would.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, right? And I think there's been an uneasiness about the general
rally in the S&P 500, just feeling like whether it's the labor market starting to fragment somewhat last year, or at least seeing signs of softening, the Fed moving to cut interest rates in sort of a meaningful way, again, taking out insurance against a downside scenario. I guess there are different elements that you could point to and say, yeah, this just doesn't feel right to have such a buoyant stock market against the backdrop where it feels like the macro is a little bit fragmented. And then, of course, you had tariffs, you had policy uncertainty, which is now rolled forward into a different type of policy uncertainty, a different type of geopolitical concern. So yeah, I see the point on that, but I would say we're constantly risk aware, right? Or at least we aspire to be.
So then in terms of the awareness that you have right now, where is it in relation to other risks, risky atmospheres or risky times that you've seen just in the last couple of years? Where does this time stand?
Well, I would think about maybe what we saw in Japan this week is an interesting way to come at, set aside the Greenland, and Davos news with Trump and kind of the issues with the administration around Greenland and wanting to annex it or whatever the case may be there. But I think what was more interesting, and you saw Ken Griffin and others, really high-profile folks talking about the spike in yields that we saw in Japan, and then we saw this build in term premium to the tune of about 10 basis points, which doesn't seem like a lot. It's sort of wonkish in the way that you think about that from a 10-year Treasury perspective. But to us, that's a big concern moving forward here is, do you see an untethering of the long end of the yield curve potentially, or is this an early warning sign that you could see a real steepening, or at least just the long end of the yield curve moving higher? You get higher discount rates then, which flow through, and ultimately in sort of a 2022 type scenario, I think is an analog where you see higher rates ultimately catalyzing a derating of stocks, and in particular those really highly valued tech names or growth names, let's say writ large, that have been leading the market for several years now. That to us becomes the cascading 1, 2, 3 punch sort of thing as it relates to where the risks are on the horizon here. So we're watching that really closely.
Well, Andrew, on that, we've got a story on the Bloomberg about this quiet quitting of U.S. assets. Also, maybe you could call it the Sell America trade. And we've been looking at some of the flows, so has Bank of America. Investors are pouring cash into emerging market funds at a record pace. They're sending EM stocks to a record gauge. Asian tech shares driving that rally. The flow of funds from Europe to India to diverse away from U.S. Treasuries has added impetus to that EM rally, fueled by robust global growth and political shifts in Latin America. I mean, are you advising investors to participate in that shift? And if we look at some of the flows, the amount of money going international compared to what we are seeing in the U.S. or Europe and Japan, it's pretty stark. And maybe some say it's small amounts, but it's not something that we've seen in a while.
And I think we would point to a couple different things there. This week being an interesting, an interesting example here of the catalyst around why that's occurring. Just the policy uncertainty that can be created by the administration, and then, as much as anything, we would kind of set aside the Greenland specific, issues at hand here. We would say, ultimately, this is just another force to galvanize Europe in particular, but to galvanize really the rest of the world around feeling like they don't want to be antagonized by the U.S. administration or put into a corner from a policy perspective, which then ultimately will have trade ramifications and tariff ramifications, et cetera. So, that then catalyzes, whether you see in a public sense these pension funds selling their treasury holdings, which was really a drop in the bucket, but you just see, to your point, this more insidious effect of selling U.S. assets because moving into things like gold because they don't want to be exposed to the potential ramifications of U.S. policy.
Good stuff. Andrew Cry over at Crescent Grove Advisors. Thank you so much. Coming up, we're talking a little bit about Apple.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow lower, the S&P 500 index up now by 10, gain there of 0.1%. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index pushing higher right now by just about 0.5%. But interestingly, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is slumping by 1.6%. 10-year 4.24%. Gold and silver both at a record. Spot silver trading above $101 now, up 5.4%. Bitcoin up by 0.9%. And sources tell Bloomberg White House deliberations say Rick Reeder's openness to making changes at the Fed have bolstered his candidacy for the central bank's top job. Recapping S&P now up by 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, folks, you can all take a deep breath, take a sigh, because
I can't believe this is actually happening.
As you said, the TikTok on TikTok has been one to watch. It's really been a years-long saga over the future of TikTok's American operations. We've talked about it a lot here at Bloomberg. Finally, it seems reaching a conclusion. The social media platform saying that its U.S. arm has been bought by a consortium led by Oracle, formalizing the deal outlined by the Trump administration back in September. What I love about this story is all the little people who are involved in this, because it's not really just one entity, is it?
Oh, there's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts.
That's why we have Alexandra Levine here. She's Bloomberg News technology reporter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. So who owns this thing?
That's what we want to know.
So, not a lot has actually changed. And you said it was a year-long saga. This has actually been going on for 7 years. The folks who are now going to be owning this new U.S. TikTok joint venture are the same names that were floated, back in the fall and then also earlier last year. So we know that Silver Lake, we know Oracle, and we know MGX are the three leading investors. And
Who's MGX?
MGX.
And who are they?
They are a Saudi investment firm, and so they are, they are, I think, one of the only ones, if not the only one, that's not actually an American investor. So when we're talking that this new venture is majority American investors, that is what we mean by this. But so the owners are this group, and then also we've got existing ByteDance affiliates. And what we basically know is that not a whole lot is, even though the ownership is changing for some parts of this TikTok US business, what people who are using the app are actually going to be experiencing is not going to be all that different.
Why not? Why isn't it going to be? Because I thought the algorithm is the special sauce. So, give us the details on who has that and who has rights to it and how they got it from ByteDance and how that works.
Sure. U.S. TikTok users are not going to need to download a new app. That's, I think, more what I meant when I was saying that the experience won't be different. However, ByteDance is going to be leasing a copy of its algorithm to this new U.S. joint venture, and that joint venture is going to be responsible for retraining the algorithm on U.S. user data. This is all very wonky.
So if that is the U.S. user data, is the algorithm going to be as impressive moving forward, because that is the special sauce
it's a great question, and I think that's what everyone is waiting to see is, are we going to be seeing different things on the app? One thing that's really important to note about these new owners is that this new US joint venture is responsible for content moderation. So they're going to be the ones deciding what people are seeing on the app. If there is any sort of change as far as what people are seeing on the app, my big question is, will we know?
See, what I'm curious about is, where are the servers? Who has access to all of this? And my understanding is ByteDance, it complies with the national security law that mandates ByteDance reduce its ownership of TikTok US to less than 20%, but there's still ownership. So are they just silent owners and they have no say? How do we know that copy? I'm sorry, this is going to sound like Homeland, but it's like, how do we know that copy of the algorithm doesn't have some backdoor entry for ByteDance? How do we trust that technology, which is considered to be this incredible algorithm? How do we know that it really is safe, secure, and that basically the Chinese government or Chinese companies still can't access certainly personal data of Americans?
The idea with this new entity is that the entity, and especially Oracle, which is a longtime TikTok partner, Oracle is going to be sort of the trusted security guard that is supposed to be able to let everybody else know that TikTok is in fact complying with the law. I think there's a lot of questions around how that will be communicated to the American public, if it will be communicated to the American public. And to your point, ByteDance does have ownership of key parts of the business, even beyond just leasing this copy of the algorithm. I think one really important thing to note is that ByteDance is still going to be in charge of TikTok Shop, which is basically the e-commerce arm that is turning TikTok into a huge shopping destination in the US. They're also going to be in charge of the advertising business, which is a very lucrative piece of their empire.
Why did China agree to do this?
China hasn't said quite as much throughout this entire process as President Trump has. Most of what we know about the deal has come just from the words of the White House and from the words of TikTok itself. I think that a lot of people looking at this are seeing that China comes out with a win here, that Trump comes out with a win here. Content creators, of course, come out with a win here, but especially China in this case, because ByteDance is still going to be involved in the most important parts of this business.
But we should say in a social post, President Trump, that is, thanking Chinese President Xi Jinping for, quote, working with us and ultimately approving, end quote, the TikTok deal. Okay, cool stuff. Keeping us up to date. So we're done?
Famous last words.
Okay.
Famous last words. I should say that there's folks that have been talking for over a year about how the deal that has been reached has not actually met the terms of the law. I think that the question is whether any of those voices, any of those people, including members of Trump's own party, will have the political appetite to actually do something about it. I was on the Hill earlier this week meeting with some folks, and it doesn't seem like there's going to be the political will to do much of anything from here.
All right, good to know.
We'll see.
All right, have a good weekend. Alexandra Levine, Bloomberg News technology reporter right here in studio. All right, Tim, we're going to stay on tech now. We're going to get to one of the largest market cap companies in the world. We're talking about Apple.
Yeah, the company actually reports earnings next Thursday. Ahead of that, though, a lot of headlines of late, including Apple's accusations to the European Commission, Apple expanding the job of hardware chief John Ternus, and another Mark Gurman exclusive, Apple planning to revamp Siri later this year by turning it into the company's first AI chatbot.
All right, Mark Gurman joins us now. He, of course, is Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Global Consumer Tech. Welcome back. Welcome back. So good to be talking with you again. You're out there on the West Coast. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me. Glad to be back. Glad to see you both.
Well, it's good to have you back. I am so tired of Siri not working well. So tell us about your exclusive.
I think we're all, it's actually amazing. I was thinking about it the other day. Siri launched all the way back in 2011, right? Which means it's been out for 15 years. And it feels like it's worse now 15 years later. Maybe that's a combination of our expectations, a combination of what the alternatives are at this point, and just lots of legacy bloat on top of Siri. But it's in a really terrible place right now. And you look at what OpenAI is doing if you use ChatGPT voice mode. You look at what Microsoft has done with Copilot. You look what Google has done with Gemini. Apple has lost in the race for basically the next internet. And we're still only in this three years in. So it's quite embarrassing. Their comeback tour begins this year. Part one is going to kick off a few weeks from now when they introduce the version of Siri that they launched actually in 2024 at WWDC. This new version of Siri adds a few features. It can take in commands based on things it sees on your screen. It can tap into personal data on your phone or iPad or Mac or on your Apple account. And it can do more advanced actions across apps. That'll launch in iOS 26.4. It'll use a Google Gemini model. And then in the falls, when we get the good stuff, it's a re-architected, rebuilt version of Siri for the ChatGPT era. It looks and feels and acts like a chatbot. So from that standpoint, they'll be there too where the companies are today, but who knows where OpenAI will be by the end of the year.
Mark, one thing that I love using Claude and ChatGPT for is like uploading a picture of something complicated and having it explain it to me, whether that's like an electrical meter in a home, for example, and explaining all the dials and what they mean. Is that the type of thing that Siri is going to be able to do?
Well, right now, the iPhone can actually do that with a feature called Visual Intelligence, and it taps into both Google Search as well as ChatGPT to do that. But the interface is wonky. It doesn't have a conversational view. You can't ask follow-up questions. It's honestly kind of worthless for most use cases, especially the ones that you're talking about where you really are trying to get something done in the home or what have you, or recipes or whatever. But yeah, this new version of Siri will have that conversational view, that back and forth ability, talking about the one coming out in September. And so, yeah, you'll be able to do that for sure, powered by Gemini.
Big step. Is this something that moves the needle for Apple, Mark, or is it just a case of finally getting it right, and that's important?
It's both. It moves the needle because it is finally getting it right. Apple had to fold here. They had to basically give up on their internal models and go with an external partner. They had no choice. Their backs were against the wall, and they did the right thing. Their bet is that they're a product company, and 99.9% of consumers don't care who's powering the technology. They kind of just want it to work. And so 15 years later, the hope is that it just kind of works.
Are we going to hear anything on earnings? Like, I am thinking about earnings next week. I mean, shares of Apple have been lagging the Mag 7 and certainly some of its big tech peers. I mean, is this what they talk about on earnings, or is it, once again, Apple phone sales? Like, what is it next week that's important?
I mean, next week is going to be all about iPhone sales and Mac sales and AirPod sales. You know, they're probably going to hit their first 135 billion, 140 billion plus quarter. And so from a stock sales perspective, it's a bit of a head scratcher for me why the stock has been down. I mean, you're basically buying the stock or keeping the stock because you think the revenue is going to be great, and the revenue is going to be great, and it's eclipsing all of these other companies that we're talking about, no matter how great their AI advances are. You'll hear Tim Cook give multiple shout outs to their AI initiatives and some great stuff they have coming this year. And in the future, you'll hear him give shout outs about the product roadmap for 2026 and 2027 and beyond, trying to get investors excited. They know every time they drop the AI or machine learning buzzwords, people go wild. And that does great for the stock. You'll hear them talk about India and some all-time records there. So they'll hit all the right notes, I'm sure.
Mark, in the last minute we have with you, I want to talk a little bit about who the next CEO at Apple is going to be. Tim Cook.
They won't talk about that on the earnings.
They will not talk about that, but you will talk about that with us, I think. Tim Cook, 65 years old. He turned 65 in November. He's been CEO since 2011. John Turnus, you reported that his role has been expanded in a signal of CEO candidacy. Is he the next CEO at Apple?
I think he's the next CEO of Apple. But let me give you this big caveat. There have been some reports from the Financial Times and elsewhere indicating that Tim Cook is planning to step down this year. As I've been saying all along, I think that's hogwash. I don't think Tim Cook is stepping down unless there's something unexpected that happens anytime soon. I certainly don't believe he's planning to step down in the first half of this year, as the FT said. I think it's an insane assertion, to be quite honest with you. Tim is 65. You have Jamie Dimon, who's nearly 70. You've got Bob Iger, who's nearly 73. I think all things considered, Tim Cook is probably on some similar trajectory, no matter what anyone outside the company has to say about it. So, yeah, but Turnus, at some point.
World feels already better to have you back on with us. Mark Gurman, congratulations, and good to have you back with us. Mark Gurman, Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Global Consumer Tech. Global Consumer Tech. I think I can get this right. We're going to talk real estate, but we're also going to talk about the blue aviator sunglasses seen around the globe.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we've got the Dow lower, the S&P and NASDAQ both advancing right now, but Wall Street wrapping up a week, a holiday-shortened trading week on a jittery note, relatively quiet session. We got the S&P up 2 points right now at 69.15, a gain there of under 0.1%. Dow Industrials in the red, 49,066 where we stand right now on the Dow. That is a drop of 316 points, down 0.6%. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index both higher by 0.3%, but the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares disconnecting, down 1.7% now. Again, the S&P little changed, up by under 0.1%. Your 10-year 4.25%, with the 2-year 3.60%. Gold is up $39 the ounce to $49.75. That is a gain of 0.8%. Silver surging again today, up by 5.4%. $101.44 on spot silver. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.2%, $61.24 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now up 0.6%. Bitcoin 89,713. Sources familiar with White House deliberations say Rick Reeder's openness to making changes at the Fed have bolstered his candidacy for the central bank's top job. They say the BlackRock executive is seen as looking the part of a central banker and has also grabbed President Trump's attention with his myriad of ideas for overhauling the Fed. UBS plans to make cryptocurrency investing available for some of its private banking clients. UBS shares down today by 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, Bloomberg Intelligence noting that transaction activity for senior housing assets jumped 70% in the month of December. That was, Tim, to the second highest monthly level of 2025, with more likely in 2026.
Meantime, our Bloomberg Intelligence research also showing that apartment REIT transaction activity rose 40% in December, contributing to a broader late-year increase in overall real estate deal volume. That uptick, Carol, driven more by asset dispositions than purchases, so that suggests that prices may fall this year.
All right, so there's a lot going on, and it's only, not quite the first month of 2026. Here to talk about possible opportunities in real estate investing is Lauren Hochfelder. She's back with us, head of global real assets over at Morgan Stanley. They've got $76 billion in assets under management, and she joins us here in studio. Happy New Year. How are you?
To you as well. Great to be with you.
It's good to have you here, and I feel like we kind of laugh and kid that this week has already felt like a decade. There's a lot going on. I'm curious if you're seeing any narratives, any themes already start to build, or is it still kind of early?
Well, look, I think we are existing in a world of heightened geopolitical and policy proposal uncertainty, and what it really brings us back to is two things. One, as an investor, you need to learn to live and avoid the noise, right? And we stay focused on these long-term mega trends, things like aging demographics and supply chain realignment, where you listen to the noise, but you got to tune it out.
But is it all noise? Because some of that noise, some of that bark actually does become bite. So I'm curious how you navigate through that.
Sure, yeah. To be clear, it's differentiating which is noise versus substance. And I think take supply chain realignments, which is obviously an area that's very intertwined with tariffs. I think one of the interesting things is people seem to think this trend started on April 2nd of last year, and that's just not the case. This long predates it.
Yeah.
Go back to COVID. Companies learned pretty early on about putting all their eggs in one basket, and they've been diversifying where they manufacture their goods and how they get those goods to the end consumer, which creates winners and losers in our space for that core infrastructure they need for distribution.
Anything the president has said over the last 2 weeks when it comes to real estate and when it comes to affordability, does that have any effect on your world? The idea of, well, certainly lower rates, but let's put that aside. But the idea of institutional investors not being able to buy single family homes, or the idea of Americans being able to tap their 401ks for home purchases. Is that at all, in your view, going to bring down prices?
Well, look, there is absolutely a housing affordability crisis in this country, so the administration absolutely has the right diagnosis, and it's profoundly important. The question is it the right prescription? And at the end of the day, if you look at single-family home ownership or buying among institutions, it represents about 1% of the market. So it's a little bit like the 1% tail wagging the 99% dog. We've known since the beginning of economics that price comes down when supply goes up. This is the solution. And just to give you a little color on that, so we own rented residential housing in a multifamily format all around the world, all throughout the US, Europe, Japan. And so we really see this day in and day out. You take two American cities. Austin, one of the hottest markets in the US, affluent, educated workforce, tech, all the buzz. And take, by contrast, Chicago, which is seeing domestic out-migration. It's seeing corporates relocate out. Guess which of the two of those cities has had higher rent growth? In our portfolio, we've seen rents grow in Chicago by 20% over the last few years, while rents have dropped in Austin.
Is it because of overbuilding in Austin?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
because supply brings down price. It makes it more
The
affordable.
cure for high prices is high prices.
So if you're a builder, you're going to be very careful, right? Because you want to get top dollar for what you build. So, I mean, this is kind of the situation we continue to find ourselves in. So is there a real fix to this? Or is that supply demand always going to be a very slow mover, if you will?
Well, I think if you look at the U.S. in particular, we tend to have, as is true across the broader capital markets, the most efficient markets. And so what that means is the supply-side response tends to be quite efficient. That's actually what ends almost every cycle in the U.S. Rents rise, values rise, supply kicks in.
Right.
What's a little bit different this cycle is we're seeing a dramatic decline in new supply, in part because replacement costs have risen. You've seen supply chain disruptions, obviously impacts from immigration policy and other factors. So values today are trading about 20% below, depending on the asset class, but consistently below replacement cost for the first time since the GFC, which we think actually gives real room to run for rents. It's one of the most bullish indicators for this cycle.
Well, and I feel like rents, anybody who's been looking for a rental apartment, I think in this area too, has just talked that they're off the charts.
Yes.
So we certainly see that. So, all right. So when you think about opportunities for investors this year, what are you thinking, or what would you be telling investors right here?
Sure.
It's January, it's early. We're going to see what we get from a Fed in terms of interest rates. But, you know, how do you think about it, Lauren, like in terms of where you might be placing some bets?
Well, a couple of things. On interest rates, I would say, yes, we'll see what the Fed does, but it is our view that the long end, which is ultimately the greater predictor of real estate values and yields, we think stays relatively range-bound at today's elevated levels, which means that unlike past cycles where investors made a lot of money betting on cap rate compression, this time around we think it's all about income growth to drive asset value. And that means you need to be invested in those sectors that have the long-term tailwinds that are structural, not cyclical. So you mentioned at the onset senior housing. That's, as you know, an area we've been very bullish on because of the demand side, because supply is down, and we think there's a real tailwind. Another area is industrial. Again, we are at the early innings of this supply chain realignment. It's creating real growth in demand and winners and losers.
What part of industrial interests you the most? Because it's certainly not monolithic, but you know, we could talk data centers, we could talk other types of industrial, we could talk warehouse, and we could talk about cold storage. What's interesting to you?
So we like warehouses generally. We like warehouses with excess power that create greater optionality. But we're basically we've been focused on the rise of e-commerce for the last 10, 15 years. That's been an incredible growth opportunity. We've seen values in our portfolio double and triple over that period of time. We're very focused on the supply chain realignment. So those markets that benefit from diversification of trade away, of manufacturing away from China, among other things. We're seeing increased defense spending, onshoring of advanced manufacturing. These are the types of things that we're focused on.
Whatever happened to office? Like, where are we on office? I feel like we are here and more people are here, but I still see office. There's some properties that are, I think, you know, either still vacant. Like, where are we in that? We thought that there was going to be this big drop off.
Yeah, so it's fascinating. So actually take a city like New York where we're sitting today. Office utilization is actually back pretty close to pre-COVID utilization levels. So we are back. We are no longer debating return to office, which blessedly, but now we're debating, we know we're coming back, to what kind of office are we coming back to? And I think what we've seen is it's really demand is concentrated in those better quality assets. The other fundamental question is, what's the right valuation for office. And I think the dirty little secret is that office, we think, was mispriced before COVID.
Too high.
Too high. It just didn't factor in the CapEx intensivity of the asset class.
And you're not just talking New York office, you're talking across.
Not just across the US, I'd say really across parts of Europe. The one office market that we view as actually quite different from the rest of the world is Japan. That's a market that is much less CapEx intensive. Japanese companies and tenants pay for their own build out. That helps that cash flow drop through to the bottom line.
All right, gotta leave it there. Always love catching up with you, and I know we'll do it throughout the year. Lauren, thank you so much.
So great to see you. Thank you.
Great to see you. Lauren Hochfelder joining us here, of course, from Morgan Stanley, joining us right here in studio.
Okay, Davos. It's a place to see and be seen.
Yes. Or... yeah, it is. I mean, listen, it's where the world's billionaires go, right? Global leaders gathered this past week at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting. It was also where a pair of blue aviators made headlines and were talked up around the globe. Those glasses became a hot item in demand, according to the company that makes them.
For more, we head to Italy and to Stefano Fulcier, the CEO of iVision Tech. It's the parent company of the French luxury brand Henry Julien, which made the glasses. Stefano, good to have you on the program. Take us through what happened since President Macron wore those glasses. What did you see in terms of demand? What did you see in terms of people buying them? Tell us everything.
Yeah, good evening, and thank you to have invited me. So I think that the effect is like a wow effect. It was amazing because from Tuesday, our website went in crash different times. We have received a lot of phone calls because everybody wants to buy something like that, you know? And so they have realized that the eyewear is from Henry Julien, and so we are covered for full of requests. And now we have immediately restarted to make power for the production of this model because everybody all over the world wanted. So, you know, the sales impact reaction was also amazing. And we have sold in one day like the same quantity of 1 year of production of this model.
Wow.
So
Which is
very
how many? Can you share with us what that number is?
Yeah, sure. We are not talking about very big numbers because we are a luxury brand. So we produce this eyewear that is in gold lamination, so very particular. And now we are more than 200 pieces in only one day for this model. And so the demand is, we receive orders every minute. So we have blocked PayPal 3 times. So we need every time to make a restructuration of the website. So it's amazing what's happening.
We should note shares of the company up 40% so far this month. Today, they're up more than 21%.
I mean, off and running.
Yeah.
Listen, did you know that he owned a pair? And I'm just curious, tell us about these glasses. What are they made of? I mean, how much do they go for?
So everything happens in 2024 because we have received a call from the Élysée, from the assistant of the president, and they want to buy one because they want to make a present for a minister in the period of G20. So I remember that I have received this call. And so when we have received this call, we say, wow, this is the president, so we have to do something more. And we want to make a present also to give you something. But the assistant told us, okay, please, okay, but we want to pay. So, you know, they try to respect that, and they ask us to have everything made in France. So they want something, you know, every phase, because you want to represent a product from the history of France. And I have to tell to you that, you know, Henry Julien is an historical brand. The company is born in 1921 and is a 100 years company. And so when we have sent them, we didn't have any news after that. And we recognize
in France, in this day and age, most sunglasses are, and most glasses are actually made, at least the ones that come to the U.S. are actually made in China. And I'm curious about the supply chain here in a conversation where we're talking a lot about domestic manufacturing in the United States. That's been a big focus of President Trump. How do you keep manufacturing in France and not outsource it to other parts of the world where it would be a lot cheaper?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. Because I would like to start from the beginning because our company was born 6 years ago, because we have started in October 2020, so in the middle of the COVID period, because we have bought the Safilo plant in Udine, so 1 hour from Venice. And the idea is to restart the production of the eyewear in Friuli. So Friuli is our region where I live. And in that period, Safilo has closed the plant, and we restart all the production inside. And we have a huge capacity here in Italy, because our main company in Italy has a capacity about 1 million eyewear per year. So if we are talking about our company, Julien, in France, we produce like 1,000 pieces per year. So we have a very niche market and for this type of production. And what we have done, the idea when we have bought Julien in October 2023, so after our listing in the stock exchange, we have decided to create like a boutique. So our idea was to produce in France only some small pieces, talking about the historical process, everything handcraft with a lot of faces. And I would like also to say to you that this eyewear is in gold lamination. So what is the particularity of that? That inside you can find gold. And so it's a very precious material. And the final price is not too amazing, because we are talking about 650 euros each. And talking about gold is a very competitive price. But this is something that represents, the story of the French production. And finally, I believe that we are based in the two most made in important all over the world, because if we are talking about eyewear production, made in France is very important, like made in Italy. So, in France, there is the Jura area that is very famous, like in Italy that we have Cadore, and Cadore is very famous for the eyewear companies, So we have a lot of knowledge, a lot of people, and to create a good eyewear, you need also to have a good staff, good people. Our people inside has 25 years of experience to create eyewear. So eyewear is not really easy to produce something like that.
So I am wondering, I just want to jump in for a moment, because we just have about a minute or so left here. And I do wonder what the goal is, because I'm looking at, as Tim mentioned, the stock up about 70% or so this week, a jump 21% today. And I'm curious, that kind of can get the attention of investors or other companies out there. Is anybody calling you, reaching out to you to talk about, let's work together? I think about, Luxottica, who's out there, who is massive in the glass space. Yeah. What is your goal? You've got brands like Ray-Ban that are out there. I think we all saw that. We thought about former President Joe Biden, who used to wear
aviators.
The aviators as well. So what is the goal? Is Ray-Ban something that you'd like? Is there a company that you're thinking, this is our goal, where we want to be? And just got about 45 seconds or so.
Yeah, sure. So, Howard is a family company. So working with me, I have my sister and my brother. So it's a family company. I am 39 years old, so we are young. And I believe that we are at the beginning to develop a company. We have started only 6 years ago. So we are a small company than, the biggest one that is Luxottica that you have talked about it. So our idea is to develop a different type of company. After our position of listing, we have made some M&A, and we have bought some electronical companies. And in the last year, we have presented the first eyewear technological one for blinding people. So we have a patent project of that. And our idea is like our name, Eye Vision Tech. So we want to produce something technological. So we are following smart device, smart eyewear. And I believe that in this field, we can do more. So we are a classical company to produce standard eyewear, but we have all the knowledge for that.
Well, as we said, the eyeglass is seen around the globe. Really great to catch up with you. Thank you so much for finding time for us, and have a good weekend. Stefano Fulcher, he is CEO of Eye Vision Tech, joining us there from Italy. Pretty cool, right?
Really cool. Maybe I'll get a pair of those. And, see you on Monday.
Yeah.
Wearing those glasses.
All right, stick around. The close coming your way on TV.
CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A major winter storm is forecast to bring a mix of ice, snow, and frigid conditions to a 2,000-mile expanse of the country from the southern plains to the south and up to the northeast through the weekend. Meals on Wheels volunteers across the South are scrambling to make extra deliveries. More from CBS's Michael Wallace.
Hello, it's Sam with Metro Meals on Wheels.
Samantha Donaldson is delivering a week's worth of shelf-stable meals to her clients in Nashville in case the power goes out. At Meals on Wheels Atlanta, CEO Charlene Crusoe Ingram's volunteers have already delivered meals to cover several days.
For inclement weather, we have to have a plan, and we do.
This meal recipient in Atlanta appreciates the effort.
It makes me feel really loved and cared for. I've never received this kind of love before in my life.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The Department of Homeland Security disputes a Minnesota school district's claim that ICE agents used a 5-year-old boy as bait before taking the boy and his father into custody on Wednesday. DHS officials allege that the father, whom they describe as an illegal immigrant from Ecuador, was taken into custody as other ICE officers stayed with the child. Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Gregory Bovino is accusing the media and protesters of spreading false narratives about what immigration agents are doing.
I challenge any other law enforcement agency anywhere nationwide to show me the fantastic care that ICE and U.S. Border Patrol provide children. Don't come across the border illegally, especially don't commit crimes, or there will be consequences.
From the powder to the pen, the FBI has captured one of its most wanted fugitives, former Olympic snowboarder and alleged drug kingpin Ryan Wedding. FBI Director Kash Patel.
Here we are today, bringing him to justice for trafficking hundreds of kilos of cocaine and also for the murder of innocent civilians.
President Trump and Vice President Vance have addressed the annual March for Life in the nation's capital. On stage, the vice president told the crowd,
all of us in the Trump administration, from the president on down, we thank you for your prayers, we thank you for your perseverance, and we thank you that for today, we are all marching for life.
Video game makers entered 2026 with positive momentum. CBS's Jason Brooks.
Industry researcher Circana reported that video game industry sales rose 3% in December from a year earlier, thanks to strong content sales, fueled by a 24% jump in subscription spending. Hardware sales rose 6%, with the Nintendo Switch 2 the leading console seller, while demand declined for Sony's PlayStation 5 and Microsoft's Xbox, with the Xbox suffering its worst ever year for sales.
Stocks mixed on Wall Street. The Dow was down 291 points. This is CBS News. Even the hardiest of souls are shying away from this weekend's winter weather. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez explains.
How cold is it in Chicago? So cold that tomorrow's annual polar bear plunge has been canceled. The club says it's not a decision the Bears take lightly, but safety is the highest priority, and going through with the frigid dip wouldn't be responsible. It raises money for children's charities and the Special Olympics. The Polar Bear Club says its after party at HQ Beercade will take place so everyone can commiserate, connect, and celebrate. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Floods in Mozambique have led to a new threat. Crocodiles are appearing in submerged towns and have killed at least 3 people. Torrential rains and severe flooding over the past month have killed more than 100 people in Mozambique, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. Thousands of homes have been destroyed. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, we are just under 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this. Yes, TGIF Friday. Carol Masser, Tim Stenivek, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Gotta say, a little bit of a different tone over the last 2 weeks. S&P 500 on track for 2 consecutive down weeks. We haven't seen that in some time. We've talked about Sell America trade, the quiet quitting that might be going on. So we're going to dig into that as we get ready to wrap up the trading week.
Well, some investors quitting Intel today.
Yeah, man.
Shares taking
running.
a hit.
Yeah.
17.8% to the downside right now. That's the worst day going back to August of 2024.
Stock's still up 21%.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, stock's still up 21% so far this year. So a big move, but seen in the context of what's already happened over the last few months, maybe not as big.
Well, and I was thinking about the surveillance gang this morning, Tom and Paul and team talking about Intel, though, take it back to where it used to be. And I think we're still like way down.
We
so
are.
it's like perspective on this one. Quite a big bounce back in the last year or so, but still far from its heyday.
Well, speaking of perspective, we're going to get the perspective of a global shipping executive. He's going to tell us about how geopolitical tensions are impacting global shipping. He sees it all.
Yeah.
His company, they transport oil, they transport corn, they transport other agricultural materials.
So where are the ships going?
They transport metals. So, yeah, we're going to get all the information.
I love that, right? Right. A really good snapshot of the global economy. Also from Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to get into the hundreds of thousands of Indians who are caught in H-1B visa uncertainty. Big story and something our team has certainly been tracking for a while. All right, let's get to the trade with just about 53 minutes to go. Here is once again Charlie Powell.
Thank you very much. Do want to begin with a story just getting a headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service about David Solomon's compensation at Goldman Sachs. It's up to $47 million last year. That's an advance from $39 million the year before. Goldman Sachs shares today, they are trading lower, down now by roughly 3.5%. And by the way, while we are talking about Wall Street executives, Rick Rieder's candidacy for the Fed's top job has been bolstered by his Wall Street experience and openness to making changes at the Fed. The Dow lower now by 308 points, down 0.6%. S&P up 1 point, little change there. We've got NASDAQ up 67 now, a gain there of 0.3%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 1.2%, and the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is slumping by 1.9%. 10-year at 4.23%. Gold is surging to a record, up 0.7% to 49.71. But silver, meanwhile, with a $101 handle, 101 on silver, up now by 5.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil 61.09 a barrel, up 2.9%, and Bitcoin up 0.8%. Right now, Bitcoin is at 89,866. Savita Subramanian is head of U.S. equity and quantitative strategy at BofA Securities. She sees the S&P 500 ending this year at 7,100, saying investors are talking about the good stuff and not the bad stuff.
So I think that where we are right now is a market that has a lot of expectations baked in. The multiples are high. We've got, a lot of tech companies that used to be asset light and innovators now becoming more clunky and asset intensive. Our view is earnings are going to be great. The economy is going to be great, but you're going to see significant multiple compression.
BofA's Savita Subramanian interviewed on Bloomberg Surveillance. Checking Intel stock after earnings last night. Shares have declined further. They are now down by 18.1%. Among other chip names, they're higher. AMD up 2%. NVIDIA up now by 1.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Should we talk some Intel?
Let's talk some Intel. You warming yourself up?
I am.
You're warming yourself up
It's
to talk to Ian King?
It's a little chilly on Wall Street when it comes to Intel right now.
That's true. Shares plunging as much as 18%. This after CEO Lip Bhutan gave a lackluster forecast and warned that the company was struggling with manufacturing problems. I want to bring in Ian King. He's U.S. semiconductor reporter. He joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Ian, we're going to talk about these moves in the broader context of how Intel has been doing over the last few months, which is just incredibly well. Carol making the point that even after today's plunge, shares are still up 21% just this year. But there was this part of your story that really stuck out to me, and it was what Lip-Bu said on the conference call. We are on the multi-year journey. Do investors want to hear that?
It's, to be fair to him, it's a consistent message.
I mean, it's consistent going back 3 CEOs, right?
Correct, yeah. And to be fair to him, you know, he hasn't hid from the issues that Intel has had. He said, look, you know, cultural, technology, customer, you name it, we've got to fix these things and it won't happen overnight. What I think, and you guys gave a good perspective on that, is we've seen a run-up on expectations that maybe things are getting better a bit faster than we thought, and you know, maybe, you know, the chip industry in general, there's a lot of demand, you know, there's a lot of demand for AI, and maybe Intel's going to get new customers. All of these things, you know, Intel never really said that. You know, Intel never really said, hey, things are great, don't worry about it, we've turned the corner. They said things are getting better. Stock ran ahead of that, and what we got yesterday was something of a reality check.
Yeah, that's a really smart point, right, Ian? I mean, there's one thing what investors get in the head and they just put a stock, you know, push a stock higher. There's FOMO, there's people seeing it, there's the U.S. government taking a stake, so you feel like there's a little bit of a kind of support, a floor being built in. We love talking to you. Intel is a name you've covered for a long, long time. Does it sound like the steps that he is taking, the CEO, Lip-Bu, that they do make sense and it does take some time for the full payoff?
Well, I think we just have to go back to what we know, which is how long does it take to build a factory? How long does it take to design a new chip architecture, bring new products to the market? And the answer is years, right? How long does it take to make a chip? The answer is months. He's only been the CEO for 10 months. So clearly there's a mismatch between the influence that he could have had on the company and what is happening right now. Right? In a sense, it's probably a little bit, as it was with his predecessor, unfair to hold them responsible for what's going on right now. When we're a year, 18 months, 2 years down the road, it's their baby. These are the decisions that they made coming home to roost. Right now, he's dealing with a hand that was already dealt, right?
I don't think we can talk about this company without talking about the U.S. as being the third biggest shareholder. If you look at the top two, it's BlackRock and Vanguard. Those are through index funds. The U.S. owns more than 5.5% of this company now, Ian. Does that change the way that Lip-Bu runs the company? Does it change the way he communicates to investors because he knows that the president is paying close attention to the performance of this company?
I mean, it's been difficult for him exactly for those reasons. You know, the president tried to fire him via a social media tweet last year, and clearly a close relationship with the president is important. The interests of this country are that we have manufacturing in this country. The interests of Intel shareholders are that we have manufacturing where it's appropriate, where it makes economic sense, and to the extent that it makes economic sense. So he's got multiple audiences there that he has to sort of find a way through with, and again, to his credit, he's given a sort of very measured message, which is like, we'll build it, but we'll build it when I get the orders. We'll build it when it makes economic sense. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves. So, you know, it's a very difficult position to be in and to find a message that resonates with all of these audiences, because ultimately, you know, you could find yourself out of a job if you're him, unfortunately, as his predecessor did.
In your reporting, you pointed out for Intel, Ian, another challenge, though demand for server chips is solid, the company can't shift production toward that market too aggressively without hurting its PC customers. This is coming from the CFO pointing that out. That's a real challenge.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we get into some of the details, and I think where there is a little bit more criticism that can be and was certainly applied to the current management team, which is like, look, 3 months ago, you had a choice where you designated where your wafers, when they come out 3 months later, what they would be, whether they would be server chips, whether they would be PC chips. And what Intel's management said yesterday was like, yeah, we didn't really guess correctly that there would be more demand for server chips. And, you know, Wall Street analysts are like, really? That's your most profitable product. Why didn't you do that? And as you just pointed out, they can't shift overnight and shortchange their PC customers because they represent a huge volume. So again, tricky thing to do, but you know, some of the analysts were not pleased with that decision making and feel that it should have been done better.
So, Ian, and it's a word that kills me when CEOs say it, but Lip Bhutan said something about execution challenges, right? And but I get it, but that's what it sounds like, execution. And you can probably point fingers and it's not great, but is that kind of what he's is that he almost admitting we kind of got that wrong?
The CFO was talking more about the allocation, where the products should be allocated. He was talking more about another aspect, which has arguably bigger consequences, which is, look, our manufacturing needs to be better. Isn't as good as I want it to be. It's not terrible, but it's not as good as I want it to be, and we're going to work hard on that. And that is very important because, as we've talked about for a long time, Intel can't just make its own chips anymore. It needs external customers. If you're an external customer and they're saying, well, we're not as good as we thought we were, we're not quite, that's not what you want to hear, right? That is not a bright and shiny showroom that you want to go shopping in. Right?
Ian, just very briefly, what can you tell us about attracting and retaining talented workers at Intel and the challenges that company has had?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Lip-Bu said himself, look, it's my job to bring in, use my contacts to bring in the best and the brightest. I'm part of the way through that process. So I guess, we have to hold him to his word, look at who he does hire and look at how those new hires pan out, look at the sort of breath of fresh air that they can bring and to revitalize these operations.
So real quickly, 5 seconds, Intel a 2026 story or 2027 story?
The reports today were very sober and saying, look, 2027, 2028.
All right. Ian, thank you so much. And it's been a busy 24 hours for you, so good that we could get some time with you. Ian King, he is U.S. semiconductor reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us from San Francisco. Check out his full reporting. It's on the Bloomberg.
Hey, coming up next on the Bloomberg Terminal, we stay on technology, a story that's getting a lot of attention, the H-1B uncertainty. Remember seeing those videos?
Right.
Yeah. Just a few months ago, chaos ensued.
All right, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. It is brought to you by Golden Crust Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k, tax and penalty free, go to goldencrustmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrustmetals.com/guide. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We've got a market where we're, call it unchanged, just up 2 points on the S&P 500. You've got the NASDAQ 100, a gain of almost 79 points, and a Dow that is down about 0.6%. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index, little change right now. The Dow lower, NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index both higher. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down 1.9%. Putting it all in context, the S&P right now, little changed, up by 1 point. The Dow down 305, down 0.6. We've got the 10-year at 4.23% with the 2-year that's yielding 3.59%. Precious metals, spot gold at $49.82 the ounce. That is a record, up 0.9%. Silver, meanwhile, with a $102 handle right now. Silver surging another 6.1%, breaking through $100 the ounce today for the first time ever. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3%, 61.13 for a barrel of WTI. Nat gas ahead of this major storm surging by 5%. Wednesday, we've got a Fed decision and J. Powell news conference. According to the latest Bloomberg monthly survey, economists expect the Fed will not be cutting interest rates until June. Ethan Devitt is chief global market strategist of Moneta Group Investment Advisors, and she was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Daybreak.
We do see that rates are going to come down in 2026. I'm not sure it's going to be this early. They've got the new chairman coming in April. That's likely to be much more of a catalyst for a rate cut. If the economy is strong, there's no reason to cut at this stage.
Ethan Devitt of Moneta Group. Meanwhile, BlackRock's Rick Reeder's candidacy for the Fed's top job has been bolstered by his Wall Street experience and openness to making changes at the Fed. That, according to White House sources, President Trump has finished interviewing candidates and has a person in mind to lead the central bank, with an announcement potentially coming as soon as next week. Recapping, S&P up by 0.5 point. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. For decades, Indian engineers in particular have seen the H-1B visa program as a golden ticket, offering a gateway to Silicon Valley, Wall Street, and the uppermost echelons of corporate America. That has changed in the last few months. The Trump administration has pushed a sweeping policy agenda intended to hinder immigration. It's included a move just a few months ago. You remember seeing the chaotic videos from the airplanes when people found out about this? Increase the fees on H-1B visa applications to $100,000 apiece. It's a staggering 10-fold hike, along with other changes that have made the program less desirable to employers.
Saritha Rai is Bloomberg News Asia AI reporter, and for Bloomberg Business Week, she writes about how the president's H-1B chaos is fueling an AI boom in the Indian tech industry. There's always different forces at play. She's usually back in Bangalore, but she joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. It is really a treat for us to have you here. Welcome, welcome. So tell us a little bit about what's going on. Tim mentioned these chaos of, videos on airplanes when news broke of the increase in the H-1B visa fee, if you will. But give us an idea of how this is impacting those who maybe got an education in the U.S., expected to get a job in the U.S. Is it not the case anymore?
So this is part of Trump administration's sweeping reforms of immigration, and the H-1B visa is at the heart of it. And that is causing massive, anxiety back in India, where tens of thousands of people come to the U.S. to study and to work. And all of that could change with the new set of reforms, particularly the H-1B reforms. Every year, about 65,000 of these visas are handed out as in a lottery. And a lot of the visas, about 70% of them, to go to Indians. Another further 20,000 of these visas are handed to people with advanced degrees, and again, about 70% of that goes to Indians. So that is, an influx of Indian professionals coming into the U.S. and into the workforce.
Satya Nadella from Microsoft, Sundar Pichai from Alphabet. These are past H-1B visa holders. Now they're the heads of their companies. There are critics of the program out there, though, and we're going to get to the story about what it means for AI and what it means for tech in India. But here in the U.S., what do the critics say about the H-1B visa program?
Definitely that these are the visas that are being misused or abused by many companies, particularly Indian outsourcers, to bring in employees that are not necessarily the best and brightest, which was what the U.S. had envisaged the visa program to be. So the criticism against a lot of these outsourcers is that they bring in cheaper employees from India and, put them to work here in the U.S. And that, the critics say, deprives a lot of Americans from getting access to these jobs.
Is that true? I don't know. Has anybody done the deep dive in saying, all right, let's look at applicants for a job? And do we have any indication? Because that is sad.
Because isn't it the whole point to bring in people who have, sorry to cut you off.
No.
To bring in people who have skills that Americans don't necessarily have. Isn't that the point of the program?
That is really the point of the program, but it not necessarily always is the fact. You know? There have been instances where Indians have been brought in, or people from other countries have been brought in to displace Americans from the job. And sometimes it has been the case that Americans have taught these people how to do the work, and then those people are doing the work for way cheaper salaries. So it has been the case, yeah, for sure. It is not necessarily true in all the cases, but there have been instances of that happening.
So what's going on? I'm just curious about, are Indians saying, okay, I'm not going to get an education in the United States if I can't necessarily assume I'm going to get this visa? What's happening that's changing as a result of this?
So these visas were really the inducement for a lot of Indians to come and study here in the U.S., paying massive fees. In fact, a lot of the universities in the U.S., the fees of these Indians bankroll these universities. So it's a
they often
massive,
pay full, right?
They always pay full fees.
Yeah.
So there's no free ride there. And so a lot of Indians are questioning the economics of that, of that education. Because if you study here paying, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then at the end of it, you don't have a job waiting for you, or you have no access to a job, then it just turns the economics on its head.
So a big part of your story is what this means for India and for Indian tech companies. If the H-1B visa holders can't work here, or if those people who typically would have been qualified and sought after here in the United States don't work in the U.S., a huge win for India?
I would think a huge win for the country, for sure. It's a 4.3 trillion economy, the world's fourth largest, the world's fastest growing large economy. There is a massive push to drive AI use in a lot of sectors and a lot of industries. There's a huge rush of AI startups coming up. So a lot of this could mean a windfall in terms of AI startups and an AI ecosystem growing faster than it ever would have, because all of these talented people are staying home and setting up these startups. But at the same time, it's not easy. India definitely has its challenges. The tax regime, for instance, is very challenging for startups. Not everything is smooth sailing.
So not necessarily the same opportunities for these individuals. If they go, the opportunities that they might have had in terms of an American company or a US-based company versus a startup or an AI-related company, not the same opportunities, maybe not the same salary. I'm just curious, the contrast.
The salaries will definitely be lower than what is being offered in the Valley or Wall Street, but certainly the opportunities are growing for people to start up on their own, and there is definitely an economic payoff for those kinds of entrepreneurial opportunities.
Saritha, one of the things I think about that's happened over the last few years, maybe even coming off the pandemic and certainly with the AI craze, is that every government seems to be looking like, what is their position in the world on this? How do we make sure we're not out of the AI race or even the tech race over there? Is some of this in terms of the Indian government, taking advantage or saying, wait, this is an open space for us, and maybe working on kind of a brain gain for AI workers and for AI companies or for the AI industry in India?
So India has definitely been somewhat left behind in the US-China AI race.
Yeah.
And so this might be an opportunity the government thinks, for India to catch up on a lot of lost ground. So there is a huge push to bring talent back home. India hasn't been as forward thinking as China has been. China for years encouraged talent to come back home. India is just beginning to do that. So I think, the government will push further into bringing talent back home and drive those reforms that will help entrepreneurs get on the ground running.
We're speaking with Saritha Rai, Bloomberg News Asia AI reporter, usually in Bangalore, but here in New York in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. You spoke to quite a few people for this story, including people getting their MBAs, recent MBA grads. Kunal Bal, also, whose H-1B visa application, that was rejected like close to 20 years ago. At this point, he returned to India. What did you hear from all of them?
So Kunal is, an outlier, I would say. Back when, in the 2000s, a lot of Indians came to the U.S., studied, got, for example, Kunal himself got his master's, and then he got a Wharton MBA, went to Microsoft as an intern, got a job offer at Microsoft, went and dined with Bill Gates, as he recalled, and then...
You got to feel pretty good, right?
Yes. I
and
mean,
even he can't get
this is
the
cream of the cream, and he got rejected, and that was in 2007. He was 23 years old. He went back to India and set up one of the leading e-commerce startups in India, Snapdeal, and then went on to build it, got SoftBank funding, and then did very well for himself. And he said, when this happened last year in September, he said he wants to encourage other Indians to come back home and do what he did, which is set up startups.
I think it's interesting. You go back, that's 20 years ago. What was going on? I mean, that was the financial crisis. I mean,
yes.
I'm just curious about the rejection back then, because I'm just, we're thinking a lot about this administration and the moves and the pushback against, it feels like, all kinds of immigrants who possibly come in and want to work. So I'm just curious, has this, that it happened back then too?
It was, I think, one of the unusual examples that happened back then. There wasn't a pattern to it. Kunal, I think, as I said earlier, he was an outlier. So,
but he showed what you can do, right?
Yes, exactly. And he wants now to fund other people and other startup entrepreneurs. So.
As you look at the world and kind of, I feel like the jockeying for position that so much is going on and the domestic focus that is going on, certainly in the United States, but other countries, as a result of this kind of, it seems, pushback against globalization, but maybe that's not happening everywhere. How do you look at it in the context of this story and what it might mean for India going forward?
Well, a lot of Indians now look at this as another way of tariffing the world. Some places it's products. This, in fact, is a tariff in the labor market.
Yeah.
Some people are saying that this is going to be, a big negative for the U.S. on the American side, because a lot of these companies look at these Indians as speeding up product development, innovation, services.
Or creating incredible companies that we talk about on a daily basis, if you think about it. Thank you so much. So glad you were here. I know you're headed back home, but thanks for being with us.
It's been a pleasure.
Same here.
Carol and Tim, thank you.
Saritha Rai, Bloomberg News Asia AI reporter, joining us right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, counting down to the close on this Friday. Stick around, everybody. We're back in a moment.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Silver surges to another record. Choppy session. S&P lower, as is the Dow. Nasdaq's higher. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading mixed right now, with the Dow currently down 300 points. S&Ps are a little change, but the Nasdaq is still higher by 0.2%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.23. Gold and oil are in the green, and Bitcoin, that's trading higher by 1%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were energy and consumer discretionary. Financials and industrials were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Microsoft and Amazon, while Goldman Sachs fell 4% and led to the downside. After earnings, Booz Allen jumped 6.5%, and in the chip space, Chinese officials told their tech firms they can prepare orders for NVIDIA's H200 chips. Wrapping things up, you mentioned silver, Charlie. Silver topped $100 an ounce for the first time. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Daddy, can I drive?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Do I look like I drive a minivan?
Shut up and drive.
Don't drive angry. Don't drive angry.
I'll drive. Shotgun.
This is the drive to the close.
If you had access to a car like this, would you take it back right away?
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 18 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Friday. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We have a day, call it little change, up about 1 point on the S&P 500. NASDAQ 100, tech outperformance there, up about 70 points, or good for a gain of about 0.3 of a percentage point. Dow Jones Industrial Average, it is down about 0.6%, down 286 points. Got to remind everybody, big earnings week next week, some big tech names as well. But
Apple
just
on Thursday.
a lot of companies in general reporting, but it's been quite a week, and we're on track, I think, for the S&P 500 to have 2 down weeks, and we haven't seen that in a while.
Sometimes stocks go up, sometimes they go down.
That is so true.
Eric Weiner has a smarter way to look at it, though. He's senior editor for Equities Americas here at Bloomberg News. He joins us from New York. Eric, I think I just want to start with the week that was and sort of how we ended up, because it's weird. There was some solid consumer data that pointed to strength in the consumer, and we know the consumer powers this economy. But at the same time, there were so many jitters to start off the week when it came to geopolitics. What's the takeaway as we get to Friday afternoon?
Well, it's really been a week of relief, I think. If you look at we spoke on Tuesday and things were looking dicey, but Carol said the word taco. That's really what it was about was, where is the breaking point where the potential for starting a trade war kicks in and kind of scares everybody. And when you heard Bessent talking about, calm down, and then, you heard Trump referencing the stock market, you kind of had a feeling that something was going to hit, and pulling off the tariffs really just sort of calmed everybody down, and we got more into a normal kind of trading week. That said, the tone isn't great. You look at today, and a lot of, way more stocks are down than up. The growth areas aren't doing well. Energy is really carrying things. So we're kind of, as you alluded to, waiting for a return to market catalysts next week. And really, that's when we'll kind of see how the fundamentals look.
Yeah, I think, we've got to wait and see. Is it significant, though, S&P 500 down 2 weeks in a row here?
Well, I'll tell you what, more interestingly, it's down 3 weeks this month. And the last time it did that was in March. However, when it did that, it was down a lot. We're, roughly flat, a little bit up for the year. So, there's a negative tone. I will say that. But it's still really not decisive, and getting a 2% down day off of tariff worries basically kind of upends things a little bit. So we need to stretch it out a bit, see where things go. And really next week is going to be about the AI trade. And that has been propelling things. And that's when we'll hear kind of where the spending goes, where the earnings are.
Yeah.
And that'll be a much better gauge for the market.
Hey, what about the significance of the outperformance of the Russell versus the S&P 500? How about that? Is that significant?
That's weird because you don't. It's a risk move. So what you have is, I think. I mean, there are a lot of different theories. The one that makes the most sense to me is that people are just rotating away from the S&P. So they're moving into other corners, and there is growth in those smaller stocks. However, for a longer term perspective, if we go into a de-risking mode, the Russell is not going to outperform. So, when you have this tenor where there isn't growth stocks that are leading things and you have the Russell leading things, it means that we're kind of disjointed about where the sentiment actually lies.
So let's push next week. You mentioned it's a good week for AI. Does it change? I mean, a good week for understanding AI next week and understanding the AI trade and the way investors are at least thinking about it. The potential for it changing the tone. What are you looking to next week? Obviously, Apple is reporting on Thursday. That's going to be a big one, an important one. We spoke to Mark Gurman about that in our 2 o'clock hour today. But what's the one to watch?
To me, it's Meta and Microsoft, because they're spending a ton. If you add them with Alphabet, it's hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into the sector and going all over the place. So you look at stocks like SanDisk and Seagate, and they're benefiting from this. So what you need to hear from the guys like Alphabet and from Microsoft and Meta, which you will next week, they're on Wednesday. Apple, as you said, is Thursday. You'll hear a lot about the spending and where the capital expenditures are going to go. And if they're prepared to keep that up, that is really bullish for the rest of the AI trade, which is, utilities, electric providers, memory guys, chip makers. All of that is really hinging on where these guys are going to spend. Between that and the Fed next week, you have a lot of catalysts.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So it makes sense, maybe the trade that we're seeing today a little bit, it's kind of like marking time.
Yes, and that's kind of what I mean. Although the volume is heavy, so it's not like people are out there doing nothing or sitting on their hands. But yes, it sort of seems like look, if tariffs were going to be on the table, this week would have been way different. But once they got pulled off, everybody is thinking, let's sort of sit back and see where things go. So it's a little up, a little down. But very orderly and not really a ton of conviction either way, which is what we've seen the last couple of days, where it's, small percentage point moves.
I want to ask you, though, about something we've been talking a lot about today, and I'm curious what you're hearing about it, Eric, and this is this quiet quitting of U.S. assets, and we've been talking about emerging market stocks, currencies, and precious metals extending a strong start to this year. Amid tensions, we've been talking about flows to other areas, and not into the U.S. What are you hearing? What are you seeing? Is this just a small trade, a temporary trade, or is there momentum building in this?
Well, it's interesting. So you hear a lot of talk about it, and it's definitely the chatter. I would not deny that. But when we talk to the people who actually watch the flows, as you're saying, there isn't a whole lot of evidence of that. Now, this isn't the kind of thing, if you're talking about rotating away from the U.S., it isn't something that you're going to do very easily, and it's not something you're going to do very quickly. So it is the kind of thing we have to watch for over time. You want to watch for like treasury auctions, things like that, where you have large participation from overseas and suddenly it kind of evaporates. But we aren't really seeing people pulling out of U.S. stocks. There may be some retrenching, and there may be some movement toward that. You have to realize, the comments from Trump were, Wednesday? So,
yeah,
it seems like it's been a year, but it's only been a couple of days.
Right.
So, the idea that we're going to see it right immediately is maybe not where we're going, maybe not where we are, but
All
there's
right.
definitely a lot of talk about it.
Got to run. Stay safe over the weekend. Eric Weiner, Senior Editor, Equities Americas for Bloomberg News, counting you down to the close.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just a few minutes, about just under 7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Friday. And for the week overall, little changes, as we just talked with Eric Weiner, a lot coming our way next week, a ton of earnings, some big tech earnings, and we also have a Fed meeting and a Fed decision. So there's going to be a lot. And so he said there's lots of volume in the trade.
That's all next week?
That is all next week.
That's all next week. You know what's not next week?
What's not?
A snow day for New York City kids.
Has that already been decided?
Yeah.
What a bummer.
I know.
Huh.
Thanks, Mayor Mamdani.
What's going on?
Okay, so this is interesting. It's
you
the heaviest...
care because you have a couple kids in school.
Well, I do, but
yeah.
Here's the thing. If there's a snow day, so a snow day, the definition of a snow day is school's canceled.
Right.
And the kids can play outside in the snow.
Right.
Ever since the pandemic, as Elizabeth Rembert from Bloomberg News points out in this piece, the infrastructure for online learning has improved in the city so much. Now they do online days instead of snow days.
Because they can do that.
So it's a remote day.
Which is kind of a bummer. Remember growing up and you knew you'd have a snow day and you just went out and played in the snow.
Well, here's what the mayor said, quote, "I'm not going to contend that a snow day is not one of life's rare joys. I will tell you that growing up in the city, it was one of my favorite memories."
But he's not going to do it.
He's not going to do it. I think it's, it's a charged issue for parents and for teachers as well.
Yeah.
For a few reasons. One is, what do you do with the kids if they're not in school? But I don't think the remote learning part of that solves that, and I think that's a challenge for a lot of parents.
Agreed. Yeah.
We were really lucky during COVID that our child was not like in grade school at the time, and just the idea of having an 8-year-old in a remote.
I think it's really tough for younger kids.
Yeah,
and
it's
especially
really, really
because
tough.
kind of the socialization aspect of it. But I think it's really, it's a tough thing. Well, anyway, you're looking forward to Monday?
Yeah, I actually.
What does this mean for you?
It's actually, what does it mean for you, Carol? Because you might be affected by it.
I might not have my co-anchor, it feels like. Well, hopefully everything works out.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine.
All right.
We just might bring the kids into the studio.
Yes.
You know?
Bring them. I would love. Hey, in the meantime, as we watch this storm, a lot of thinking about how it affects families here in the New York City metro area. But the other thing is, we've been reporting out this massive storm is going to definitely test some of the power grids across much of the United States. Not a new story. These are things that we've talked about in terms of the infrastructure, fixing, building out, improving. And this, as we are seeing, for a long time, power demand didn't really grow. It's grown a lot, and that is a lot of it because of data centers and AI and so on.
So add in a storm that is expected to span close to 1,500 miles, heavy snow, crippling ice, sub-zero wind chill, some of the biggest U.S. cities. Natural gas prices surged on concern, iced over equipment, will choke supplies. Airlines have canceled more than 3,000 flights. Amtrak has pulled dozens of trips from its schedule.
We have a story that we might get into with our TV colleagues in just a moment. It's kind of the numbers around this expected storm, and it says the amount of ice 0.5, half an inch, or 1.27 centimeters that can lead to a crippling ice storm, toppling trees and power lines to create widespread and long-lasting power outages. So it doesn't take much for ice to really become a problem. And this is what makes this storm so tough. It's so cold. It's going to be so cold, and it's going to stay that way for a while.
At least 10 inches of snow and sleet are forecast from the tip of the Texas Panhandle into the central and southern U.S., covering major cities along a 1,000-mile stretch from Oklahoma to New York. Boston could get walloped with 18 inches of snow.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And again, the temperature, so not like it's going to melt away and help make it easier to fix things or just kind of go away so it doesn't stay so cold. So, yeah, there's a lot going on. And it's, we're going to see. And it sounds like from everybody that we talked to about the storm, it's not like it's going to get any easier or that it's getting any smaller or it's going to miss us. It doesn't sound like that.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were kind of hopeful earlier this week, that it would dissipate in some way, but it's... last check, 11 to 14 inches in New York City.
The number of Nashville snowplows named after country music legend Dolly Parton.
That's pretty cool.
That's a cute AP story. We might talk about it a little bit more. Anyway, we're counting you down to the close. Do not go anywhere. Just about 2.5 minutes to go. We're heading over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Katie Greifeld, taking you through to the closing bell with the global simulcast. Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic join us right now. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. The camera's right in front of you, Carol. As we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, our partnership with YouTube. It's Friday, Carol, a down day for the market, a flat day for the S&P, but there was a lot of volatility that led up to this, Carol. Where do we go next?
Yeah, and a lot of volume in today's trade, even though it feels like investors are awaiting a slew of earnings, some big names, some big tech names next week. And then you've got a Fed meeting, but nonetheless, a lot of activity, like I said, a lot of volume in today's trade, even though you look at the S&P just up about 4 points.
And not just a Fed meeting, right? We're getting teased the potential for an announcement on who the next Fed nominee will be.
Oh, I don't think we're ever going to get that announcement. We've been.
I thought it was supposed to happen before Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
I'm saying definitively it'll come next week.
Okay.
Mark my words.
You do know everything.
All right, place your bets, everybody. The Russell 2000 today for the first time in 2 weeks, underperforming the S&P 500.
Yeah, and not just by a little, by quite a wide margin today. It's pretty amazing. I mean, it wasn't clear necessarily to me what was sparking this huge outperformance that we've had to start the year. And then you take a look at today's action. It's also not clear to me why exactly today was the day that broke the streak, but nonetheless, it's over.
Yeah, I was going through because, I mean, it's hard to see on a sector basis, but if you look at some of the individual names, there are a lot of the biggest losers today in the Russell 2000 and in that S&P 400 mid-cap. Those have actually been some of the biggest gainers over the last few weeks, so potentially that could be profit-taking, but to Katie's point here, hard to really know one way or the other. We get the closing bells in New York. A down week for the most part for the broad market, but a mixed day with the Dow Jones Industrial Average down almost 300 points or 0.6%. The S&P 500 oscillating between gains and losses, but it finishes the day in the green, up about 2 points. That's basically unchanged. The NASDAQ composite up about 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100 up a similar percentage point. But as you were just alluding to, the S&P 400 mid-caps down 1%, Dow Transport's down 1.4%, and the Russell 2000 falling 1.8%.
All right, guys, that is your closing numbers. Let's go back to the S&P 500 in terms of the split. Winners and losers in the Friday trade. And you did see, let me bring it up, 183 names in the S&P 500 actually gaining ground today, Katie. 318 to the downside and 2 unchanged.
Let's take a look at the sector breakdown as well. A real mix here in terms of what did well. At the top, in terms of a percent gain, you had materials outperforming higher by about 0.9% as a sector. You can see tech represented there as well. Consumer discretionary did well. In terms of what didn't perform on this Friday, your biggest loser was the financials, down by about 1.3%. Industrials, too, sort of at the end of the pack here, Carol.
All right, let's get to some of the individual gainers, if we may, on this Friday. Fortinet, ticker FTNT, top in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100. That went up about 5.2% in today's session, as high as 9.5% intraday, but still some outperformance there, rallying on heavy volume after TD Cowen upgraded the security software company to buy from hold. They said AI is not eating security software, but rather augmenting it among some of the commentary. Price target set to $100, so we're looking at about a 29% increase from the last price, but you can see the stock closing at about 81 and change. Let's move it on over to CSX, as we know, reporting its results, and that one up about 2.3% in today's session. At its highs again, it was up as much as 5%, so finishing off its best levels of the session. The company gave 2026 guidance, including low single-digit revenue growth. Analysts, though, on the company's results saying that CSX still facing a challenging environment amid tepid industrial activity. JP Morgan says the forecast should be enough for the stock to recover from some of the decline that we saw on Thursday. CSX was down 2% in yesterday's trade. And then an airline, Alaska Air, again, up almost 7% at its highs today, finishing, though, still with a gain above 4%. It did beat Wall Street's expectations, reported strong demand for premium and business flying, though it joined larger rivals in offering a more tepid outlook for 2026. Airline execs offering a wider than usual profit range for the year and telling analysts that the carrier remains at the mercy of volatile fuel prices and potential global shocks after a whipsaw 2025. I feel like geopolitics and concerns around the globe continue to creep their way into commentary among the CEO community.
All right, you got the gainers, I got the decliners. I want to start with Intel. It's kind of yesterday's news, but look at this. It was the most actively traded stock by far today in the U.S. on U.S. exchanges, falling 17%. Did plunge as much as 18% earlier in the session. Lip-Bu Tan, the CEO, gave this lackluster forecast, warning that the company was struggling with manufacturing problems. Worst single day going back to August of 2024, still up 22% so far this year, up 120% last year, but low manufacturing yields, years trying to restore its tech edge, recover from market share losses. It's a setback for the U.S. government, too. It's trying to rebuild a vibrant domestic semiconductor industry and has made Intel a cornerstone of that strategy. Also, keep an eye on shares of Apple ahead of earnings next week. Shares slipped slightly today, but more so interested in what happened over this week, down about 3% this week. It's its 8th straight negative week, longest stretch going back to May of 2022. It's been down about 12% over the last 8 weeks. And should Apple extend its losing streak next week to a 9th week, This would be its longest streak going back to July 1993. That's according to data compiled by Bloomberg. So we'll see what happens next Thursday.
What are you actually looking for out of those earnings? So, like, I mean, what could even be the upside catalyst at this point?
We talked to Mark Gurman about this. I mean, obviously, everything is about the iPhone still. But given all the concern about Apple's AI strategy and what Mark has reported this week when it comes to that revamped Siri, he wants to see, action there.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see.
And this is an interesting one. Syringe makers actually had a pretty bad day.
This caught my eye. I love these types of stories.
This is really cool.
I hadn't been paying attention to this.
Becton Dixon, BDX, West Pharmaceutical Services, WST, Becton Dixon down 2%, West Pharmaceuticals down 4.5%. They fell because analysts are so positive about the launch of Novo Nordisk's oral Wegovy medication. Check out what JP Morgan analyst Robbie Marcus says. He says bullish comments from Novo on the ramp of its oral Wegovy pill has led to fears of cannibalization from the traditional injectable market. So if people aren't injecting the medicine, they're taking pills, that means fewer syringes, and those stocks take a hit.
It's just logical.
Yeah, I was just fascinated. I mean, it's funny how sometimes you don't think about kind of these kind of ancillary beneficiaries of these rallies. The idea everyone's on Ozempic or whatever, Wegovy, whatever, and they need the syringes, so that benefits the syringe makers. And if they all switch to pills, then what? Won't someone think of Becton Dickinson? Let's go to the yield space, because honestly, not a whole lot happened today. And this actually gets to something Katie and I were just talking about a little bit earlier on the close. The idea that if you just woke up today and kind of looked at some of these markets, you wouldn't think that a whole lot actually happened this week. But of course, we had one of the biggest spikes in bond volatility to start the week. It settled down pretty significantly yesterday and subdued today here. Modest, and I mean really, really modest declines today on yields across the space. Of course, that could change in a big way with some key economic data next week, a Fed meeting on Wednesday, and, as Carol Master believes, a potential Fed announcement out of the president.
Yeah, no, that's kind of where you're coming from. We'll see what we get, because we've been promised that announcement, but eventually he's got to come and do that. Having said that, in the meantime, we're all really focusing on this massive snowstorm that is hitting so much of America. And there's a great story out by the AP, just kind of putting some of the numbers to it. I know you guys have been talking about it. So many Americans are going to be impacted. More than 170 million people, so that's about half the population of the U.S. are in the path of this storm. More than 1,500 flights scheduled to fly through the U.S. airports Saturday were canceled by the time the storm began early Friday. That's according to FlightAware. And then there's some other statistics that really kind of put this storm in perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are concerned about what happens to power supply, the grid health, grid resilience in many parts of the country, not just here in New York, but also in Texas. Katie, given what happened there 5 years ago, we've seen the way that these different jurisdictions have responded thus far, warning people. But with a storm this big, the big question is, like, where do people go if they are affected?
Absolutely. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if we actually get all of the snow that's being forecast, because the range is quite wide. I do want to point out, it's not just planes. Amtrak's are also getting canceled as well. But when it comes to the airlines, another interesting piece of reporting that apparently U.S. airlines are offering to waive fees ahead of this big winter storm, maybe sort of soften the blow of all the cancellations that are going to come.
Yeah, and we should also point out, too, I mean, we talk about just the potential damage that can do. It's not just, obviously, the amount of snowfall, but it's also the areas where they fall. It's ice, other things, particularly if it does fall in areas that aren't traditionally used to dealing with that, and that always creates a lot of problems. It's interesting, too, to kind of see the various local politicians come out and prepare their residents for what's to come. Still waiting for a little bit more of a national response if it does get to be that serious.
So do you know how many snowplows are in Nashville named after Dolly Parton?
Oh, my goodness.
I'm sorry? After Dolly Parton?
Yeah. Apparently there's one.
Oh.
That's it?
Yeah.
I feel like there should at least be two.
Yeah, exactly. One in East Tennessee named Snowline after a classic hit song,
I love that.
That's great.
Yeah, that's good.
Pretty clever. All right, guys, do stay safe, do stay warm. That is a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, we call it the closing bell. Of course, Katie and Romaine are going to continue there on the close on Bloomberg Television. Tim and I continuing on Bloomberg Business Week Daily right here on Bloomberg Radio. Have a good and safe weekend, everyone. We'll see you again, same time, same place on Monday.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenovic. And as Carol has said, it's a shame that nothing happened this week because...
A lot of stuff this week.
It's a short week, but...
What did they call it, a decade this past week?
I don't know what it feels
Felt like?
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah.
I want to bring in David Weston. He's the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week on Bloomberg TV and radio tonight at 6 p.m. Wall Street time. You've got a great program coming up. Before we get to the highlights there, we wanted to talk a little bit about Disney with you and the next CEO.
Okay.
Because we've seen this story
Surprise!
before. Surprise. We've seen this story before. Bob Iger out yesterday, Disney out yesterday with a filing saying that they want to name a successor to Bob Iger in the first half of this year, early part of the year, I guess. Given that they tried to do this a few years ago, it didn't really go as planned. I don't know. How are you looking at it? You have a lot of experience in the industry. You have a lot of experience there.
A lot of experience with Bob. That's right. I worked there for a long time. So they had been talking about like March maybe time. That was sort of the whisper number.
Right.
Was March. And as you say, they've been through this a couple of times before already. There are two differences. Bob is a little older now, and he said he really wants to leave. But as important, I think, is James Gorman, who's the chair of the board. Remember, he handled it at Morgan Stanley, and if you know James, he gets things done in a nice way, but he's pretty strong. And when they brought James in, I thought, it'll happen this time.
Very good point.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think, if I may, in terms of what kind of CEO does Disney need at this point? This is a company that's certainly gone through some evolution, if you will, in terms of priorities.
Well, it's a very tough business.
Yeah.
Look at Paramount and Netflix.
Right.
I mean, it's a tough business going through huge change. And to some extent, you know, the YouTubes of this world is overtaking the whole business. It's almost like we're fighting over yesterday's media world. The Walt Disney Company is a hard company to lead. And that's a credit to Bob Iger, the job he's done, because it's got a lot of different facets. It's a very, very big company. It's got creative as well as business that you have to do both of. And there are virtually no people out there that can do creative and business. We've seen all sorts of media companies fail on one side or the other. So it's a really tough piece of casting, without a doubt. And they've got to take it forward into a streaming world where we don't know what's there. I mean, I used to say, you've got an army on one side of the river, you have to get a whole army over the other side of the river. You can't lose what's on this side of the river, and you don't know exactly what's there once you get there.
Yeah,
and
it's a tough spot to be in.
That's tough leadership, really not knowing where it goes. But listen, as I say, Bob is very able, James Gorman is very able. They've got a great board. I know some of the other people on that board, and if anyone can do it, they'll do it.
All right, speaking of leadership, I feel like the leaders have a full plate around the globe. Tell us a little bit about Wall Street Week this week, because you did focus a lot on Ukraine, which I feel like we didn't talk a ton about, but that war is still certainly on.
Well, but it was a week of two stories, right? I mean, first of all, if, as I believe, Donald Trump, whatever you think, love him, don't love him, he's the greatest reality show TV producer of all time, by a long shot. He produced another reality show this week.
Yeah.
Where if you remember, we started the week with, oh my goodness, we're going to invade Greenland.
Right.
And he had everybody talking about Greenland. And then he has a meeting with Mark Rutte from NATO, who doesn't have any say over it all. He comes away and says, we got a framework, and the markets all pop back and say, okay, great, we're all good.
Yeah.
And then he pulls a rabbit out of his hat and says, oh, by the way, Zelensky's dropping by, who wasn't even showing up, so we can have a meeting. And he turned it from Greenland to Ukraine. So it kept us all interested.
It certainly did. It is kind of remarkable. We were talking about this, though, throughout the week, that Davos, he took over Davos.
Oh, totally. He was, by the way, he was essentially the only subject at Davos.
Exactly.
Even maybe the second most famous speech was Mark Carney's from Canada, and that was about Donald Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he had everybody talking about Donald Trump the entire week. So you got to give him credit. If that was his goal, which I suspect it might have been, he achieved it.
Well, speaking of Mark Carney, you spoke to Chrystia Friedland this week, who is now an economic advisor to Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky. What did you want to get from that conversation?
Yeah, well, she obviously was a former deputy prime minister and ran against Mark Carney, although they're very good friends. Did you know he's a godfather of one of his children, of her children?
No.
They're very good friends.
I did not know that.
They're very good friends, and they're very good friends. But
politics is different outside the U.S.
And she was, before she did the unpaid, I must say, economic advisor to Zelensky, she was appointed by Carney to oversee rebuilding Ukraine. So she knows that her mother is Ukrainian. She's half Ukrainian. She speaks it fluently, so she knows it well. But we talked to her right shortly after President Trump met with President Zelensky, and immediately after she had met with President Zelensky after that meeting to say how it went. And this is part of what she said she took away from that meeting.
What I am hearing, and I think what everyone else is hearing, from the Ukrainians, from the Americans, and indeed from the Europeans, is that at this point, the Ukrainians, the Americans, and the Europeans are all pretty much on the same page when it comes to this negotiation. And that's actually a remarkable outcome when you think about how rocky the path has been to get here. So, you know, it feels like there is quite a lot of optimism from Ukrainians, from Americans, from Europeans. And I really think the bottom line is that the ball is in Putin's court.
So if the ball was in Putin's court, he took the ball, because right after this happened, as you know, Witkoff and Kushner went up to visit with Vladimir Putin and came away with Vladimir Putin shocking the world by saying, it's about the territory. I want the territory. He hasn't changed his view.
We've known that for years.
I know. They keep saying it's 90% of the way there, but they don't seem to be able to make progress. But the one thing about Vladimir Putin is you can believe what he says. I mean, he keeps saying it and saying it and saying it.
He's consistent.
He's consistent, you know, and thus far, I haven't seen much leverage over him.
So does this end without Ukraine ceding territory to Russia?
Well, listen, I don't know. You know, if I were going to guess, I think most people would think, whether you call it ceding territory, whether it's actual sovereignty or something else, Ukraine is not going to get back all of eastern Ukraine anytime soon. Mm-hmm. It's not going to happen. I mean, this is like World War I. Now, however you call it, characterize it, whatever you say. But this is more than that. By all accounts, Vladimir Putin is asking for territory he doesn't even occupy now. Mm-hmm. And that is really strategically important. So, I mean, he's steadfast in his view. One thing I must say I thought was fascinating, you remember Volodymyr Zelensky when he went into the Oval Office and we had J.D. Vance and the president and Marco Rubio beating up on him in front of everybody? It was terrible. He's learned a lot because he came out of his meeting with Trump, if you remember, and said, boy, those Europeans, you got to step it up. I mean, you can't just count on the Americans. And I'm thinking, well, Donald Trump is saying, that's a good answer.
I like
that answer. It was pretty smart.
I think what Krista said, though, in that Americans, Europeans, Ukrainians, all on the same page. Yeah. Is she right? Because I feel like certainly the United States, certainly President Trump has gone back and forth when it comes to who he's favoring. I don't know if that's just his strategy, but is it true that they are really allied at this point?
At this point? Sure, but I'm sorry, with President Trump, I don't know how long those points ever last, but right now it looks like, in part because I do think Zelensky has really trimmed his sails in the way he deals with Trump. He's not demanding what he did before.
Yeah.
And the Europeans say they're going to step up. He needs them to do that at this point. But so I think he's keeping President Trump on side, as it were, it appears. But what that does for him, I don't know in the ultimate struggle.
I just feel like we've been here.
Christian, though, one of her main points, and this is her job to some extent, is to say, at some point we've got to make a pivot from a world in which Ukraine is a victim, you know, a pitied victim, to an economic advantage. That actually, if we do it right, Ukraine can be a powerful economic ally for the Europeans. And even an ally when it comes to military issues. As she said, and when we talked to her, she said, there's only one country in Europe that recently has fought with Russia and done all right, and that's Ukraine. So if the rest of Europe is worried about how to deal with Russia militarily, it's not a bad way to go.
David, thank you.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. FCC Chair Brendan Carr sees, quote, legitimate competition concerns in Netflix's proposed acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery Studios and streaming businesses, concerns he does not share if Paramount Skydance were to acquire those assets. The FCC, which regulates broadcast TV licenses, does not have jurisdiction over the Netflix deal. Today, we did see Netflix advance by 3.1%. Warner Brothers Discovery up 0.8%. Paramount Skydance on a down day for stocks down 0.7%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 285, down 0.6%. The S&P, I should say correctly, was up 2 points, little changed, wrapping up the week, heading into the weekend there at 69.15. NASDAQ up 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 0.3%, but a disconnect today for the Russell 2000 index. It fell 1.8% as the S&P advanced under 0.1%. 10-year at 4.22% with a 2-year 3.59%. Spot gold up $45 the ounce to a record $49.81. That was a gain of 0.9%. Silver continues to advance by 6.6%, $102.57 on silver. Natural gas today also moving higher. Nat gas surging ahead of this major storm, up 5.9%, $5.34 per million BTUs. And again, putting that in context with West Texas Intermediate crude, 61.28 a barrel. WTI today up by 3.2%. Briefly after earnings, Intel plunged 17%. Other chip names higher. AMD up by 2.3%. NVIDIA up 1.5%. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. You may remember on Wednesday, United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby warned that geopolitical tensions risk disrupting what's been a pretty hot start to the year. Here's what he said to Bloomberg's Lisa Abramowitz. Quote, we're the largest global airline from the U.S. We're exposed to all levels that are all around the globe. He later noted it would cause short-term pain, but his airline will, quote, stay focused on the long term.
I have to say, it does feel like executives, we've talked about JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon, the conversation with David Rubenstein, when he talks about what could maybe, create some problems within financial markets, and he talks about like what's going on around the globe and geopolitics. We're increasingly hearing folks point to that.
That's exactly what we want to talk about with Stamatis Tsantanis, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Synergy Maritime Holdings and Founder, Chairman, and CEO of United Maritime Corporation. The two firms together, they're microcaps. They're traded in the U.S. Together, they have a total of 25 ships. They carry grains, wheat, corn, steel, copper, oil, and more all over the world. Stamatis is back here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Welcome back.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
We spoke to you last over the summer in July, and that was a time of geopolitical tension too, but it was a different type of geopolitical tension. Are things more or less stable in your view than they were then?
Well, certainly they're less stable. I mean, you have so many things going on around the world. You have disruptions, you have like potential wars, all these things happening, and you have all this new military drive that people need to start building things again, which is not just for real estate, but you need it for strategic reasons, defense and all that. So, shipping and raw materials of steel, bauxite, iron ore, and coal, they become more and more relevant all the time.
So tell us what you're seeing. Like, I remember doing a trip to India during the financial crisis and trying to understand, you got a great view of this being an emerging market and driving somewhere in the middle of the night and seeing all the big trucks and really understanding the build and the moving of materials around. You have such a great vantage point of that. So with the stuff that's going on around the globe, whether it's from the White House, whether it's from other regions, whether it's China, what has shifted in terms of where the ships are going and where activity is happening and what's being moved around?
Well, first of all, you have a commodities rally, right? I mean, you have gold, you have silver, you have tin, you have copper, you have all these prices surging to these levels. And I strongly believe that you're going to see aluminum, you're going to have steel and all these things coming up a lot because demand is so strong for these products. That,
so there's more movement of all of this around?
I strongly believe you're going to have a lot of movement for that because it's not just a good to have real estate or a house, but it's strategic, it's defense, it's military, so you're going to have a lot of these things going on. On top of that, you also have the AI. You need to upgrade the power grids. You need to create all these data centers. And all these things require vast amounts of metals, that we transport. So it's pretty much important these days.
The geopolitical disruptions as far as what's happening out there while the ships are out there, have you had to make changes to routes as a result of any issues, as a result of countries' military doing operations in certain places? We saw the disruptions around Venezuela in that region, just to commercial airlines, for example, when Nicolas Maduro was brought to the United States. Have you been affected by any of that?
Well, of course. I mean, Red Sea has been out of the question for more than a year now. Black Sea is out of the question because of missiles going on board ships. So we tend to avoid this kind of area. So the more places you avoid, the more diversions you have for the ships, the longer distances you make and the more ships you need. So freight rates go up, unfortunately.
What are your biggest costs? Give us an idea. I mean, these ships are not cheap. Walk us through some of the dynamics or the financials here.
Well, inflation is everywhere, right? Building ships today has surged a lot because, you know, for all these raw materials, you need to build the ships. And then you have fuel, but fuel has been quite stable, I must say. Yeah, but building the ship has actually gotten way more expensive. That's how it is. And that's also strategic. I mean, China has been building a lot of ships recently, and prices keep going up and up all the time. So, you know, the U.S. at a certain point need to start building ships.
Are you building?
We are building some ships, yes.
Okay.
Yes, in China and Japan.
You are?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
But the U.S. is not.
No, you don't see a lot of shipbuilding activity here in the US.
President hopes there will be some military shipbuilding activity here.
We all hope that there's going to be some shipbuilding activity here as well, but
not
we're
so
just
far.
going to wait and see when that's going to take place.
Do you think the U.S. can build the ships that the president wants to see?
Well, there's nothing that
Or
the
that you
US
want to buy?
There's nothing that the U.S. cannot do, to be honest. It's just going to be a matter of cost and time.
Yeah.
So we're just going to wait and see.
Hey, speaking of that, in the U.S. over the last year, we've seen a push toward bringing manufacturing back to the United States. The tariffs that have gone into effect, the tariffs that have been used as a cudgel against countries to get what the president wants. In your view, does that eventually lead to fewer goods traded between countries, to less of a need for your services?
It should, but it doesn't happen. Global trade has been going up year after year. You have all these container ships actually being ordered and built and everything. So in theory, that's a very correct statement. But in practical terms, I think global trade keeps going up every year after year, and it's unstoppable.
Why is it unstoppable?
Because you need infrastructure. So in order to create it's not just consumer goods. Consumer goods is only a part of shipping, right? All the heavy things, which is oil products, metals, iron ore, coal, bauxite, and all that. I mean, that keep increasing year after year all the time.
What's the biggest part of your business in terms of the stuff that you move around?
It's mostly iron ore, and we do a lot of bauxite and coal. So we move around 20 million tons of raw materials every year, and that's a lot. Long hauls.
That is long hauls. I am also curious about, in terms of trade routes, I think, you know, with the U.S. kind of pushing back and tariffs and so on and so forth, are you seeing more trade just in general between China and other parts of the world? Like, where are you seeing increases? Where are you seeing decreases?
Well, China has been increasing their imports in iron ore and coal year after year. China has been producing 56% of the global steel production. So wherever you need steel, you need to get it mostly from China.
Right.
That's how it works. You have about $5 trillion of committed infrastructure projects globally. So that's a huge amount of steel you're going to require in the next few years, excluding data centers and everything associated with that. So you're going to require a lot of steel in the next few years, and China has been very well prepared in importing a lot of raw materials.
But I think we're also, that's fascinating, because it's just a reminder of supply chains, where things are, right?
Yeah.
But what about in terms of the pushback? Is there more trade between China and Europe? I think we're trying to assess what are the relationships around the world. And the U.S. continues, it feels like some say, to alienate, certainly its allies in other parts of the world. But is that really happening from what you see in terms of the activity?
Well, all this tariff talk and all this port dues and everything that has been in discussions for the last year or so, that hasn't really slowed down China at all. China has been importing big quantities of iron ore and bauxite and all that. So year after year, they continue to increase their production of steel and aluminum and all the strategic metals that you're going to require for the future. So, yes, China is still a very vital part of the global commodities and especially the metals.
We're speaking with Stamatis Tsantanis. He is the chairman and CEO of Synergy Maritime Holdings and founder, chairman, and CEO of United Maritime Corporation. You transport oil around the world?
We transport mostly iron ore, coal, and bauxite. That's
Okay.
what we do.
But also.
Yeah, we used to have a few oil transportation ships, tankers, but
Okay.
we sold them a few years ago at the peak.
Would you get back into it?
The answer is yes. At the next part of the cycle, we will definitely get back into tankers.
What part of the cycle?
Well, it's all times high right now. So asset values and freight rates are at this peak of all peaks. So we will wait for the right timing in the cycle. Maybe it's going to be next year or the year after, and we're definitely going to get back into that.
Do you see Venezuela as an opportunity for you to ship oil from to other parts of the world?
Venezuela is still not a big part of the transportation of oil globally. They only do like a few 100,000 barrels per day. So that's not really important and vital right now. Maybe it's going to get to a point in the next few years, and I'm hopeful they will. But so far, we don't really see them as making any material difference in seaborne oil.
You're just back from Davos.
Yes.
Talk to us about what you heard on the ground, what you thought was interesting. We've just talked with our David Weston of Wall Street Week, and how so much of what the conversations evolved once again around President Donald Trump. But I'm just curious your take on the ground and what you were hearing and seeing.
Well, it's all about infrastructure, it's all about defense, it's all about military spending, it's all about alliances. So people don't talk so much about, diversion and inclusiveness and all these things anymore. They talk about strategic stuff. So it's completely different. I mean, the narrative in Davos, it's all about the future of alliances, of infrastructure, real estate. I was at a dinner with Eric Trump the other day, and he all talked about, about the projects of the family in the Middle East and how spectacular that he expects to be in the next few years. So you hear a lot about the real estate, infrastructure, and of course defense and alliances. That's what you hear.
What are you doing, like between with the Middle East that you can tell? I mean, it just seems like they're certainly looking to diversify their economy, investing in sports, investing in lots of different projects, technology, and so on and so forth. How do you see it in terms of what they're doing and the activity?
The Middle East is a spectacular place. That's all I can say. I mean, the amount of development you see there, everything's modern, everything's new, everything's in huge scale. So I'm very hopeful that the next few years, the Middle East, especially the UAE and Saudi Arabia, will continue to be investing hundreds of billions of dollars into these beautiful, big new buildings.
Stamatis, just got 30 seconds left here. A word or two that you would describe the global economy right now or for 2026 as you see it?
Well, it will continue to be very, very challenging. I think that we're going to see way more important disruptions happening and trading routes being kind of broken down. But shipping has always been very agile to adapt in whatever geopolitical or what have you changes has happened. We did COVID, we did everything, so it's going to be fine.
We know you've been on the road a lot, and I know you're headed home, but thanks so much for finding time and stopping by our studios. Stamatis Tsantanis, he is Chairman and CEO of Scene Energy Maritime Holdings and also of the United Maritime Corporation. Synergy, forgive me, Maritime Holdings. This is Bloomberg. We're back in a moment.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Back-to-back weekly losses for the S&P 500 index. Down Friday as we head into a stormy weekend for much of the nation. The Dow traded lower today, down 285, drop there of 0.6%. S&P and NASDAQ both higher today. Little change, the key takeaway on the S&P. Up today by 2 points, wrapping up the week, heading into the weekend at 69.15, up under 0.1%. NASDAQ up 65, up 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100 index also up 0.3%, and a disconnect for the Russell 2000 index, lower today by 1.8%. 10-year at 4.22%, with the 2-year 3.59%. Commodities, specifically precious metals, gold up $45 the ounce to a record $49.81, getting ever closer to 5,000, up 0.9%. Silver, spot silver, 102.83 right now for silver. That is a gain of 6.9%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 3.3%, 61.34 a barrel on WTI. And ahead of all the snow, the ice across the country, natural gas surged 5.8%, $5.33 per million BTUs. So today, key takeaway, little change on the S&P 500 index, a losing week. But what about today's session? Eric Weiner is Bloomberg Senior Editor for Equities Americas, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
So it's a little up, a little down, but very orderly and not really a ton of conviction either way, which is what we've seen the last couple of days, where it's, small percentage point moves.
Eric Weiner of Bloomberg News, senior editor for Equities Americas. Again, recapping here, we saw silver today trading higher, surging by just about 6.5%, closing in on $103 now at 102.86. Again, the S&P little changed on the day, down week, up today by 2 points. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks, Charlie, for that update. Appreciate it. Okay, can you believe this? It's been a month since the DOJ began releasing the Epstein files.
Yeah, it's been a long, yeah.
But they had to do it.
Yeah.
Congress passed legislation. It was signed into law by President Trump. The law mandates disclosure of the records within 30 days, but to date, the DOJ has only released a sliver of them.
I was just going to say, there's still a lot more that need to be released.
Yeah, so 125,575 pages total.
Mm-hmm.
We only have 12,285 redacted documents. Oh wait, no, we still have much more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is crazy. Okay,
Yeah.
I want to bring in Jason Leopold. He's the Bloomberg News senior investigative reporter. He's the author of the FOIA Files newsletter. It comes out each Friday.
He's keeping track of all of
He's
this.
keeping track. Read it and subscribe on the Bloomberg terminal or by going to bloomberg.com/newsletters. So we do have 125,000 pages, right?
We do have 125,000 pages. So what they said was, what DOJ kind of disclosed in a letter to a judge as part of what was unfolding over the past month, is that there are about 12,000, a little over 12,000 documents that have been released. Of those documents, those documents total about 125,000 pages. But they still have
that's what I'm looking for.
More than 2 million
that's
to go through. Yeah, it's a lot. And the headlines right now are really revolving around the fighting that between members of Congress, notably Representatives Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, and the Justice Department, which is saying that they need more time. They need more time, to review this. And in this letter, which is sort of an update about where things stand, that was filed on the docket in U.S. District Court in New York, they said they now have like 400 federal prosecutors whose only job is to review these records.
Okay, well, you are also reviewing the stuff that is released. Thank God.
Yes.
And tell us about the stuff that came in terms of logs from the Customs and Border Protection Agency, because this has to do with Mr. Epstein kind of flying around, sometimes on his own plane, but also on public flights.
Sure. So this I found really fascinating. Buried in these documents that have already been released, there's all sorts of different records. And as you know, I'm always trying to find a little bit of a FOIA angle sometimes for the newsletter. So I came across that Epstein's lawyer, Darren Indyke, who currently is the co-executor of Epstein's estate, had filed on behalf of Epstein in 2014. He actually filed 3 requests. But the one that got him the documents was in 2014. And it was a very, very specific request that they filed at that time, right? Epstein's been kind of a free man for about 7 years at that point, or more than 5 years. And he's asking for records related to Custom and Border Protection surveillance of him. Surveillance, interrogation, questioning. How did he land on their radar? Any records that would show how, why, or when he was subjected to this, surveillance. So it was very, very interesting what he was asking for. I also thought it was fascinating that they thought that they would be able to get those records, through the FOIA. And
it's interesting to point out that these times that it involves a period of time, right, Jason, from 2013 to 2013, and you point out Epstein had been a free man for more than 4 years after signing a non-prosecution agreement with the Department of Justice.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he was out. So what I started going through in these records that were released in response to this specific FOIA request, there are about 500 pages. And what those pages showed is, Epstein's travel history, right? So Custom and Border Protection, logging his arrival and departures at, U.S. ports of entry, departures, various airports. It doesn't really say much. But as I started searching and digging further, I found another set of records that, that were out there kind of buried in this cache that the Justice Department released this time to the Congressional Committee last summer. And these records showed, again, Custom and Border Protection records, that Epstein was subjected to secondary searches routinely, going back, a number of years. So what was interesting about it is that he was questioned. He was questioned about his travel. He was questioned about his, who he was traveling with. There's some memos or memo lines from the CBP officers in some of these inspection reports. For example, he was at a secondary inspection that took place at, in Newark International Airport. There was discussions about the women he was traveling with. He was saying that Epstein was saying that, he was looking for a date. Another said, he was traveling with several young women, but of age. So they were certainly keeping tabs on him. And I think as we think about Epstein again and think about, what the government knew when it knew it, this is just kind of another layer to that narrative that's out there about the fact that Epstein was still on their radar.
I want to go back to the one you said, one of the CBP reports says Epstein, as you said, was questioned by agents at Newark Liberty, November 26, 2011. And as you said, he stated that he was looking for a date and believed that the girl was of legal age. That was according to the documents.
That is right there in the document on the newsletter. We posted it, we highlighted it, making sure everyone can see the source material there. Yeah, there's no additional context to that, right? So it's a notation that the officer put down there. So you could imagine that's a part of a line of questioning that's taking place and a response, obviously from Epstein that he gave. I thought that was kind of stunning just to see that, at that time.
Darren Indyke, Epstein's lawyer and currently the co-executor of his estate. What can you tell us about this individual? And we should note his lawyer just declined to respond to you for comment, right?
Yeah, he declined to comment for this week's newsletter, for the story. Darren Endike has been Epstein's longtime personal attorney, handled a number of different personal matters, from his upgrades to his home in Paris, real estate issues, construction, payments, managing some of the some of the staff. He is the co-executor of his estate. He stands to gain or benefit, from the estate, millions and millions of dollars. The Wall Street Journal actually had a very in-depth story about that. This month, the House committee voted to subpoena Darren Endike and the co-executor of the estate, Richard Kahn, who was Epstein's accountant. And there have been allegations that that Endike knew what Epstein was doing, the sexual abuse that took place. That's according to Representative Robert Garcia, the ranking Democrat on the House Oversight Committee. Endike's attorney completely, says Endike completely denies that. There's no basis for it. It says it's categorically false. But he is going to sit eventually for a deposition in front of the House with the House Oversight Committee.
And I think it's always important, Jason, what you say is things on its own, while they may seem like it indicates something, it doesn't. And that's why I think what's fascinating is slowly we just keep getting more pieces to fill in this picture. And whether we get testimony from people who knew him closely or worked with him closely, like these could be incredible reveals potentially. And so this is why that pursuit continues, and the rest of the documents might hold some stuff. We say it every time, but we love talking with you and getting...
Mutual.
Okay. Be well.
Thank you.
Take
You
care.
too.
Have a good
Be
week.
safe out there.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Jason Leopold, senior investigative reporter, author of the FOIA Files newsletter. Be sure to get his latest newsletter. You can catch it at Bloomberg. It's on the Bloomberg terminal. It's also at bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Oh, you heard Jason say stay safe out there. He's out there in L.A., not affected by the storm, but more than 100 million Americans potentially are. That massive storm spreading from the Rocky Mountains to the Great Lakes and toward the U.S. Northeast, disrupting travel and threatening power outages for much of the nation. I want to bring back Bloomberg meteorologist Craig Allen, joins us from Long Island, New York. Craig, we've been lucky enough to catch up with you several times this week, and I want to know the progression since we spoke yesterday, what we've learned about the intensity of this storm. What can you tell us?
Well, I'll tell you, everything is coming together here in a sense that we're going to have all three of the main ingredients, the moisture, the warmth and moisture coming up from the south, the bitter, bitter cold coming down from the north with all the energy, everything getting together right across the deep south and then making its way over towards the mid-Atlantic coast. And what does that mean? It means that there will be snow and ice of tremendous proportions here that right now we have, and this was kind of a no-brainer, we have the winter storm watch that you and I talked about yesterday upgraded to a winter storm warning. So now it's imminent. And when does this begin? I would think sometime during Saturday night, late Saturday night for the Washington, D.C. area, making its way on up towards New York City. It may very well be snowing in the city before sunrise on Sunday, and then progressing on up towards Boston anytime after or around time, let's say, for Boston during the afternoon. And I got to tell you, when it starts coming down, it will come down hard and fast, and it's going to accumulate right away. This is something that if you're not already in the house and not already prepared, take tonight and tomorrow to prepare, buy what you need and so forth. But if you're not already prepared on Sunday, you're going to get yourself caught or have a very hard time traveling around. It'll get very hazardous very, very quickly.
So what do you mean prepared? I mean, the mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, said, don't go out and buy the winter coat, on Sunday, buy it ahead of time. But what do you mean, Brooke? What is your message to people out there in these next couple of days as they do prepare?
Well, in terms of preparation, make sure that if you have gas generators or propane or whatever, make sure you have enough of that in stock and on hand. Make sure that you have good working batteries in case you need the flashlights, because power outages are going to become a big thing in areas that end up with sleet and freezing rain. And that's another thing that changes the whole mixture here as to how much snow we see versus how much sleet, freezing rain, and ending up with a tremendous ice storm. So make sure that you have all the things that you could stay safe at home, stay warm at home, check on the elderly, check on the pets, check on your pipes by all means, because the cold that comes with this storm and follows the storm is what we call pipe bursting cold. It is going to stay below freezing for more than a week, even after the snow. So the snow's not going anywhere, and you're going to have a very, very hard time trying to get rid of it on your own. And if any pipes burst, that's going to be a major problem. So that's what I'm thinking right now. Food, I mean, the supermarkets are completely, the
It was
shelves are
crazy
almost,
last night at the supermarket.
right?
Yeah.
Right, absolutely, Carol. And I just don't see them restocking fast enough, because this is a coast-to-coast type of system, border to border almost. And so it's a cascading effect. You can't get anything in from the Midwest. Think about your travel plans. And that's why this is one of those storms that absolutely needs preparation ahead of time. Oh, you know what we forgot to mention? Accumulations. This is an easy 6 to 12 inch snowfall. There will be areas that end up with 18 to 20 to 24. In other words, a foot and a half to 2 feet. Yeah. I'm thinking that would be somewhere up across New York State and sections of New England. If you're near the coast, there could be some sleet or freezing rain mixing in. It'll hold down the numbers, but just like we said yesterday, Tim, there's no winning in that. I mean, you're going to have sleet and ice on the roadways, and that's just as bad to try to get around.
It's going to make it very, very tricky. Well, stay safe, Craig. Thank you so much for all the updates. Craig Allen, Bloomberg meteorologist, joining us from Merrick, New York, Long Island. So, yeah, it's going to be a rough one. It sounds like it. All right. Interesting week. A lot coming at us. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic. Let's get to some stocks on the move this past week. With us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Natalia Kinijevic, and she joins us here in studio. Intel was certainly a big story this week after its earnings report.
Exactly. So the stock is down by 17% today. On a weekly basis, it doesn't look that dramatic. The shares are down by 4%. The ticker is INTC. So, of course, we know that first quarter projections for revenue and earnings fell short of expectations, and it is a supply issue. So factories just can't produce enough CPUs. The main issue is timing, just bad planning. And separately, the company also said that it doesn't have an anchor customer for its most advanced 14A process. So we know that we had so much expectations when it comes to the stock price. It's up by 100% on a 12-month basis.
Right. Completely wild. Hey, before we let you go, EQT, one of the best performers.
Exactly.
This
so
week.
energy is the best performing sector. EQT is the best performing stock. You guys just spoke about weather. Demand for natural gas is expected to be much stronger because we have colder than expected weather. So again, demand, colder weather. And just on a side note, of course, everyone was wondering if this company has any ambitions to go to Venezuela. We saw some reports that the CEO said, at least not now. So we will keep an eye on that. But this is one of the largest natural gas producers, and that is why this stock is in focus.
20 seconds, an IPO this week, just quickly.
Yes, Bitco shares are down below the IPO price. We can blame just crypto market volatility.
All right, yeah, it's 21% in today's session. Ticker is BTGO. Natalia, thank